Section 1 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. Preface. The special characteristic of this volume on the Sunday school teacher's work, in contrast with the many other books on the same general subject, is its attempt at completeness in a systematic order with the avoidance of purely technical terms. Its style is adapted to the ordinary teacher's comprehension, and its aim is to be readable, while the whole structure of the work is based on sound philosophical principles. The writer has had some advantages for this service, in that he has had not a little experience in Sunday school teaching in both church and mission schools, in city and in country, and has long had occasion to study and to write on the principles and the methods of teaching. In lectures and addresses, and in colloquial discussions, for a series of years on the various phases of this general theme, before Sunday school conventions and institutes, teachers' meetings, normal classes, and theological seminaries, he has been compelled to test his theories and his opinions by comparison with other experts, and under the pressure of keen criticism from bright thinkers and sharp doubters, so that what he now gives to the public is the matured result of the experience, the study, and the discussions of years. Much that is in these pages has, in one form or another, already seen the light in the columns of the Sunday School Times, the National Sunday School Teacher, the Sunday School Workman, the Sunday School World, the Sunday School Journal, the Independent, the New York Observer, the Congregationalist, the Advance, and other religious papers. Much of it, however, is quite new, and all of it has been recast for this work. That there is a place for such a volume, the writer has not a doubt. That this volume will fill that place is his desire. It is for the readers to ascertain how far it meets their needs in the direction of its aim and endeavor. Philadelphia, September, 1884. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its nature. Preliminary statement. All Sunday school teachers ought to be teachers in the Sunday school. Being teachers in the Sunday school, they ought to teach in the Sunday school. In order to teach in the Sunday school, they need to know what teaching is. An initial purpose of this volume is so to designate and define the nature and methods, and so to indicate the comparative rarity of proper Sunday school teaching, as will enable Sunday school teachers to know whether or not they are, or ever have been, teachers in the Sunday school. There is practical need of honest doubt at this point, especially on the part of those who have never supposed there was any cause of questioning just there. This may indeed seem to be a confusing and a discouraging way of approaching so important a subject, but there is sometimes a gain through one's being confused and discouraged. If one is in serious error, it is important to find it out. If one is on the wrong track, it is well for him to be discouraged in and from his purpose of continuing on that track. And in such a case, confusion of mind may be a necessary preliminary to a new clearness of apprehension. And first, in this instance, it is well to note that not all teaching is teaching. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its nature. Not all teaching is teaching. 1. Not all teaching is teaching. Teaching and teaching. Vague notions of teaching. One hindrance to knowledge. Claiming is not having. How many teachers are teachers? Everybody will admit that not all teaching is what it ought to be. Everybody might fairly admit that not all teaching is what it is supposed to be. Whether it be generally admitted or not, it is certainly true that a great deal that bears the name of teaching is by no means entitled to that name, that although it is teaching in name, it is not teaching in fact. There are even those who call themselves teachers who do not know whether they are teachers or not. They actually cannot tell what teaching is. The very word teaching has a vague and undefined meaning in their minds, and they will be puzzled to give it any fair explanation. It is indeed often the case that our familiarity with the word stands in the way of our knowing that word's meaning. We are so accustomed to the word itself and have fairly used it so long that we do not stop to consider its real scope and limitations as we employ and apply it, nor would it always be easy for us to express our understanding of the idea which it is designed to convey. In many cases, therefore, there is a decided gain in our putting ourselves directly at the task of settling the meaning of a word which is on our lips every day of our lives. We may find that we have an entirely wrong conception of its signification and purport, or again, we may find that we have had no specific conception of its signification and purport, but have merely taken it as the current designation of a fact or a thing with which we are in a general way familiar. That teaching is a word of this sort will be plain to almost anyone who gives the matter a moment's reflection. What is teaching? You say that you are a teacher. What do you mean by that? You say that you are ready to teach your class. What do you mean by that? You say that you have taught your class. What do you mean by that? How many of those who call themselves or who are called by others Sunday school teachers have a fair idea of what teaching is, Sunday school teaching or any other kind of teaching, or can define their understanding of that term? Yet, how can a person fairly be called a teacher when he does not as yet know what teaching is? There would certainly seem to be very little hope of a man's success in any line of endeavor so long as he is ignorant as to what he has undertaken to do, or so long as he is in doubt as to the nature of his undertaking. It is obviously true that a man may be called a teacher without being a teacher. A superintendent may designate a person to the office of teacher in the Sunday school, or the church authorities may duly designate him as such without his being competent to teach. That makes him a teacher by the record, but it does not make him a teacher in fact. Nor does his acceptance of the position tendered him make the selected teacher a teacher. His saying that he is a teacher no more gives him a fitness to teach than does the similar saying of those who are in authority over the school. How many legs does a calf have? If you count its tail one, it's a boy's conundrum. 5, answers one. Not a bit of it, says another. Counting a calf's tail a leg doesn't make it one. A calf has only 4 legs, however you count them. How many real teachers are there in all Sunday schools of the United States, counting all who are on the rolls as teachers? There are 2 ways of answering that question, and the answers will be a long way apart. Until each one of those teachers knows what teaching is, he is unable to decide for himself whether he is a teacher in fact or only a teacher by record. Yet it makes a vast difference to a Sunday school whether it has teachers who fill their places or teachers who hold them. As an evidence of the prevalent uncertainty and indefiniteness in the use of this term, it may be well to look at 2 or 3 of its common and improper uses by referring to certain processes which often pass for teaching but which are not teaching. The considering of these misuses of the term will prepare the way for a more intelligent examination into its strict and proper meaning. And Section 3. Section 4 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process is nature. Telling is not teaching. 2. Telling is not teaching. A common error. No teaching without learning. Ignorance of long-time hearers. A good teacher's great failure. The pump and the bellows. What telling may do. One of the commonest mistakes of a Sunday school teacher is in supposing that telling a thing to a scholar is teaching that thing to the scholar. Telling a thing may be part of the process of teaching, and again, it may not be. But telling in and of itself never is teaching. It cannot be. Until a teacher realizes this truth, he is not prepared to be a teacher. Therefore, I'd like to tell this truth to all teachers and to all who want to be teachers, although I am very aware that merely telling it in this way will not teach it to anyone. If a scholar is deaf and you tell him a truth by word of mouth, with your head down so that he cannot see the movement of your lips, it is very clear that you have not taught him what you have told him. If he has ears, but they are intent on something else than your words while you are talking to him, or if you talk in a language which he does not understand, it is equally clear that your telling is not teaching so far as he is concerned. Thus far all will agree, but the principle involved has a profounder reach than this. No person learns at once everything that is taught to him, and no person is taught until he learns, no more than he learns. To tell a child for the first time all the letters of the alphabet does not teach him his alphabet. To tell a scholar all the rules of grammar or of arithmetic, all the boundaries of all the states of the Union, or all the principles of natural or moral philosophy does not by any means teach him all those things. Teaching will be a simple matter if telling were teaching, but no one thinks of counting the two processes identical, except in the sphere of purely religious truth, as in the church and Sunday school. Who would think of teaching an apprentice to shoe a horse, or to set type, or to make a watch, by simply telling him how? Who would expect artists or authors or soldiers to be taught in their profession by the mere telling of their duties? If men and women knew all the valuable truths which have been told them from the lecture platform, in social converse, and by direct personal instruction, how wise the world would be. If children had been taught all the good things that have been told to them at home and elsewhere, how much more they would know than their parents, who have not always been taught by simply being told. And what learned congregations we should have if all that some of these wise and venerable preachers have told their people had been learned by their people. That telling has not been teaching in every case. All will see at a glance, whether they are ready or not ready to agree, that telling is never teaching, nor ever can be. How common it is for a preacher who have been faithful in proclaiming the truth from the pulpit to bemoan the fact that persons who have sat under his preaching for years are found to be in woeful ignorance on points which he has pressed most plainly and earnestly, until it seemed to him that every hearer must understand them perfectly. A preacher of rare ability and of rare faithfulness, who was a pupil of Dr. Thomas Chalmers and who remained the pastor of a single New England church during the period of nearly a full generation, gave me this testimony, open quotes. There was in my congregation a woman of more than average intelligence. who seemed to me one of my most interested hearers, as for years she was one of the most regular attendants at our church services. I was often encouraged by her attentive and responsive appearance as I preached, although she was not a member of the church, but by and by she fell sick, and I visited her to press home the subject of her personal needs and duty as a sinner. To my amazement, I found her hardly less ignorant of the great fundamental truth of the gospel than if she had been brought up in a heathen land. I tell you that as I stood by her bedside trying to make plain to her in that late hour of her probation those simple truths which I had repeated to her from the pulpit over and over again, and which I had supposed she knew about, I had a new sense of the fact that to say a thing explicitly and repeatedly is not necessarily to make that thing the possession of those who hear it, close quotes. Or, in other words, that preacher had then and there found out what many a preacher before and since has discovered, and what many another unfortunately has not yet perceived, that telling a thing is not teaching that thing. Nor is it merely because the preacher stands off at a distance and talks to the whole congregation instead of to a single individual that his telling is in itself not teaching. A teacher's talk is no more teaching than is a preacher's talk. A scholar may be ignorant of the truths which his teacher has repeated to him plainly and pressed home on him individually many times over, as was ever a passive listener in the congregation to a preacher's words from the pulpit. I certainly can testify out of my personal experience that one of the godliest and most learned men who ever occupied a place as a Sunday school teacher was a marked illustration of the failure just at this point. That man was a distinguished jurist, one whose praise was in all the churches and whose memoir is in the Sunday school libraries. He prepared himself most eloquently on his lesson. He came to class with full notes. He talked wisely, plainly, directly from the beginning to the end of the lesson hour, although commonly with his eyes closed and always without asking any question. He taught much by his punctuality and his fidelity and his Christ-like spirit in their admirable example. He was loved and honored by his class, and he is remembered by his scholars gratefully. But if he ever taught a single truth by his telling it in that class, here in my case is one scholar who is not aware of it. I do not recall a single fact, a single precept, a single doctrine taught directly by the words of that Sunday school teacher, nor is this a solitary or an extreme case in illustration of the fact that telling a thing in a Sunday school class is not teaching that thing. The wisest preachers and teachers have recognized this truth, even though it has by no means found general acceptance as yet. Nothing is more absurd, said an eminent English teacher, than the common notion of instruction, as if science were to be poured into the mind like water in a cistern. It is as if, in comment on this figure, that Thomas Carlyle has said, "To sit as a passive bucket and be pumped into can in the long run be exhilarating to no creature, how eloquent soever the flood of utterance that is descending. So brilliant and witty a preacher as Dr. Robert South put the same truth, although by a different figure 2 centuries ago, where he described preaching to passive hearers as, open quotes, a kind of spiritual diet upon which people are always feeding but never full, and many poor souls, God knows too like Pharaoh's lean kine, much the learner for their full feed, close quotes, and of the teaching and training process aimed at in the church, he adds, open quotes, to expect that this should be done by preaching or force of lungs is much as if a smith or an artist who works in metal should expect to form and shape out his work only with his bellows, close quotes. Yet, how large a place the bellows fills at the modern Sunday school forge. A vast deal of what is called Bible class teaching is talking, but not teaching. It might pass for fourth rate or third rate or second rate, or at the very best and rarest as first rate preaching or lecturing, but it never ought to be called teaching. The teacher talks, the scholar listens. The teacher is doubtless a gainer in his mind and heart by what he says, but not so his silent scholars. They hear, but they do not learn. The exercise is an exercise only to the exerciser. The whole thing is a pocket edition in type of a pulpit-led service with many of the disadvantages and few of the benefits of the large page edition. And not a little of the ordinary class teaching in the Sunday school is of the same character. The teacher talks, the scholar listens. There is a teacher, but no teaching. They are learners, but no learning. It is not a pleasant thing to face such a fact as this, but since it is a fact, it ought to be faced by those interested. Telling a thing may be an important part of the process of teaching a thing. The telling may in itself interest or impress even where it fails to instruct. A teacher may teach in other ways than by his telling truths that are worthy of his scholars' hearing and learning. However this may be, it is important that every teacher should understand, at the first and at the last, that telling a thing is not in itself teaching a thing, and that if he is a teacher at all, it will be through the use of some other method than mere talking. End section 4. Section 5 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its nature. Hearing a recitation is not teaching. 3. Hearing a recitation is not teaching. Hearing is not teaching. Reciting is not learning. Rote questions bring rote answers. Buying books does not bring knowledge. Blind Alec of Sterling. Parrot mathematicians, what memorizing cannot do. Another common mistake of the Sunday school teacher is in supposing that hearing a recitation is teaching. Nor is that error by any means confined to the Sunday school. Reciting may, it is true, have an important part in the process of teaching. It may in itself advantage the scholar, and the teacher may have a duty of listening to it. But the hearing of a recitation is not in itself teaching, nor is it always an essential in the teaching process. As Professor Hart states it, open quotes, a child recites lessons when it repeats something previously learned. A child is taught when it learns something from the teacher not known before. The two things often indeed go together, but they are in themselves essentially distinct. Close quotes. If merely hearing scholars recite were in itself teaching, then all who are in the neighborhood of an Oriental school will be teachers. For the scholars in the East study aloud, and all recite together, and their recitations can be heard by the passerbys, and sometimes by all the dwellers within half a street's length. Not even the Orientals, however, could claim that their hearing the clatter of these recitations made teachers of them, nor would it be teaching if one, hearing the recitation, should hold the book of the learner in hand, observing the correspondence of the words recited with those recorded. A fellow pupil could do that without becoming thereby a teacher. There is an immense deal of mere rote recitation by scholars younger and older. Scholars fasten in their memory words to which they attach no meaning or a wrong meaning, and these memorized words or sounds of words they rattle off upon call without having any correct or well-defined idea of their signification. Under these circumstances, Who would claim that these scholars are taught anything or that their knowledge is tested by reciting what they've memorized even to an exceptionally skilled and intelligent teacher? A lady told me that for years while a child, she recited the first answer in the Westminster Catechism as, open quotes, "Man's chief end is to glorify God and to joy Him forever," close quote. What the word man's chief end meant she did not understand, nor was she taught either the word or its meaning by reciting it to the teacher. She had memorized the answer by having it told to her before she could read, and its repeated recitation gave no help to understanding it. Similar failures to understand words in the catechism or the question book, or to get any help in their understanding through their mere recitation, could be instanced by parents and teachers on every side. Even where the scholar understands the meaning of the words memorized by him, it may be only a rote recitation that he gives to a teacher. An English educationalist has cited, in illustration of the frequent senselessness of rote recitation, an incident from the life of Lord Byron. Referring to a school where he was a pupil at 5 years of age, Byron said, open quotes, "I learned little there except to repeat by rote the first lesson of monosyllables, God made man, let us love him, etc., by hearing it often repeated without my acquiring a letter. Whenever proof was required or asked of my progress at home, I recited these words with the most rapid fluence, but on turning over a new leaf, I continued to recite them, so that the narrow boundaries of my first year's accomplishments were detected. My ears were boxed, which they did not deserve, seeing that it was by ear only that I had acquired my letters, and my intellects consigned to a new preceptor," close quotes. And a similar shortcoming might be found in the work of a scholar who could read intelligibly and who had memorized faithfully, but whose teacher has mistaken the hearing of a recitation for teaching. His answer may have no proper relation to the question asked of him. Another question would have brought the same answer, and the same question given a second time would bring another answer. His memorizing has been of the words of the answer without any thought of the words of the question to which they are designed as an answer. This truth was forced on my mind in my earliest teaching experience. While yet but 17, I had a class in the Sunday school of wide-awake boys keen enough in matters of thought and action, but naturally conforming to the methods of study which met their teacher's idea of teaching. The book used in that class was one in which every answer was printed out in full just below its question. The ordinary practice of the scholar was to fasten the answers in the memory, and the ordinary practice of the teacher was to ask the questions in the words of the book and hear the scholars recite the answer. Now, for the working of that plan. One Sunday, the lesson for the day was the walk to Emmaus. The first question on the page was, "Where is Emmaus?" As I took my book in hand for the teaching exercise, I recalled that the scholar at my right hand was a boy who had been absent the previous Sunday. Accordingly, I asked in kindly interest, "Where were you last Sunday, Joseph?" Quick as a flash, the answer came back, 7.5 miles northwest of Jerusalem. "Well, you are certainly excusable for not being here," was my modified response, for then, for the first time, I realized that the scholar might as well have been northwest of Jerusalem or southeast of Timbuktu for all the good he gained from a class where hearing a recitation had been looked at as teaching. That was a while ago. It could be pleasant to believe that no illustration of this era in the teacher's work could be found in these days of improved Sunday school methods and no more class instructions. The memorizing of words is in itself no more the securing of ideas than is the buying of books the securing of knowledge. A man may have his library stored with the most choice and valuable works in every department of literature, science, and the arts, and yet be ignorant not only of the knowledge covered by any one of those volumes, but also of the advantage which would come from the possession of such knowledge, nor would his knowledge be increased in the slightest degree if he had 10 such libraries instead of one. So also a child may have fully memorized all the answers in his catechism or his question book, including the choicer words of scripture, without having received a single idea covered by those words, nor would any multiplication of similar words in his memory necessarily convey an added idea to his mental possessions. This is obviously true where the words are in another language than the pupil's own. It is equally true where the words are in the pupil's language but utterly beyond his comprehension. It is nonetheless a true in any case, for the receiving of ideas is quite another matter from the fastening of mere words in the memory. The two processes may go on at the same time, and again they may not, but in no case are they identical. That this truth is as true practically as it is philosophically has been shown by experiment many times over, and its truth finds fresh illustration under the eye of every intelligent and observing parent or teacher. A notable and well-authenticated case of his testing is that of blind Alec of Stirling in Scotland, as recorded in all its details in Mr. James Gall's Nature's Normal School. This was more than 50 years ago. Alexander Loynes, or Blind Alec as he was called, was a man of mature years and of average intelligence. He had actually committed to memory the words of the entire Bible, open quotes. Any sentence or clause of a sentence from Scripture which another began, he could not only finish, but tell the particular verse in the Bible where it was to be found. And, what was still more remarkable, the number of any verse in any chapter and book given, he was able immediately to repeat, close quotes, the verse. Moreover, he had for years been in the daily habit of recalling and reciting passages of Scripture thus memorized. This man, thus supplied with Bible words, was thoroughly tested not only by Mr. Gall, but by the more intelligent citizens of Stirling, lay and clerical, at a public meeting, called for the express purpose of ascertaining his knowledge of the truths clearly covered by the words in his memory. He was first questioned in the facts of English history, which he had been taught, by the conveying to him of its ideas, rather than by any set form of words covering these ideas, and he was found intelligibly familiar with his truths in the field he had traversed. But in not a single instance could he quote a Bible text in explanation, in proof, or in reinforcement of the simplest doctrine or duty. The conclusion was irresistible in his case that by all his Bible word memorizing in his early life and in his later life, he had never, at the first or afterwards, acquired a single Bible idea, that, open quotes, there was in Alec's mind no connection between the truths or duties of Scripture and the words which taught them, close quotes, nor has it so far been different with any other person than blind Alec from that day to this, for the mere memorizing of words is never in itself the gaining of ideas. Open quotes, there is a well-authenticated instance of a student who actually learned the 6 books of Euclid by heart, though he could not tell the difference between an angle and a triangle, close quote. A Scotch friend tells me of a fellow student of his who was accustomed to memorize the demonstration from Euclid for his lessons, day by day without any understanding of their meaning, and he would rattle them off as if in explanation of the diagram on the blackboard in the recitation room. His comrades would sometimes mischievously change the lettering on the diagrams before his recitation, and then he would push ahead with his memorized demonstration, pointing out the alphabetical signs as he named them in utter ignorance of the mathematical absurdities he was insisting on. Thus, he furnished to his teacher a good illustration of the fact that hearing a recitation is not teaching, and that there is no necessary connection between memorizing and learning. Let me not be misunderstood just here. I'm not claiming that no gain is possible from storing words in the memory, any more than I'm claiming that no gain is possible from buying books for one's library, or from having one's library shelves stored with volumes in every department of knowledge. I am claiming, however, that neither the buying of books nor the memorizing of words and sentences is in itself the acquisition of knowledge. At the best, in either case, this is only the gathering of materials of knowledge or of instruments for its acquisition. And since memorizing words is not in itself knowledge, it can no more be made knowledge through the recitation of those words than the possession of books can be made the acquisition of knowledge through their cataloguing. Memorizing words has an important place in a pupil's life. In secular school training, there are rules and tables and lists that can profitably be fastened in the scholar's memory by rote for convenience of future reference. In the Sunday school and in home religious training, there should be a wise measure of memorizing by the scholar of the words themselves, of Bible passages, of hymns, and of accurate statements of important doctrine. But whatever place or prominence is given to such memorizing, let not the mistake be made of supposing that the mere memorizing of these words in itself gives the scholar the possession of the idea covered by them. That idea could be conveyed without such memorizing. It may be conveyed in connection with such memorizing. Again, such memorizing may be in connection with the wrong idea or with no idea at all. Under no circumstances, however, nor in any instance, would the memorizing of the words and the reception of the idea be one and the same thing. That cannot be, nor can the wisest teacher in the world make the two things one by simply hearing the recitation of what has been memorized. If you think that memorizing of words is the great thing in your scholar's preparation for the class exercise, by all means insist upon it. If you want to ascertain how much and how accurately he is memorized, hear him recite the words he has committed to memory. If particular questions upon the lesson have been given to him to which he is to find answers, and you desire to know whether he has found the precise answers to those specific questions, then ask him those questions and hear him give the answers. If this is your idea of a class exercise, the way to secure it is as simple as turning a grindstone crank. This may be all that you deem essential in a teacher's work, but however desirable and important it may be, it cannot be called teaching, nor could it be teaching if it were called so. It is hearing a recitation, but hearing a recitation is not in itself teaching, nor ought it to pass for teaching. And section 5. Section 6 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry Trumbull. The teaching process, its nature, what teaching is. 4. What teaching is. Showing errors is not showing the truth. Indefiniteness of the definitions. The essence of all teaching. Teaching includes learning. Other means for teaching than teaching. 2 persons needed to make one teacher. A teacher's other work than teaching. It is evident, however, that the definition of teaching is not to be arrived at by merely showing that certain processes, which too often pass for the teaching process, are by no means entitled to that designation. It is not enough to indicate what is not teaching. The inquirer is still left in doubt as to what teaching is. It being shown that telling is not teaching, and that hearing a recitation is not teaching, the question recurs with added force and importance: what is teaching? Nor is it easy for the inquirer to obtain a clear and competent understanding of the term teaching. The dictionaries will give him little aid on this point. Their definitions are varied, vague, and unsatisfactory. If he turns to the technical treatises and manuals on the subject, he will not be likely to gain a much clearer impression of the scope and purport of the term. Out of an extensive study of the literature of teaching for now more than 20 years, I can say with positiveness that from the days of Roger Ascham down to the latest European and American educational writers, hardly one writer in 50 has even attempted to tell his readers what he means by the term teaching, or to indicate the precise nature and limits of the teaching process as he understands that process. Commonly indeed, the term teaching is employed by such writers as though its meaning were well understood, yet in many cases their own uses of it at different times and in different connections would go to show their own lack of a well-defined meaning attached to it, which should sharply distinguish it from educating, training, giving information, exhibiting impressively, instructing, inculcating, and other terms variously used as indicative of educational processes. In hardly more than half a dozen instances have I found an educational writer attempt to explain his understanding of this term teaching, on which pivoted all the value of the instruction and guidance he essayed to give to his readers. It is therefore by no means a needless task for us to seek an intelligent understanding of the nature and elements of the teaching process as preliminary to an inquiry into its wise methods. Dhchauke claimed that to teach is to cause to learn. Professor Hart improved on this definition by claiming that teaching is causing another to know. Probably no more simple or accurate definitions than these two have ever been suggested. They certainly indicate the essence of true teaching. Teaching involves the idea of knowledge obtained by a process. One may indeed teach himself, may be his own teacher, through reaching out after knowledge by an intelligently directed effort, but no one can teach and to that extent be a teacher of either himself or another without the obtaining of knowledge by the person taught. Teaching, in fact, includes the idea of learning, not as its correlative term, but as one of its constituent parts. There can really be no such thing as teaching without learning. The process of learning must accompany the process of teaching and must keep pace with it. Just to the extent of the learning on the one part is there the teaching on the other part. If the learning process holds, so holds the teaching process. If the learning process ends, the teaching process has ended. Originally, in our English language, as in accordance with the analogy of other European languages, the word learn was used in the twofold sense of teaching and learning. One could learn by himself, or he could learn another, could cause another to learn. Thus the poet Dayton makes a royal guide tell of the instructed king, open quotes, who, till I learned him, had not known his might, close quotes. And Shakespeare's queen in Cymbeline asks of her court physician, open quotes, "Have I not been thy pupil long? Hast thou not learned me how to make perfumes, distill, preserve?" Close quotes. In the natural progress of language, they come to be a subdivision of the twofold idea of the word learn, and the distinction between the objective and the subjective phases of the learning process was indicated by the use of the term teaching for the one and learning for the other. Now, therefore, teaching is that part of the twofold learning process by which knowledge, which is yet outside of the learner's mind, is directed towards that mind, and learning is that part of the same twofold process by which the knowledge taught is made the learner's own. Still, as before, however, there can be no teacher where there is no learner, although on the other hand there may be a learner where there is no one else than himself to be his teacher. If this truth be borne clearly in mind, there is a decided gain in the verbal distinction of the two component parts of the learning process as made by our modern use of the word teaching and learning. But if this distinction should lead us to suppose that there can be any teaching where there is no corresponding learning, that it is possible in fact for one to teach while no one learns, then indeed it will be far better for us to go back to the old terminology and to insist in every phrase that no one is taught until he has learned, and that no one teaches another until the other learns, that in short, teaching another is ever and always learning another, causing another to learn. It is, of course, not to be denied that the term teaching is often fairly employed in other senses than a technical one. Thus, we speak of the teaching of our example, of our teaching others by the spirit which we manifest, or by the conduct which we display, of our causing others to know from what they see in us that our way is desirable or that it is undesirable, of our thus leading them in the path we pursue or impelling them towards another path than that. To teaching of this kind, all of us are given at all times. In this sense, we are all teachers, always. We are continually causing those about us to know the better way or the worse way. But it is not of this kind of teaching that we speak. When we say that we are Sunday school teachers, that we are engaged in Sunday school teaching, that we expect to teach our class next Sunday, or that we taught our class last Sunday, we have in mind in such phrases an active and purposeful service, rather than unconscious teaching of ourselves, which is inevitable, whether we desire it or not. It is the causing another to know that which we know, and which he does not, that which we want him to know, and which we seek to have him know, which is teaching in its technical sense. Teaching in the sense in which we use the term when we say that we have been teaching a particular lesson to a particular scholar or class. In this sense, teaching obviously involves the threefold idea of a teacher, a lesson, and a learner. It involves knowledge on the teacher's part, and at the start, the lack of it on the part of the scholar. Also, an actual transfer of that knowledge from the teacher's mind to the scholar's before the teaching process is concluded. Hence, to say that you have taught a lesson includes the idea that someone has learned that lesson. For unless there is learning by a learner, there can be no teaching by a teacher. And until the teacher has caused the learner to know a lesson or a truth, the teacher has only been trying to teach, so far without success. Intelligent, purposeful teaching includes the idea of two persons, both of them active. Nor is it enough that there be two persons, both of them active over the same lesson. This may be secured by hearing a recitation and commenting on it, but that is not necessarily teaching. The scholar in such a case may be merely exercising his memory, reciting what he has memorized verbally without understanding a word of it. He learns nothing. He is not taught anything. He is not caused to know a single fact or truth by his teachers hearing him recite, nor does he learn anything by his teacher's wisest comment. If he pays no attention to that comment, or if he is unable to understand it, teaching as causing another to know includes the mutual effort of two persons to the same end. The teacher must endeavor to cause the pupil to learn a particular fact or truth which he wants him to know. The learner must endeavor to learn that particular fact or truth. Until the two are at this common work, the process of teaching has not begun. Until the learner has learned, the teacher has not taught. Teaching is by no means all of a teacher's work, nor is it always the most important work of a teacher. Impressing one's pupils and influencing them are important factors in a teacher's work. When we speak of a teacher as one having children in charge in a school on a weekday or a Sunday, a teacher's spirit, a teacher's character, a teacher's atmosphere, and a teacher's life impress and influence a pupil quite as much as a teacher's word. It is a teacher's duty to love his scholars and to show his love for them, to have sympathy with them and to evidence it, to gain a hold on their affections outside of the class hour as well as during it, and to pray for them specifically and in abiding faith. There is no technical teaching in all this, but what would technical teaching be worth without this? There are teachers in the Sunday school who do a great deal of good without teaching. They perhaps do a better work in the Sunday school than many of their fellows who do teach. Their work ought not to be undervalued because it is not teaching. Neither ought it to be confounded with teaching. Impressing and influencing members of a class is one thing. Teaching a Bible lesson is another thing. The two may go on together, or again, they may be the one without the other. Whether the one or the other is wanted, or both together are desired, it is important to bear in mind that teaching is as distinct from any other desirable work of a teacher. If a Bible lesson is worth teaching, it ought to be taught. If it is taught, it must be by the process of teaching, and there is no such thing as teaching by a teacher unless at the same time there is learning by a learner. The question, therefore, at the close of each Sunday school hour is not, were you with your class? Not, did you prepare yourself on the lesson of the day before coming to the class? Not, did you state and illustrate important truths which it would have been well for the members of the class to know? Not, were your hearers attentive and seemingly impressed, but did you cause anybody to know anything about the lesson of the day? That question you cannot properly answer unless you have proof that someone of your hearers learned what you tried to make him know. Until you can speak with positiveness on this point, you cannot say whether or not you have taught the lesson or any part of it to all of your class or to any one scholar. Although teaching is by no means the exclusive, nor yet always the foremost duty of a teacher, yet teaching is teaching, and no prevalence of popular opinion can make anything else than teaching teaching. And let it be remembered that the proof of the teaching process always rests with the learner, not with the teacher, whether the scholar be young or old. The teacher can prove that he has tried to teach. The scholar alone can show that the teacher succeeded. End section 6.
Section 7 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its essentials, preliminary statement. Having ascertained the nature of the teaching process, the next step is to consider its essentials. It being seen that the teaching process is twofold, including both learning and teaching, that teaching involves the idea of a person who is to learn, a person who is to aid the learner in his learning, and a truth to be learned. It would seem to be obvious that he who would teach intelligently must know whom he would teach, what he is to teach, and how he is to teach, before he can fairly begin his teaching. Knowledge at these 3 points is not merely desirable, it is essential. Without such knowledge, intelligent teaching is an impossibility. It is not to be denied that there are Sunday school teachers who retain their places for years and who attend to what they understand to be their duties week after week during all that period, without having any fair knowledge of their scholars individually, of their lessons in detail, or of wise methods of teaching. But all this does not make these teachers teachers, nor does it make their teaching teaching. No teaching can be true teaching which lacks any one of the 3 essentials of teaching which are above indicated, and which are now to be considered in their order. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its essentials. You must know whom you are to teach. 1. You must know whom you are to teach. Why you should know your scholars. Absurd teaching. Well-informed ignorance. Children's lack of knowledge. All things to all men. Giving a prescription. To begin with, as a teacher, you must know whom you are to teach. Not merely know your scholars by sight. Know them by name. Know them so that you can greet them as acquaintances, but know them in their individual capacities, attainments, and needs. On the face of it, this knowledge of your scholars is essential as preliminary to any intelligent teaching on your part. It may be they are blind. That fact does not forbid your teaching them, but it does forbid your reliance on ordinary maps, pictures, and the blackboard as teaching agencies. Possibly your scholars are deaf and dumb. If that be the case, the agencies which you would reject for the blind come up into added prominence as helps to teaching. Even though you are sure that your scholars can both see and hear, you need to know also that they are capable of understanding your language, and that they are reasonably familiar with the words you employ. Otherwise, their ears and eyes might as well be closed for all the good they get from your utterances. It is a sheer absurdity for you to attempt to teach another unless you and your scholar are acquainted with the common language. It is a literal absurdity, more literally than perhaps you had had occasion to consider. What is an absurdity? The root idea of that word is ab and sedis, from a deaf man. Such responses as would come from a man who could not hear your remarks, but who wanted it to appear that he did. All of us have heard or have heard absurd conversations of this sort. You meet a man on a country road and saying good day to him, you ask, how far is it to Wilton, please? He nods back a good day with an absurd response, for he is a deaf man. Well, no, I haven't got any Stilton cheese, but I've been making some good young Americas. That man understood your question quite as well as many a scholar in the Sunday school understands his teacher's ordinary language, and if they were more outspoken answering in our Sunday school classes, there will be more of these absurdities apparent to all. Socrates said that a knowledge of our ignorance is the first step toward true knowledge, and it was Coleridge, I think, who supplemented this truth with the suggestion that we cannot make another comprehend our knowledge until we first comprehend his ignorance. So long as we suppose a scholar to know what he does not know, we shall refrain from causing him to know that, and in consequence we shall be unable to cause him to know anything beyond that, anything to an understanding of which that is a prerequisite. Woeful mistakes are constantly making in the Sunday school because of a teacher's failure to know his scholar just at this point, to know his scholar's ignorance. A good illustration of the danger of a lack just here is that given by Mrs. Horace Mann in her story of a district school where, on the occasion of her visit, those boys who wanted to be good were asked to rise in their places, and all but one stood up. When that solitary little fellow was urged by his teacher to rise with the others, he began to cry with whimpering, "No, no," between his childish sobs. At this, Mrs. Mann stepped down alongside of him, and putting her arm around his shoulders tenderly, she asked, "What do you think it means to be good, my boy?" To be whipped," was the sobbing answer. The poor boy had been told when he was flogged that it was to make him good, and his untutored mind recoiled from an added supply of that kind of goodness. That boy understood his teacher quite as well as many a scholar has understood your wisest words spoken for his teaching. There is no mistake about this. The experience of the best teachers abundantly confirms this truth. An intelligent Bible class teacher in a New England church had before him 10 or 12 adults, all of whom were church members and one of whom had long been a church officer. In considering the opening verses of the book of Acts, the teacher asked what was meant by the passion of Jesus there mentioned. Not getting an answer at once, he repeated the question in a leading form. Why? What events in the story of Jesus are referred to when he says here that he showed himself alive after his passion? But that also failed to bring an answer. Thinking that the lack must be in his mode of questioning or in the hesitation of his scholars to speak out, he set himself to get an answer to that question. After following the matter until he was satisfied, he found that not a scholar in his class had any proper understanding of the term passion as applied to the closing sufferings in the human life of Jesus. That discovery changed utterly the methods of that teacher in his teaching work. He now for the first time comprehended the measure of his scholars' ignorance, and thus for the first time he was ready to begin their teaching. And his class was, in general intelligence, far ahead of the average class in the Sunday schools of America. Not all scholars would stumble at the same term, but most of them would be ignorant of the meaning of some word in quite as familiar use as passion. An observant and faithful teacher in a Philadelphia Sunday school told me of his being surprised by the question from a bright scholar who was about 25 years old. Who was the despised Galilean? On one occasion, I found myself, as a visitor for the day, teaching a class of New York City lads from 14 to 17 years old, bright lads out of the best class of Christian homes in that city. In the lesson for the day, the differences between the teaching of Moses and the teachings of Christ, the law and the gospel, were touched upon. I questioned those lads familiarly as to their understanding of the terms law and gospel, and to my surprise, I found that not one of them had any idea in either case, beyond a statutory civil enactment on the one hand and certain books of the New Testament on the other. Is it strange that there are absurd answers, or no answers at all, to questions put by Sunday school teachers to scholars who have no better understanding than, in these cases, of the words employed in their questioning? There are none of us but are using words continually in ordinary conversation which are not understood by those whom we address by means of those words. Thus, at another time, I was pointing out to one of my little daughters the beauty of the woods beyond the meadow we were passing on a summer ride. The child looked puzzled, but said nothing. When another reference was made to the distant woods, she ventured the inquiry, "Papa, where are the woods? Are they back of those trees?" The meadow she knew, and the trees she knew, but where were the woods? She had never been told in so many words that a great number of trees together were called woods. I was then taught a lesson when I thus learned her luck. Yet again, when I was leaving home for a brief absence, I asked another of my daughters to note her pastor's text on Sunday morning and report it to me when I come back. She failed to do this. As I was going away for another Sunday, I repeated my request. Again, my daughter failed me. When this had happened the third time, I proposed, like Mrs. Horace Mann, to look into the cause of this trouble, for I was sure that my loving daughter would have reported the text if a willing mind were the only need. "Now, what is the trouble, my dear child?" I asked her tenderly. "Why didn't you remember the text or something about it?" Encouraged by this, the little girl looked up and asked a question for herself. "Papa, what is the text?" Another absurdity. I had simply taken it for granted that my daughter knew what was the text in our pastor's morning service, and she would have known it if I had been a better teacher. I was telling this incident soon after to a friend, and that friend told me of a familiar absurdity in a home with which he was connected. A lad who had been taken into that family as a farm boy was told on Sunday as he started for church to be sure and remember where the text was. On his return, he was questioned by his mistress. "Well, John, where was the text this morning?" "I don't quite know, ma'am," he replied doubtingly, "but I think it was somewhere down by the door." Or, in bewilderment over that mysterious term text, the well-intentioned but ill-taught lad had devoted his morning hour in church to find out where that thing could be anyway, and he was unwilling to confess his failure. That was an absurdity. Just such an absurdity as every teacher is liable to have in his class, unless he measures wisely the knowledge of those whom he essays to teach. Children generally lack a knowledge of things and an understanding of words with which they are supposed to be familiar, to an extent far beyond the conception of those who have not given particular attention to this matter. In evidence on this point, Professor G. Stanley Hall, a keen observer of child nature, published not long ago the tabulated results of his careful examination into the knowledge of common things possessed by children who were just entering the Boston primary schools. Out of some 200 of these children, he found that 1/5 did not know their right hand or their left. 1 out of 3 had never seen a chicken. 2 out of 3 had never seen an ant. 1 out of 3 had never consciously seen a cloud. 2 out of 3 had never seen a rainbow. More than half of them were ignorant of the fact that wooden things are made from trees. More than 2/3 of them did not know the shape of the world. 9/10 of them could not tell what flour is made of, and so on through a long list of lesser and larger matters in the realm of common things. A conclusion to which Professor Hall arrived was, open quotes, "There is next to nothing of pedagogic value, the knowledge of which it is safe to assume at the outset of school life," close quotes. Unless the Sunday school teacher has been at the pains of testing his scholars' knowledge at the point where he would begin his teaching, he is pretty sure to be in error as to the measure of their ignorance, and to be unfitted in consequence to teach them wisely. It is because of this liability of one who well knows what he would teach to fail of knowing accurately the measure of him whom he would teach, that many a learned man has proved to be among the poorest of teachers. Professor Payne, an eminent English teacher, has said, in recognition of this truth, open quotes, "A man profoundly acquainted with the subject may be unapt to teach it by reason of the very height and extent of his knowledge. His mind habitually dwells among the mountains, and he has therefore small sympathy with the toilsome plodders on the plains below. It is so long since he was a learner himself that he forgets the difficulties and perplexities which once obstructed his path, and which are so painfully felt by those who are still in the condition in which he once was himself. It is a hard task, therefore, for him to condescend to their condition, to place himself alongside of them, and to force a sympathy which he cannot naturally feel with their trials and experience." Close quotes. Commonly, indeed, he is unaware of the gulf which separates him from his scholars, because while knowing what he would teach, he does not know, nor has he sought to understand those whom he would teach. For this reason also, young teachers in the Sunday school are commonly more successful as teachers than older persons. The young teacher knows the scholar by his very sympathy with the scholar in that scholar's lack of knowledge. When indeed you find a successful old teacher in the Sunday school, you find one who is kept young and who still feels young. Being young in feeling, he knows how the young folk feels, and knowing their feelings, he more nearly knows them as they are. It is not alone in the measure of his knowledge that a scholar is to be studied and to be known by his teacher. It is in his personal tastes and peculiarities, in his feelings and desires, in his methods of thought and his modes of action, in his characteristics and tendencies, and in the nature of his home and weekday surroundings that a scholar must be known before he can be taught intelligibly. It is related of Professor Ophelia, the great French toxicologist, that when he was testifying in a court of justice of the relative power of minute doses of a particular poison, one of the lawyers in the case inquired of him derisively, "Could you tell us, Professor, the precise dose of this poison which a fly could take safely?" "I think I could," was the cautious answer, "but I should need to know something about the particular fly under treatment. I should want to know his size, his age, his state of health, his habits of life, whether he was married or single, and what had been his surroundings in life so far. All these things bear on the size of the dose to be administered in any case. Surely a scholar deserves as much study and as wise and as cautious treatment as a fly, but not every teacher is as wise or as cautious as Professor Ophelia. A wise Connecticut teacher illustrated the necessity of a careful study of each scholar individually in order to his wise teaching after this fashion. Suppose that you were a worker in metals and had a foundry and a forge in which you cast all manner of curious things, or at which you wrought all manner of cunning devices. Suppose a stranger should come to you bringing sealed packages and should say, 'Here are various kinds of metals. Without unsealing them, put them at once in your furnace, run them in your mold, work them at your forge, treat them all alike, and produce for me a set of images, each the exact counterpart of the other.' Would you not reply, 'The thing is impossible. Let me know what I'm working on. Brass will not melt as readily as lead. Iron is not as malleable as copper. Steel is not as ductile as gold. One process for one, another for another, is the rule of my trade.' But," he edges, "metal is metal, heat is heat, a forge is a forge, a mold is a mold. Is that not enough?" Your answer is, Metals differ. The heat that melts one would sublime another. The mold that is strong enough for one is too weak for another. The blow that would crush the one would rebound from the other. And that wise teacher's reinforcement of this telling illustration is worthy of the attention of every teacher. Open quotes. My brother teachers, are we not too apt to think that the iron will, the laden insensibility, the brazen defiance, and the golden sincerity which exist in our classes will, if put in the same furnace of appeal, shaped in the same mold of instruction, and hammered at the same forge of argument, all conform to the same image? Do we take pains enough to learn the nature of the peculiar metal on which we are working, and to adopt wisely the means to the end, the process to the result? Close quotes. Dan Stanley says of the teaching method of Dr. Thomas Arnold, his whole method was founded on the principle of awakening the intellect of every individual boy. And that ought to be the basis of every good teacher's method. The distinguished principal of one of the New York State normal schools has said that if he had a class of 50 scholars, he would try to be 50 different teachers, as it turned from one to another of those scholars to instruct them severally. In doing this, that principal would simply be doing a teacher's duty. But it is a duty which can never be done intelligently until the teacher knows the differences which distinguish his scholars one from another. No wise adaptation of instruction is possible unless the teacher understands the peculiarities of each scholar whom he is to instruct. If the scholar is already a consistent church member, he certainly requires very different teaching from that suited to a young reprobate. If he is of a tender, loving heart and of a mercurial temperament, his share of instruction should be another than that of a lad of cool and calculating disposition. One scholar is to be reached through his feelings, another through his reason. One likes pictures and stories, another prefers to follow a thread of new thought. Each scholar has his individuality. It is for the teacher to know what that is, as preliminary to any hopeful effort at teaching the scholar. Jesus Christ, the model teacher, distinctly affirmed his recognition of different classes of hearers. When he discoursed to the multitude, and he told his disciples plainly that his manner of presenting truth was chosen in view of the fact that they were privileged to understand what his other hearers did not. His telling the truth in the form of parables did not in itself teach its hearers, but afterwards he taught to his disciples that which not even they had learned from its mere telling. There were gathered unto him great multitudes, and he spake to them many things in parables. And afterwards the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? And he answered and said unto them, Unto you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. Therefore I speak to them in parables. Hear you now therefore the explanation of the parables. Paul also had regard to the individual peculiarities of those whom he would teach, and adapted himself to them accordingly. Open quotes. To the Jew I became as a Jew, that I might gain Jews, he says. To the weak I became weak, that I might gain the weak. I am become all things by turn to all the different sorts of men, that I may by all these different means save some. Close quotes. Paul would never have attempted to teach all the scholars in one class after the same pattern. A teacher's study of his every scholar is quite as important as his study of his every lesson, and the former study ought, in fact, to precede the latter study. For until you know whom you are to teach, how can you judge what is to be taught to him? It has been wisely said on this subject that a sick soul needs not a lecture on medicine, but a prescription. If you are to prescribe for a moral patient, you need to get down alongside of that patient and to feel his pulse and to look at his tongue in order to know what is his precise condition and what are his present requirements. With the highest attainable medical skills and with the well-supplied apothecary's shop at his service, no physician would administer a prescription intelligently unless he knows who was the patient and what were the nature and the stage of his disorder. Nor is a teacher more potent in his sphere than is a physician in his. The best teacher in the world is not prepared to teach a Sunday school class until he knows the members of that class. He must know whom he is to cause to know a truth before he can fairly begin to cause that truth to be known. Solomon was wise enough, and even under divine inspiration, he was not too wise to perceive and to point out the duty of treating each child as an individual personality in all attempts at his training. Open quotes. Train up, or from the start teach a child, any child, every child, in the way he should go, not necessarily in the way of the other children, not in one and the same way for all children, but in his particular way, the way in which he, out of all the mass of humanity, ought to go, whether any other child ever went that way before, or whether any other child will ever be suited to go that way again. And then, when he is old, he will not depart from it. Close quotes. That is Solomon's idea, although that is not the idea which popular era has twisted from that inspired injunction. As the speaker's commentary says on this passage, open quotes, instead of sanctioning a vigorous monotony of discipline under the notion that it is the right way for all children, for all our scholars, the proverb enjoins the closest possible study of each child's temperament and the adaptation of his way to that, close quotes. And as it is in training, so it is in teaching. Knowing the scholar individually is essential to teaching the scholar fittingly. And section 8.
Section 9 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ehsan, Teaching and Teachers, by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its essentials. You must know what you are to teach. Scholars may study, but teachers must. A Boston blunder, knowing about the lesson without knowing the lesson. A Yorkshire method, what you must be sure of. When you fairly know whom you are to teach, then comes the question, what are you to teach him? And until you know for yourself what you would cause your scholar to know for himself, you are obviously in no state of fitness to begin your work of causing him to know anything, of beginning your part in the twofold teaching process, the twofold learning process. You will 10 times hear a teacher's complaint that his scholars do not study, where you once hear a teacher's admission that he goes to his class without knowing that which he seeks to cause his scholars to know. Yet, a scholar's study in advance of the school hour is not indispensable to a teacher's teaching, whereas a teacher's knowledge of that which he is to teach is indispensable. Study on the scholar's part is very important in its place, important to the scholar in the exercise of his mental faculties and in the storing of his mind. But the scholar's preliminary study is no part of a teacher's teaching. It is not an element of the teaching process. That which a scholar has learned all by himself before he and his teacher come together, the scholar deserves all credit for. That which the teacher is to cause a scholar to know must be the teacher's possession before he can make it the scholar's possession. If hearing a recitation were teaching, then it would not be necessary for a teacher to know in advance that which his scholar is to recite in the class. The real work in such a case would be the scholar's, in his preliminary study of the matter to be recited. The teacher's duty might be performed by a vigorous hold on the catechism or the Bible in the class hour, and by the exercise of his lungs in asking the question or in giving the word for a start, the exercise of his eyes in following the lesson text, and by the exercise of his ears in noting the recitation. Such teaching as that would not require any special preparation by the teacher for his classwork week by week. Much that is called teaching is, however, just that and no more. But calling it teaching does not make it teaching. It is not teaching, even if it is called that. Teaching involves and necessitates both a teacher and a scholar, and also a preliminary knowledge by the teacher of that which he is to cause the scholar to know by the aid of his teaching. It's obvious that we cannot intelligently cause another to know what we do not first know ourselves. The blind may, it is true, kindly undertake to lead the blind, but it is more than probable that both leader and led in such a case will, sooner or later, land in the ditch. There is a good deal of such leading, and a good deal of such landing, along our Sunday school highways at the present day, but that does not by any means increase our desirableness of the method or of its results, nor does it change the nature of either. An inspired writer said of some would-be teachers 18 centuries ago, "For when, by reason of the time, ye ought to be teachers, ye have need again that some one teach you the rudiments of the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk, and not of solid food." And that suggestion would have as much force in the case of great many teachers now as it had then. In Boston Harbor there is a reformatory school ship in which boys are placed to learn the rudiments of navigation and of mental and religious knowledge. One day, while the superintendent of that school ship was on shore, a stranger visited the vessel, and according to the custom he addressed the boys collectively. According also to a too common custom of talkers, if not of teachers, the stranger attempted to make use of illustrations with which he was unfamiliar, by indulging in the nautical figures of speech, where he was at every disadvantage with his bright sailor boy hearers. When the superintendent returned, he said to the boys at their evening gathering for prayer, "Boys, I understand you had a stranger to talk to you today?" "Yes, sir," came up from 100 voices. "Well, what did he talk to you about?" "About two things that he didn't understand," was the unexpected response from one sharp boy. "Why, what two things were those?" "Ships and religion," was the witty answer, as giving the measure of that talker's knowledge of the topics he attempted to handle deftly. It would be well if no one since that stranger had attempted to teach what he did not understand. You are going to teach. Well, what are you going to teach? To teach Bible truth, but Bible truth is a large subject. You can hardly teach all of it at once. What part of it are you going to teach now? Oh, today's lesson, of course. What is today's lesson? It is Mark 5, verse 21 to 43. I didn't ask what the lesson is, but what is it? It is power over disease and death. I didn't ask what the lesson is called, or what it is about, but what is the lesson? Why, the lesson is a number of verses out of Mark's Gospel, telling certain facts in the life of Jesus, showing his power to heal the sick and to raise the dead, and including several points of interest bearing on his knowledge as well as his power, and on the spirit of faith which he approved. Well, now the facts of this lesson clearly involve some points of geography and chronology, and of Jewish manners and customs in the days of Jesus. Are you thoroughly familiar with all of these? Oh no, I look upon such matters as of minor consequence. Very good. What do you look upon as of chief importance in this lesson? Do you propose to teach the mere words of the lesson so that all your scholars can recite them, or the facts, or the involved doctrines, or the practical applications of both facts and doctrines? Oh, I wouldn't confine my teachings to the mere memorizing of the words, nor to the mere facts. Yet I should want both words and facts to have a place in the teaching, and I should have in mind the doctrines and the applications, and I should try to teach more or less of them. Well, have you now fully in your mind the facts of this lesson and the implied doctrines and their applications which you propose to teach your scholars as a class, and to one scholar and another of that class as individuals? Until you have all this in your mind, you are not fitted to teach all this to your scholars. If you have it in mind, it is because you as a teacher have made wise preparation so far for today's lesson teaching. One thing is sure, unless you know before you begin to teach just what you would cause your scholars to know by your teaching, they are not likely to know, when the class hour is over, just what you have caused them to know by your teaching. If telling a thing or teaching that thing, the necessary preparation of a teacher for his teaching work would be greatly diminished. He would only have to fill his mind with such things as he deemed worth knowing or worth telling, and then pour them out to his class in a stream of resistless eloquence. He might then talk to his class about Bible geography or Bible chronology, or the manners and customs of Bible lands, or the facts of the day's lesson, or the chief doctrines involved, or the applications of both facts and doctrines, just as he happened to think of these things, or as his class seemed to be interested in what he was saying. But all this could be done without any teaching whatsoever. There can be no teaching where nothing is learned. Until someone has been caused to know the teaching attempted has been a success, is not a completed fact. Hence, a teacher cannot know what he is to teach until he knows what he can teach at that time to the scholar or to the scholars before him. He must not only know what he would tell to his class, but he must know what he can cause the members of his class to know with the help of his teaching. Because the sick soul needs not a lecture on medicine, but a preparation, therefore it is essential that he who would prescribe for a sick soul should not only know the peculiar capabilities and needs of his patient, but be familiar also with the nature and strength of the medicine to be prescribed for the particular case under treatment. It might answer in Dotheboys Hall, before Mr. Dickens laid bare the methods of that Yorkshire institution, to prescribe a dose of sulphur and molasses for all the schoolboys alike, on a winter's morning, whatever was the state of their appetites and digestive organs. But that would hardly be called a wise medical treatment of the young in any first-class boarding school at the present day, nor does the fact that a similar mode of supplying all the scholars in a class or school with the same mental dose, and that according to the teacher's fancy rather than the scholar's need, still prevails in many a Sunday school of our land, prove that there can be such a thing as intelligent teaching, where the teacher does not know what he would like to teach can be put within the comprehension, or is at all suited to the peculiar needs of the scholars he essays to teach. The medicine itself must be known, and the size of a safe dose for the patient in hand must be duly considered by the physician, before there can be any wise prescribing for any patient, young or old. You must know what you can teach in this particular case, before it can fairly be said that you know what you are to teach. To know what you are to teach necessitates an intelligent study of your lesson, while the scholars whom you are to teach are before your mind's eye as you are studying. You must consider well the capabilities and needs of your class as a whole, and of your scholars individually. You must know what there is in the day's lesson, which it would be well for your scholars to know. You must know also whether or not your scholars can be made to know just that. If it is within your possibilities of their comprehension, then it is for you to get it fully and fairly into your mind, in order that it may be transferred to their minds. Until you know the lesson in this way, you do not know what you are to teach, and surely you are not prepared for teaching until you know thus much. End of section 9.
Section 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke, Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. You must know who you are to teach. Number 3. You must know who you are to teach. Knowing how is essential to well-being. A doctor with all the knowledge but one. The need of a vendor. Choosing your method. Even when you know accurately whom you are to teach and what you are to teach, you still are unprepared to bear your part in the twofold teaching process unless you know how you are to teach. The scholar being before you and being well understood by you, the truth which you would teach him, which you would aid him to learn being well in your mind, the questions still remain unanswered. How are you to teach him? How are you to make him the mental processor of that which is now your mind treasure, and which you desire to have him possess? In everything which needs doing, a knowledge of the method of doing is of prime importance. A man cannot milk a cow, or wash a garret, or make a shoe, or paint a picture, or write a book, or keep a hotel, or do anything else in this weather, unless perhaps it is to fill a government office, without knowing how. The fact that the work attempted is a religious one does not make it any less important that the doer should know how to do it. He who would preach must know how to preach, and he who would teach must know how to teach. No man can call himself ready to teach until he knows how he is to teach, until he is not only acquainted with wise methods of teaching, but has decided upon his plan in accordance with those methods for the work immediately before him. It is one thing to have knowledge on any subject. It is quite another thing to be able to make that knowledge practically available to others. A young man goes through a course of study in medicine. He reads treatises in one branch and another of medical science and medical practice, and he attends lecture after lecture from eminent professor in every branch. All this is very well in its way, but it does not in and of itself make the young man a good physician. When the student is fully under examination for a medical diploma, it will not be deemed sufficient that he has attended the lectures regularly and has studied the books faithfully, nor yet that his mind is stored with great facts concerning the constitution and the disorders of the human body to which he is preparing to minister, and the nature and force of the remedies from which he is to select for each case under treatment. He must also be able to say what he would do in a given emergency, how he would treat a particular case when it was before him. Imagine, for example, the examination of a medical student. Suppose you were called to see a man who has taken an overdose of laudanum and was rapidly sinking. How would you treat the case? I should at once recognize his great danger and my great responsibility, and I should want to do the very best I could do for him. That is very well, so far as your feelings and wishes go. But now, what is your knowledge of the thing to be done in this emergency? Well, I think I ought to have some knowledge in that line. I have attended medical lectures for 3 years, and the subject of poisons was handled at our college by one of the most distinguished toxicologists in this country. Moreover, I have read on that subject as much as any young man of my age whom I know of. You certainly seem to have had good opportunities of learning, and now you are trying to find out if you can put your knowledge to a good account. What would you do for this patient? I should tell him plainly that his life depends on his getting that laudanum out of his stomach. Yes, but he must be already so drowsy that he couldn't hear you, or indeed he might not care to be cured. What then? Oh, I can't tell exactly what I would do in such a case. I have studied medicine faithfully. I know all about the human system and all about drugs and medicines. When I come to a case of any sort, I shall look at it as it is and decide what it is best to do under the circumstances. I can't say beforehand just what I would do. Well, if you do not know how you would go to work to serve a man who was singing under laudanum or who had punctured the femoral artery, it would be too great a risk for the patient to be in your hands while you were deciding what was the proper mode of his treatment. He would be pretty sure to die on your hands in spite of all your lecture hearing and your home studying. We shall not call you ready to practice medicine until you know how to handle it in order to make it effective in a life and death matter of this kind. Just here a passerby interjects his view of methods. I have never attended any medical lectures nor read much on this subject, but I have seen the doctors treat some cases like the one you're talking about. And if I were at hand, when there was no one else to help, I would get such a man to swallow lukewarm water with mustard or soap in it, a pint at a time, and if that didn't answer, I would have my finger down his throat, and when that poison was out of him, I would have him take strong hot tea or coffee and get him to bed, seeing to it that his respiration and pulse were kept up by artificial chafings and fomentations, and finally that he had good rest and nourishment. Well, now that sounds practical. It seems that the knowing how to do is the best kind of knowledge in such a case. It is all important to the poisoned man that one who is treating him knows how to help him, even though he lacks the stores of other kinds of knowledge which fill the mind of a medical student who knows everything except the how to make his knowledge available. In every profession, it is the same as in medicine, and so it is in every occupation. A lawyer must not only know the law and know his client's case, but he must know how to draw up his papers, how to make his motions, how to proceed at every step of the trial. He must have a plan beforehand in the questioning or the cross-questioning of every witness on the stand, and in his method of bringing every man of the jury to see the case as he sees it. And what would an architect or a builder be worth as a practical matter, however much knowledge he has had of styles or details of architecture, unless he knew how to arrange for the building material so as to have each part fit the other part, and to have every part ready just when and where it was wanted. From ruling a kingdom down to weeding an onion bed, it is quite as important to know how to do what needs doing as it is to have stores of knowledge concerning the things to be done. There is no class of persons in the world who more need to have a knowledge of wise methods in their line of work than Sunday school teachers. And there are none who more commonly fail or fall short in their best endeavors because of their lack just here. Inasmuch as the essence of teaching is causing another to know, it is not enough that the teacher knows whom he would teach and what he would teach until he knows how he is to teach. He is yet unprepared for his teaching work. He must know the method by which he is to cause his scholar to know that which he knows, and which he wishes the other to know also, or his knowledge of both his subject and his scholar inevitably comes to naught. He may be brimful of Bible truth, and brimful also of a knowledge of human nature in general and of his scholars in particular, brimful again of love for his subject and of love for his scholars. But all this threefold brimfulness is not sufficient to make him a teacher, nor can he be a teacher unless he knows how to teach, how to get some of his brimfulness into his scholars' brim emptiness. Is not that obvious? At a local Sunday school convention in New England, this question of knowing how to teach was under discussion. If only a teacher is full of his subject, said one speaker, there will be no trouble in his knowing how to teach his class. I don't agree to that, said another. A barrel of cider may be so full that the cider won't run when you draw the tap. It won't run just because the barrel is so full. You must give some vent to that barrel elsewhere than at the tap, and you must know where to put the vent. Fullness is by no means the only qualification of a good teacher, nor is its lack the chief need in the Sunday school teachers of today. Getting the vent wall in the right place is quite as important as drawing the tap in order to supply most of our Sunday school classes with all that the teaching barrel before them can furnish for their benefit. There are few Sunday school teachers, very few, who do not know more about each lesson in hand than they know how to teach. If the average Sunday school teacher could cause every scholar of his class to know all that he knows of the lesson under consideration, there will be such an advancement in Bible knowledge as our fathers never dreamed of for this generation, and as we are not likely to see for some time to come. It is even affirmed by one of the most careful and accurate of our educational philosophers that, open quotes, it is a fallacy to assert that there is any necessary connection between knowing a subject and knowing how to teach it, close quotes. If, however, these two kinds of knowledge have no necessary connection to begin with, they need to be connected in the mind of one who would prove himself a teacher. There are various methods of teaching. Not all subjects are to be taught in the same way. Not all teachers can use the same method. Not all methods are alike suited to every scholar, nor are all teachers to be instructed in the methods of teaching best adapted to them and to their classes through the study of any one set of rules and precepts. It is for each teacher to decide for himself the method of teaching which, all things considered, is most desirable for him in the teaching of the lesson in hand to the particular scholars he is set to teach. The great question is not, what are the different approved methods of teaching? Not what method of teaching is most commonly successful in the Sunday school, but what method of teaching am I to adopt in the teaching of this lesson to this class, or how am I to cause these scholars to know these truths which I know and which I want them to know? That question settled, and there is another point gained in preparation for teaching. And section 10.
Section 11 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by StoryThyme. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process. Its Elements. Preliminary Statement. And now we pass from the essentials for the teaching process to the several elements of that process, from that which is requisite for its attempting to that which is involved in the act itself. The teaching process being, as is already shown, of a twofold nature, involving teaching on the one hand and learning on the other, its elements are threefold, including a portion for each party separately, and a third portion for the two parties conjointly. The teacher must be ready to impart. The scholar must be ready to receive. Teacher and scholar must combine for the transfer. Neither party can complete the work without the other, nor can the two parties complete the work without conjoint action. To begin with, the scholar must be attentive to the teacher who would cause him to learn. Then, the teacher must make clear what he would have the scholar learn. Then the twofold work of the teaching process, which is also the learning process, can go on by the combined endeavor of the teacher and the learner. Hence, it would appear that the elements of the teaching process, as viewed from the standpoint of the teacher, are having the scholar's attention, making clear that which is to be taught, securing the scholar's co-work with the teacher. Without these three elements, the teaching process cannot be complete. End of section 11. Section 12 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by StoryThyme. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process. Its elements. 1. Having the attention of those you would teach. No teaching without attention. What attention is. Attention on the playground. Attention in the army. Attention in the Sunday school. Attention at family prayers. The necessity of holding attention as well as getting it. It is obvious that, even when the teacher has his scholar before him, has also, in his own mind, well-defined facts or views which he would transfer to the mind of his scholar, and has, furthermore, a well-defined plan of teaching, all this preparedness amounts to just nothing at all, unless the teacher has, and holds, the attention of his scholar. Without the attention of his scholar, the best teacher in the world cannot be a teacher to that scholar. Shakespeare says, quote, "The crow doth sing as sweetly as the lark, when neither is attended." End quote. And the poorest teacher can do no worse than the best teacher, when neither has attention. So far, perhaps, all will be ready to agree. Every teacher expects to have his scholar's attention, and many a teacher flatters himself that he has it, when nothing like it is given to him. What is attention? Attention is literally the stretching of oneself toward a thing. It is the energetic application of the mind to any object, with a view to perceive, understand, or comply. Attention involves the giving of oneself, by an intelligent surrender or devotion, to the one thing reached after, to the exclusion or forgetfulness, for the time being, of everything else. Attention is something more than being silent. Silence is very often the result of listlessness or of slumber. Attention is something more than looking straight at the person or the thing needing attention. Staring at vacancy gives all the fixity of gaze that the best attention calls for. But staring is, by no means, the giving of attention. Attention is something more than hearing. One may hear the clatter of the steam cars in which he rides, the din and rattle of the city streets along which he walks, or the rush and roar of the storm outside his house as he sits at home on a wintry night, and yet give no attention to that which he hears. His attention may be wholly on the book he is reading, the business matter he is considering, or the picture he is examining, while the discordant sounds about him are heard without being heeded, Attention is something more than having an interest in a subject before one. Every man has an interest in his health, in his reputation, in his spiritual welfare, but not every man gives attention to these things. He may even fail of attention to that which has more of his interest than anything else. The spirit may be willing and earnest, while the flesh is lethargic or weak. An overloaded stomach or a badly ventilated room may keep a person from giving attention to words on a subject which has a vital and urgent interest to him. He came to the room expressly to hear about this, but just now he is dropping off into a doze, and he doesn't care whether school keeps or not. Real attention includes looking at, listening to, being interested in, and, with a positive exercise of the will, reaching out after the thing demanding attention. Until a scholar is thus attentive, no teacher on the face of the earth is capable of teaching that scholar. Let a boy have the bat in a game of cricket. What hope is there of his saving his wicket if he fails of attention to the movements of his opposing bowler? How much would a fielder be worth to catch the ball on the fly if he gave no attention to the batsman in a game of baseball? Leave out attention in a sportsman's gunning, and what would be his chances of success in the region of duck or partridges? Attention is no less a necessity in the more serious business of getting knowledge than in the games and sports of life. Until you have attention, you cannot begin the teaching process. There are a good many things which you would like to have in a scholar, which, after all, you can get along without, but attention is not one of these. A scholar may lack knowledge. He may lack brightness. He may lack a good disposition, and yet he may be taught by you. But while a scholar lacks attention, teaching him is an impossibility. It is every way useless for a teacher to begin an effort at teaching until he has, in some way, secured the attention of his scholars. In military service, every plan and every movement are on a life and death basis. All that is said and all that is done have an important part in making each man, who is either in authority or under authority, a success or a failure in that which he lives for, and for which he stands ready to die. Officers and men have a common interest and a twofold work in that to which they have pledged themselves and which they have together undertaken. The power of the officers for that work is in and through their men. The efficiency of the men for that work is by and through the direction of their officers. Neither man nor officer amounts to anything without the other. There ought to be a lesson, then, in the method of securing the twofold work of officers and men in the army. However skilled are the officers, and however well disciplined and experienced are the men, before any movement is attempted, or any command to such movement is given, the one word that always rings out from the commanding officer, as preliminary to his specific direction, is attention. There stand the soldiers, already in line, uniformed and trained alike. They are as silent as the grave itself. Their eyes are on their commander, as if he were the only object of their sight. Their ears are open to the faintest whisper of his voice. Is not this enough? Are those soldiers not already at attention? No. Attention includes more than all this mere quiet passivity of being. There is an active, conscious, determined, earnest outstretching of oneself to heed and to co-work with the one who is to speak, which is essential to the act of attention. The commander's call, "Attention, battalion," is as if he were to say, "Soldiers, I know you well. You know me. Our interests are one. I have words to speak to you, and I have work for you to do, your lives and mine, and that which is dearer to us both than life itself, hinge on my wise direction and your faithful doing. Now then, heed well and be ready to do. The experience of centuries has taught soldiers that there is no hope of success in any army struggle unless the officers have first secured and are still holding their men's attention. And all the experience of the world tends to show that untrained scholars have quite as much need as trained soldiers of giving attention to their leaders. In a work wherein leaders and led must act together or utterly fail. Yet, it is a very difficult matter to get and to hold attention in a class. And the lack of attention is more common and more disastrous in Sunday school work than is commonly supposed. This in itself would be a reason, if other reasons were lacking, why telling a thing is not likely to be the teaching of that thing. For most of the telling in the Sunday school is to those who are not giving their attention to the speaker. Professor Hart gives a striking illustration of this truth out of his experience as superintendent of a Sunday school in one of the more prominent churches in Philadelphia. He says, quote, "In my own Sunday school, I had neglected one morning to bring with me the teacher's class books. After opening the school, I rang the bell as a signal for attention. The fact that this was unusual was a break in the ordinary course of the exercises, gave it an added and a special prominence before the entire school. There was a general hush throughout the room. All eyes were turned to the desk. I said, 'Your class books, unfortunately, have been left behind this morning. They have been sent for, however, and they will soon be here. As soon as they come, I will bring them round to the several classes. In the meantime, you may go on with your regular lessons.' The bell was then tapped again, and the routine of the school resumed. In about a minute, a girl came up to the desk with, 'Sir, teacher says, will you please send her class book? It was not brought around as usual this morning before school opened.' Here was a class of 10 girls, averaging 12 years of age, and not one of them, nor their teacher, had heard or understood the notice which I thought I had made so plain." End quote. Nor was the lack of attention thus indicated a marked exception in the experience of Sunday school classes. If you think that attention is easily secured, or that it is commonly given by listeners of ordinary intelligence, test the matter sometime in your home circle, at family prayers, when you are reading a Bible lesson. I have tried it in this way scores of times, and almost always with the same result. When all were seated, with the understanding that this was a religious service, and that the Bible reading was worthy of the attention of all, I have read a verse or two from the Bible, and then have suddenly asked a question as to the particular statements of the verses just read, in order to see how many of my hearers had given their attention to the reading. Rarely have I obtained the correct answer from any one of those present. Of course, this would have been different had I announced to begin with, 'I am now going to read a verse, and then question you as to its statements. Please give your attention accordingly.' My tests have been unexpectedly applied, for the purpose of ascertaining the ordinary attitude of the hearer in the matter of attention. For example, I would read the passage in Mark, chapter 10, verses 32 through 45, beginning, quote, "And they were in the way, going up to Jerusalem, and Jesus went before them, and they were amazed. And as they followed, they were afraid. And he took again the 12, and began to tell them what things should happen unto him." End quote. Now, If I were to ask my questions about this verse, while the very words themselves were ringing in the ears of the hearers, the right answers might be given through a recall of the still echoing sounds. Therefore, I would, as it were, break this echo by such a comment as this. You will remember that this was not long after the Transfiguration. Then I would go on to ask, by the way, how many of the disciples were with Jesus just now? Perhaps the answer, suggested by this mention of the Transfiguration, would be, I think there were 3, Peter and James and John. Or again, one would say, I don't recall how many were with Jesus at this time. But, I would say, I have just read to you a verse which tells you how many were there. Yet, even then, it is quite likely that not one of my hearers could recall the statement as to the 12, which had been read to them, while they were not giving attention. So again, if I were to ask, was Jesus at this time walking in the midst of his disciples, or were they just ahead of him? Or, can you tell me where the disciples were going when this incident occurred? Not one time in 10 have I ever obtained a correct answer from even my more intelligent and thoughtful hearers on such a test as this. And this is only one of many proofs that close attention is not easy to secure, nor is it commonly secured in ordinary religious services. Yet, without having attention, the teaching process must still wait for its very beginning. Nor is it less important to hold a scholar's attention than to catch it. No teacher can begin to teach until he has caught the attention of his scholar. The moment that a teacher loses a scholar's attention, he ceases to be teaching that scholar. Holding the attention is as essential to a teacher's work as keeping his balance is to a walker on a tightrope. In either case, the loss is fatal to success. This being so, it is evident that a vital question to the teacher as he begins his classwork, and at every moment as he goes on in it, is not, am I saying what needs to be said, and saying it so that these scholars ought to take it in? But, am I holding the attention of my scholars? Failure at this point is, to say the least, a complete suspension of the teacher's work, and it ought to be so recognized by all. How to get attention, and how to hold it, are matters in the art of teaching, which are to be studied wisely, in view of one's personal characteristics and the peculiar needs and ways of his class. But until a teacher realizes that he cannot begin to teach without having attention, or continue to teach without holding attention, he fails as yet to apprehend one of the prime essentials of the teaching process. End of section 12. Section 13 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by StoryThyme. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process. Its Elements. 2. Making clear that which you teach. Making truth clear is more than declaring truth. Intermediate agencies in the transfer of ideas. Words less expressive than visible objects. Signs have not always the same meaning. Speaking in unknown tongues. Children's impressions from unfamiliar words. Cultivating stupidity. Getting the return message. When a teacher, fully possessed of a truth worth teaching, fully familiar with wise methods of teaching, and fully acquainted with the scholar whom he would teach, finds himself face to face with that scholar, and the scholar, in turn, is there, all intent on receiving instruction, then comes the teacher's duty of making clear that which he would teach to the scholar. And making a truth clear is something more than stating and declaring a truth, often a great deal more. Truth cannot be transferred bodily from one mind to another. It is always dependent for its transfer on some intermediate agency. The agency employed for the transfer of thought may be words, gestures, or visible objects, such as pictures, blocks, or figures. But in any case, the agency is, at the best, only a symbol of the idea, and not the idea itself. The symbol chosen by a teacher may or may not be clear to his scholar. Unless it is clear, or is subsequently made so, it fails of success in its designated mission to that scholar. Words are commonly less expressive and less definitive than visible objects. A word is an arbitrary sign adopted by those who choose to accept it. As standing for or suggesting a particular thing, it carries no meaning in itself. To those who are uninstructed in its accepted symbolism or suggestions, any word is meaningless or misleading. Just here is where visible objects often have a decided advantage in making one's meaning clear. The word like or dislike, for example, would convey a clear meaning to one fairly acquainted with English. But it would give no idea to a Hindu, nor even to a Frenchman. But a gesture of approval or of repulsion, with an accompanying facial expression of satisfaction or of disgust, would be understood alike the wide world over. So again, the word dog or the word rose would convey a meaning in one part of the world, but not in another, while a finished picture of the animal or of the flower would make the thing designated clear to anyone who could see, whatever language he was accustomed to. But gestures, pictures, and words may all fail of conveying one's meaning to another. They will fail unless they are used well and wisely. Not all signs have the same meaning the world over. In our part of the world, it is a sign of respect to bare one's head, but not one's feet, on entering a church or a private house. But in the East, respect is shown, under the same circumstances, by taking off one's shoes and keeping one's head covered. Nor is a picture equally plain to all. An outline sketch conveys an idea to an observer just in proportion to the play and training of the observer's imaginative faculties. And so it is with a map drawing, or even with a photograph of mountain landscape. The visible object employed as an agency of instruction does not in itself make clear the thing it is designed to represent. The teacher has a work to do in making that agency effective to the end. In words, far more than in gestures or in pictures as an agency of communication, there is room for misunderstanding, and there is need of care and effort in making their meaning clear. Persons who are supposed to use the same language often fail to employ words in a signification common to both parties. A capital illustration of this truth is found in Mark Twain's description of an interview between a rough Nevada miner, using the common slang phrases of his region, and the new minister, quote, yet unacquainted with the ways of the mines, end quote, when the miner's object was to engage the minister to conduct the funeral services of a dead comrade. Each speaker employs his own language, which has a meaning in his mind, but conveys no meaning to the other. "Are you the duck that runs the gospel mill next door?" asks the miner. "Am I the— pardon me, I believe I do not understand," queries the minister. "Why, you see," says the miner, "we are in a bit of trouble, and the boys thought maybe you would give us a lift if we'd tackle you. That is, if I've got the rights of it, and you are the head clerk of the doxology works next door." "I am the shepherd in charge of the flock whose fold is next door." "The which?" the spiritual advisor of the little company of believers whose sanctuary adjoins these premises. Here the miner begins to see that the trouble is in the language used. Scratching his head, he says, in gambler's phrase, "You rather hold over me, pard. I reckon I can't call that hand. Ante, and pass the buck." "How? I beg pardon. What did I understand you to say?" "Well, you've rather got the bulge on me. Or maybe we've both got the bulge somehow. You don't smoke me, and I don't smoke you. You see, one of the boys has passed in his checks, and we want to give him a good send-off. And so the thing I'm on now is to roust out some body to jerk a little chin music for us, and waltz him through handsome. My friend, I seem to grow more and more bewildered. Your observations are wholly incomprehensible to me. Cannot you simplify them in some way?" And after this fashion, these two men go on trying in vain to make clear, by the words they severally employ, ideas which are simple enough in themselves, but which here lack a common agency of transmission. And what is thus pictured in fiction is found in lesser or larger measure as a fact in many a preacher's congregation or Sunday school teacher's class, when the one who seeks to convey instruction has no thought of the barrier to his success which exists in the words he employs as a means of expressing his ideas. A large share of the really important words used by most ministers are practically unintelligible to a large proportion of their hearers, and a large proportion of the words relied on by Sunday school teachers for the conveying of their ideas to their scholars convey no meaning, or a wrong one, to those to whom they are thus addressed. Hearers generally gain their idea of a public discourse from its drift, rather than from its detailed statements, or, perhaps yet more commonly, from a single pointed remark or telling illustration used by the speaker. And it is by no means a rare thing for a hearer to receive from a speaker just the opposite impression from that which the speaker sought to express. It may or may not be true that a good woman heard an English bishop preach from the text, quote, "The fool hath said in his heart, there is no God," end quote. And when, afterwards, asked by the distinguished preacher whether she had enjoyed the sermon, responded, "Oh, it was all very fine, but, my Lord, I believe there's a God for all that." Even if this is not veritable, it might have been. As marked a misunderstanding as this of a preacher's meaning occurs in more places than one on every Lord's Day, in both England and America. On one occasion, within my personal knowledge, the Reverend Dr. Bushnell, in preaching a sermon, sought to guard himself against being misunderstood by saying explicitly, "Now, do not understand me as saying this." And thereupon he stated what he did not mean to teach. "Nor understand me as saying this," he said, before stating another proposition. And so again the third time. In that case, however, one of the more prominent hearers of Dr. Bushnell, a man of far more than average intelligence, made an attack on Dr. Bushnell in the public prints as having taught in that sermon the very things which Dr. Bushnell had said he did not mean. And the critic quoted all of the words of one of those statements after another, except the word "not," in proof of his assertion. And this was not on a point of theology, where terms are peculiarly liable to be misapprehended, but it was in the field of practical life, where there was less apparent danger of ambiguity of statement, and the critic was unquestionably honest in believing that the preacher had affirmed what he really had denied. Children are continually getting wrong impressions as to the meaning of words, and as to the relations of different facts communicated to them. And unless those errors are ascertained and corrected, there is no hope of making truth clear within the scope of those errors. When my little son was 6 years old, he stood at the window watching the signs of a funeral from a neighbor's house. As the coffin was carried out, He expressed surprise at its length, since it contained only the dead man's body. Thereupon, a few questions from the boy's mother revealed the fact that the very effort to teach him that only the body is laid away in the grave had given him the not unnatural idea that the head and arms and legs were carefully removed before burial. Again, in my home circle, the Sunday school lessons were read over and talked about at family prayers. One of my daughters was greatly interested in the story of Joseph. When the transfer was made in the lesson course from Genesis to Matthew, I found that my daughter was supposing for some time that Joseph of Nazareth, who went down into Egypt with the Holy Child, was the same Joseph about whom she had known as living in Egypt before then. For this error I was to blame, not she, for I had not made clear the difference between the two Josephs and the two periods of their lives. I was, at one time, examining a school of bright Massachusetts children concerning their lessons about the Israelites in Egypt. In what country were the Israelites living at this time? I asked. In Egypt, came up as the answer from all. In what state or in what condition were the Israelites held while in Egypt? In bondage. I wondered whether all knew the meaning of that word they had given so readily. So I asked, "What do you mean by bondage? What is bondage?" "A house," was the answer from several. This raised a laugh, and other scholars answered, "Slavery." But I saw at once that those mistaken scholars had been misled, not unnaturally, by the title of the first lesson of the quarter, as given in the International Series, The House of Bondage. A mistake just there was, however, hardly less important to the thread of the quarter's lesson than was, in its place, the doubt of the juryman, who at the close of an important trial asked to be informed of the meaning of the words plaintiff and defendant, which he had heard used so freely in the testimony and arguments in the case. A little explanation would, in either instance, have made the doubtful language clear, but it was all important that the explanation be at the opening, rather than at the close, of the examination of the subject under investigation. A Massachusetts Sunday school teacher was talking with her scholars about one of our Lord's miracles of healing, and she said that Jesus was now just as ready to make our souls whole and sound as he was in olden time to make men's bodies whole. After pressing this point, she asked that any who thought that their souls were in no need of cure would raise their hands. Up went several hands. At this, she asked what they understood by having their souls cured. Promptly, there came back the answer from a bright little boy. "You mean when the bottom of our feet don't ache?" An odd conception that, but one which, while it remained, was a hopeless barrier to making the truth clear concerning spiritual wholeness. A gentleman told me that, when he was a lad, he went to his Christian employer and sought counsel under his burden of conscious sin. "Your only hope," was the reply, "is in accepting Jesus Christ as the propitiation for your sins." What propitiation meant, that teacher did not make clear, nor did the scholar know for himself. And so, for a time, it barred the way of salvation, instead of pointing it out. In view of one's constant liability to use words which his hearers do not understand, or which, for the time being, they misapprehend, a teacher has the responsibility and the duty of being always careful to make clear to his scholars the truths he would teach them. And in this effort, a teacher may not rest satisfied with the mere declaration of the truth, in words that seem to himself explicit and plain, nor can he be sure that he has made the truth clear, just because his scholars restate to him in the same words the truth he has declared to them. Telling a thing is not in itself teaching that thing, nor is hearing a recitation teaching the thing recited. The words which the teacher employs in the telling may be words which the scholar does not understand, Or again, the scholar may misapprehend the point and the purport of the teacher's statements, even while he knows the meaning of the several words employed. If this be the case as the scholar hears the words, it is in no way changed by the scholar's repeating the words back again just as he heard them. You send a message in cipher by telegraph. The operator at the other end of the line repeats back that message just as he received it, in order to show that it was sent correctly. But neither the receiving of these words nor the repeating them by that operator gives him any idea of their true meaning, for they are in cipher. A great deal of the ordinary class teaching in Sunday school is in cipher, a cipher of which the key has never been given to the scholars. The undue reliance on mere words as an agency in the work of imparting knowledge has been a prominent cause of retarding the attainment of knowledge in the minds of scholars who have been taught to memorize words in our weekday schools and our Sunday schools, under the impression that the knowledge of the words was, to a certain extent at least, identical with the knowledge of the truths symbolized by those words. Some years ago, a notable paper appeared in the London Journal of Psychological Medicine on the artificial production of stupidity in schools. It started out with the story of a learned judge who praised a retiring witness by saying, "You are entitled to great credit, sir. You must have taken infinite pains with yourself. No man could naturally be so stupid." Then it went on to show that, in this process of unintelligent memorizing and of rote recitations, and in this attention to the mere words of a lesson under consideration, there is actually no exercise of the distinctive brain character which elevates man above the lower order of animals. Upon testing the educational systems of the present day by even the most elementary principles of psychology, said this article, it becomes apparent that a very large number of children receive precisely the kind of training which has been bestowed upon a learned pig. It even went farther and declared, quote, "We conceive that the recent development of nervous physiology entitles us to maintain that learning by rote is at once the effect and the evidence of operations limited to the sensorial ganglia, and that such operations have no tendency, however they may be complicated or prolonged, to excite those functions of the cerebrum which are the peculiar attributes of humanity." End quote. Which is only a scientific and technical way of saying that fastening words in the mind is never identical, nor ever can be identical, with getting ideas into the mind. That if you would have a scholar in advance of a talking parrot or a learned pig, you must find some way of making clear to him what you would cause him to know, apart from merely telling him words or from having him memorize words. Nor is this a truth which has been recognized for the first time in our generation. In Pope's Dunciad, when the goddess of dullness comes in her majesty to destroy order and science, and to substitute the kingdom of the dull upon earth, the geniuses of the schools approach her and assure her of their care to advance her cause by confining youth to words, and keeping them out of the way of real knowledge. Their reasoning is, quote, "Since man from beast by words is known, words are man's province, words we teach alone. We ply the memory, we load the brain, bind rebel wit, and double chain on chain, confine the thought to exercise the breath, and keep them in the pale of words till death." End quote. That will answer for the servants of the goddess of dullness, but it is not the way for those who would cause their scholars to know the truth, and who would make clear that which they would cause them to know of the truth. Making the truth clear to a scholar involves a clear understanding of the truth by the teacher. His clear understanding also of the scholar's measure of knowledge and of the scholar's methods of thought and speech. It involves, moreover, close attention on the scholar's part, and wise methods of exhibiting, explaining, and illustrating the truth on the part of the teacher. Without his making clear the truth which he would teach, the teacher may indeed know that truth for himself, but he cannot cause the scholar to know it. And teaching is causing one to know. No teaching of a truth is possible until that truth is made clear to him who is to be taught. End of section 13. Section 14 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by StoryThyme. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. Section 14. The Teaching Process. Its Elements. 3. Securing your scholar's co-work. Need of the scholar's help. The learner must give to keep. Telling a part of learning. The difference between teaching and preaching. Influence and instruction. Cleansing a mind, not furnishing it. Teaching, not the teacher's only work. Philosophy of the teaching process. When attention is secured from the scholar, and when the teacher has made clear that which he would teach, there yet remains the common work of teacher and scholar, their co-work, to complete the teaching process. Unless teacher and scholar cooperate to make that which the teacher proffers an actual possession of the scholar, the attempt at teaching is only an attempt, an unsuccessful attempt. Without the scholar's co-work, the best teacher on earth can never be a teacher. Mental philosophers are agreed that the human mind cannot make knowledge its own without an effort, cannot add to its permanent treasures by mere passive hearing or by unobservant sight. It is even claimed by many that one never really knows a thing until he has in some way reproduced or reshaped it by speaking, or writing, or at least by a conscious act of the will. We certainly hear a great many sounds without learning their character or meaning, and we certainly have a great many sights pass before our eyes without our learning their features or their substance. Who of us have learned the tone of every voice we have heard as we passed along a crowded city street, or the peculiar sound of every clang and rattle of machinery which may have dinned our ears? Who of us have learned the general appearance of every person whom we have seen in places of public resort, or of all the rocks or trees or buildings on which our eyes may have rested as we journeyed from place to place? Who of us have learned all the truths declared in our hearing, or all the facts we have read in books or papers? Who of us can say that we ever learned anything so that it became our actual mental possession without some conscious effort on our part, without our expressly opening our mind to take it in, without our reaching after it in order that it might become our own? We hear a sermon, we are attentive to it, we understand it, but are its truths all made our own? Can we always so know its text, or its plan, or its main subject, that we can tell them to another the next week or the next day? One thing is sure. If we go directly home while that sermon is fresh in our mind, and repeat its substance, or its main points to someone else, or if we make a written note of its text and its teachings, we are far more likely to have thus much of it as our own for years to come. If we hear a good story and laugh over it heartily, it does not follow that we shall be able to recall its details as long as we remember our laugh at it. But if we have ourselves told the story over 2 or 3 times, it is one of our own stock of stories, as it never was before. to tell another any truth we have read or heard, to try to explain it to someone who did not understand it, or to attempt to put that truth to some practical purpose, renders the truth clearer in our mind, and gives us a hold upon it, as no passive appreciation of that truth could have done. So, of our experience in a Bible class, we may not recall what the teacher said to us, but we always remember what we said to him, even though it were an utterly fresh thought, to which we then gave expression. In opening our mind from within, in order to give out our view of this truth, we made a way for the truth's entrance into depths which could be disclosed only from within. It is no mere modern suggestion that there is no mental getting and holding except through, or in conjunction with, some mental giving or doing. This was the idea of Socrates, who, when he would teach, always began his work by asking questions of his scholars, in order to open their minds, and to secure their co-work with him in the teaching process, and who insisted that he, who would be a learner, must not merely be a listener and a reciter, but must also be, quote, one who searches out for himself, end quote, Zetetikos. Cicero emphasized the same idea in another way when he said, docendo discimus, quote, by teaching we learn, end quote, by giving out we take in. Roger Ascham gave the chief place to that which the scholar did for himself in the learning process, and so, in language learning, he counted the scholar's independent translations as the most commendable of all other exercises for youth. Montaigne said, I am sure a man can never be wise but by his own wisdom. And he adds that Socrates, and since him Arcesilaus, made first their scholars speak, and then spoke to them. Marcel's conspectus of the systems of the educational reformers, whose work followed the religious reformation of the 16th century, shows that they were agreed in requiring the student to teach himself, under the superintendence of the master, the teacher, rather than be taught by the master, on the ground that what the learner discovers by mental exertion is better than what is told to him. John Locke, in his famous Essay on Education, declares, quote, it is not enough to cram ourselves with a great load of collections. Unless we chew them over again, they will not give us strength and nourishment. End quote. And President Porter says, of the simple matter of reading, which might be supposed to give in itself sufficient mental activity to secure instruction, quote, to remember what we read, we must make it our own. We must think with the author, rethinking his thoughts, following his facts, assenting to or rejecting his reasonings, and entering into the very spirit of his emotions and purposes. End quote. Indeed, in no branch of learning can any attainment be made without the intelligent and active co-work of the learner. Dr. Arnold of Rugby said of the comparative worth of a scholar's co-work in the teaching process that, quote, the effort a boy makes is 100 times more valuable to him than the knowledge acquired as the result of the effort. End quote. In the same line, Herbert Spencer adds, quote, the child should be taught as little as possible and induced to discover as much as possible. End quote. As to the absolute necessity of the scholar's co-work to complete the teaching process, Professor Hart says, quote, the knowledge you have laid before them is really not theirs until they have reproduced it and given it expression. They do not grasp it with a clear and lasting apprehension until they have expressed it in language. This is one of the laws of mental action. We fix a thing in our minds by communicating it to another. We make it plain to ourselves by the very effort to give it explanation, or, to state the matter still more paradoxically, We learn a thing by telling it to somebody. We keep it by giving it away." End quote. Dr. Bushnell phrased this same truth bluntly in the words, "We never know a thing until we have said it." And Professor Edward Olney has quaintly suggested that the mind of a child is best opened by way of his mouth. "You cannot fill a bottle with the cork in," he says. Counting every passive hearer as a corked bottle, he adds, quote, "You may pour your stream of knowledge upon them till you drown them, or till they run away, and not get a drop of it into them, because their mouths are shut." End quote. The co-work of the scholar, in both thinking and speaking, is an essential element in the teaching process. It is true that there is a difference of opinion among educators as to the relative value of the class recitation system and of the lecture system in the teaching of advanced scholars in our colleges and universities. But the most zealous advocate of the lecture system would never claim that the lecturer could impart instruction to a body of purely passive hearers. The idea of the lecture system in the realm of secular education presupposes the readiness of all the hearers to make an intelligent effort at acquiring the knowledge which the lecturer proffers. In this effort, the taking of notes and the submitting to a subsequent examination on the subject of the lecture commonly play an important part, and always the hearer who is found to have learned most from a lecture is one who has exerted himself in co-work with his teacher in the teaching process by the lecture plan. And this lecture system is advocated by its partisans only for advanced pupils, for those who are already practiced in the habit of intelligent co-work with their teachers in the acquisition of knowledge. Who would think of attempting to teach the alphabet, or the multiplication table, or the rules of grammar, or the spelling and defining of words by a series of lectures to a group of passive and listless children? Whoever would attempt this would simply make the mistake that any teacher makes, who acts on the supposition that he can ever teach any truth to any scholar without that scholar's co-work with him. Just here is the difference between teaching and preaching. Preaching can be all on one side. Teaching cannot be. A man may preach whether anybody hears or not. No man can teach unless someone learns. A preacher can do all the work. He often does do it in his service. It takes two to complete a teacher's exercise. A distinguished theological professor defined good preaching as an animated dialogue with one part left out. In teaching, there must be some animation on the part of both participants in the imaginary dialogue or in the real one. Preaching may have a part in teaching, and again, it may not have. Whether it does or not depends upon the part the hearer takes or lacks in it. When God sent Ezekiel as a preacher to the children of Israel, he said to him, quote, "I do send thee unto them, and thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God. And they, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are a rebellious house, yet shall know that there hath been a prophet among them." End quote. Here it was promised that Ezekiel should be a preacher of the whole message of God, whether his hearers were active or passive. But there was no promise that he should be a teacher beyond causing his hearers to know that he had been among them with a proffer of instruction. That is the mission of a good many preachers at the present day, and that is the extent of their teaching. Their hearers know that the preacher has been among them, and that is all they do know. This must often answer for a preacher's service. It ought never to answer for a teacher's work. Of course it will be said, as over against this view of truth, that even where nothing is remembered of a sermon, or a lecture, or a lesson, the passive hearer may have been a gainer through the declaration of truth to him. There are two venerable stories which are likely to be recalled in this connection. The one, of the Scotch woman who likened the effect of her pastor's preaching to the constant wetting of the new linen she had spread on the green in the sunlight, and which was all the while bleaching under this process, although the water itself left no trace, save in its effect. The other, of the man's basket, with which he sought to dip up water from a running stream, and although he brought away no water by his effort, his basket was thoroughly cleansed thereby. These two stories have done stalwart service as mental opiates and as soul nervines to several generations of sluggish hearers who had never learned even a sermon text or a Bible truth in a whole year's church attendance. Nor have they failed of conveying a comforting lesson to many a faithful preacher, in the assurance that he has done good to such hearers by the influence of his preaching, even though it has had no part in the work of their instruction. Moreover, professed teachers have often found solace in the suggestion of these stories, although they aimed at instruction rather than at influence in their teaching. Cleansing a mind is one thing. Furnishing a mind is quite another thing. When a mind has been so influenced by preaching that its interior is no longer unclean, but empty, swept, and garnished, then comes the question, what is to fill it? Are 7 evil spirits to find a dwelling there? Or is it to be the abode of those scriptures which are, quote, profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, for instruction which is in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, furnished completely unto every good work? End quote. The answer to these questions depends, under God, on the co-work of the teacher and the scholar in the line of the teacher's purpose. A bleached rag and an empty basket are poor similes for a well-instructed scholar. If you are satisfied with such work as they suggest, you fall short of even an intelligent attempt at true teaching. If you would have your scholar filled with that which is good, as well as emptied of that which is evil, you must see to it that he and you co-work to that desirable end. It takes 2 persons to make one teacher. You can be one of them. The other must be a learner. If you would be more than half a teacher, you must have a scholar to help you. Teaching is not the only work of a teacher, nor is teaching always a teacher's best work. But nothing short of teaching is, or ever can be, teaching. You may influence and impress a scholar by your character and by your words without his co-work with you. You cannot teach him unless he and you work together to make his own that which you would fain cause him to know. You may have 10 scholars in your class and influence and impress them all, even while they seem listless and passive. You can teach only so many of the 10 as are learners through their intelligent appropriation of the truth you declare to them. And now we have gone over what may be called the philosophy of the teaching process, including an examination into its nature, its essentials, and its elements. We have seen that the teaching process is not the mere telling of a thing which is to be taught, nor yet the hearing of the recitation of a lesson which was to be learned, but that it is a twofold process, involving the work of a teacher teaching and of a learner learning. That it is, in fact, the teacher's causing a learner to learn and to know that which was before known to the teacher and unknown to the learner. We have seen, moreover, that it is essential to the teaching process that the teacher should know the person to be taught, the lesson he would teach, and the way in which that lesson can be taught by that teacher to that learner, and that the essential elements of the teaching process, which is also the learning process, include one thing on the learner's part, one thing on the teacher's part, and one thing by teacher and learner in common: attention on the part of the learner, a making clear by the teacher of that which he would teach, Co-work by learner and teacher in the making the learners that which the teacher has presented or pointed out. This being shown, the next point to consider is the method of the teaching process, or how to do that which must be done in order to the beginning, to the progress, and to the completion of this process of teaching and learning. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods, preliminary statement. It is one thing to show what ought to be done, it is quite another thing to show how to do that which needs doing, and it is commonly a great deal easier to show the former than to show the latter in any department of mental or moral activity. Thus it is easier to convince an intending teacher that he has special needs in one line or another than it is to make plain to him just how those needs can be supplied. Yet a knowledge of the science of the teaching process must be supplemented by a knowledge of the art of the teaching process in order to make it of practical value to the would-be wise worker in this line of endeavor. It being admitted that the teaching process is twofold, that it requires a teacher and a learner, that there is something for the learner to do on his part, something for the teacher to do on his part, and something for teacher and learner to do conjointly, that the learner must give his attention, that the teacher must make clear what he would impart to the learner, that teacher and learner must co-work in securing to the learner the truths which the teacher has to give him. Then comes up, with new force and freshness, the practical question, how can the teacher secure not only his own part, but his scholar's part in the process of teaching? Unless a teacher can be helped in the how to do it, he will receive little gain from being reminded of what he ought to do. And a study of the method of the teaching process must include the method of preparing for that process, the method of proceeding in that process, and the method of testing the results of that process. To this study we will now devote ourselves, and first we will consider how to study one's scholars for their teaching. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods. How to study your scholars for their teaching. Methods in preparation. 1. How to study your scholars for their teaching. Difficult of showing how to know human nature, the science and the art of teaching, color-blind teachers, old sermons for new hearers, amptness to teach, the child and the Chinaman, knowing a child's character, knowing his surroundings, knowing his attainments, how to canvass all this. While it is obvious that a knowledge of one's scholars individually is of the very first importance as preliminary to any intelligent attempt at the wise teaching of those individuals, it must also be admitted that no phase of preparation for the teaching process is so difficult of explanation as the method of studying one's scholars individually. It may even be said that no attainment of knowledge is more difficult to a person who is unfitted for its pursuit by his natural qualities and traits, that none indeed is more hopeless to one thus unqualified than an understanding of the peculiar and distinctive characteristics of the several individuals of a common group. The knowledge of human nature which is involved in such an attainment is by no means a universal possession of mankind, nor is the sure and simple method of obtaining that knowledge to be pointed out to all with ease. Many a man can master all the difficulties of the subject matter of his teaching, while he is yet utterly incompetent to gain any fair knowledge of those whom he will be glad to teach, and who sadly need teaching at the very point of his knowledge. Many a man of great learning proves a signal failure in his efforts at teaching because of his failure to know his scholars as to adapt his teaching to their particular requirements. Even though he masters all the philosophy of the teaching process, he may yet be unable to put into practice the very principles which he recognizes as the basis of all correct action in the premises. At the opening session of an annual meeting of the American Philological Association, the distinguished president began his annual address by a modest disclaimer of any fitness for popular speech on his part, reminding his hearers that the members of that association claimed an acquaintance with the science of language, but not with its art. A knowledge of the science of the teaching process is very well to begin with in the Teacher's Institute or in the normal class. But when it comes down to the lesson hour in Sunday school work, a teacher must be familiar with the art of teaching, or he will fail of being a teacher. A hopeless lack of the ability to see differences in individual scholars is the cause of the uniform failures of some good men and good women to be teachers, however much they want to teach and however often they are given a trial. They have warm hearts and full heads, but their eyes are dull. They have a touch of color blindness. They see no real difference in the shades which tinge the minds and disposition of demure and of restless scholars, of fun-loving boys and girls, and of heavy-hearted men and women, of those who have been home-taught in Christian truths, and those who were destitute of all religious instruction before they entered the Sunday school. To such teachers, a class is a class and a scholar is a scholar, and every lesson is to be taught in one and the same way. And to every scholar and every class, such a teacher is no teacher at all, nor ever can he be without a new creation. I knew an army chaplain in the Civil War. He was a good man, and he knew a great deal about some things. He understood the Bible, but he did not understand human nature. He was sure that the army was a hopeless field of effort for a chaplain. The men did not like his sermons, he said, and lest it should be thought that the trouble was with the sermons, he was careful to inform me that they were the same sermons which he had preached to advantage in his old home church. He had picked out from his barrel a stock of sermons which his well-indoctrinated pew holders had listened to with interest in the days of piping peace. But now, as he read them to these soldier boys who had new experiences and new needs, the old phrasing of truths which were for all time proved poorly suited to a congregation such as he had never had before. And there are teachers in the Sunday school who are no wiser than was that army chaplain as to the varying requirements of separate and individual hearers out of the common race of men. The Bible clearly distinguishes between those who were apt to teach and those who are not, and it requires a recognition of this difference in the choice of men for the work of teaching. Those men who are by nature incapacitated from discerning differences in their fellow beings can never be apt to teach. Such persons will not be materially helped by any counsel as to the methods of studying scholars individually in order to their wise teaching. No set of directions can supply a natural defect in the powers of discriminating observation, and so enable every person to be a skilled teacher, any more than a set of directions can make every man a poet, a musician, or a painter. He who, looking about upon his fellows in the light of full day, can only see men as trees walking, needs something more than normal class instruction to fit him to be a teacher of his fellows separately. The hands that can work miracles must be laid upon his eyes before he can see every man clearly. But to those who have ordinary capacity as observers of their fellows, and ordinary fitness for teaching, there may be a gain in considering some practical suggestions as to wise methods of studying scholars individually with a view to their individual teaching, for study and practice work wonders in line, even if they cannot work actual miracles. In the first place, it is important to have in mind the fact that in all study of your scholars individually, you are to look for those characteristics and peculiarities which individualize your scholars from other scholars, which differentiate them from their immediate fellows. This is a truth which is too often lost sight of in a counsel to teachers concerning the study of their scholars. Teachers are told to consider the common characteristics of childhood and to study the psychological phenomena of the youthful mind. When they've done all this, they are likely to know a great deal about children in general, but nothing about one child in particular. Yet, as a practical matter, you can never teach children in general unless by teaching child by child in particular. Not the average child of the child world as a whole, but the individual child who is in your class must be studied by you in preparation for his successful teaching by you. John Burroughs, in his delightful essays on woodcraft, dwells on the necessity of having an eye to the rare and characteristic things in the trees and birds of the forest, if one would learn the truth about these separately. He says, the phrenologists do well to locate not only form, color, weight, etc. in the region of the eye, but also a faculty which they call individuality, that which separates, discriminates, and sees in every object its essential character. The sharp eye notes specific points and differences. It seizes upon and preserves the individuality of the thing. Then he tells of various letters to him asking his aid in identifying the species of birds newly seen by his correspondents. In one case, an extended description will be given without a singular peculiar characteristic of the particular bird in question, every feature named being one which is common to a whole class of birds. In another case, the few points noted were all peculiar and individual, enabling him to recognize the bird so as to locate its species unhesitantly. There is a similar difference in the way in which different persons look at their fellow beings to observe them individually. Suppose you were desirous of identifying a Chinaman in the Chinese quarter of one of our American cities. You might say that he was of medium height and weight, that he had a yellowish complexion, black hair drawn back and braided in a long queue, and black eyes of almond shape, and that he had a smooth face with an expression childlike and bland, that he wore a white cotton tunic, blue trousers, white stockings, and a peculiar shoe of a dark cloth upper and a thick sole with white edge. There would be no lack of particulars in this description, but would it in any way individualize this Chinaman from another Chinaman? On the other hand, suppose you were to note that the man had a scar, as from an old cut, on his left cheek, or that his right eye was particularly closed in contrast with his left, or that he limped slightly on his right side, or that he had a slight stammer in his speech, would not each of these items aid to individualize him, as none of the items in the other description would? And this illustrates the distinction between observing a child merely as a child, merely as a person of the great child world, and observing the child as an individual with those characteristics and peculiarities which distinguish him from others in the world in which he lives and moves. To take any one scholar of your class as a specimen subject of inquiry, is he exceptionally bright, exceptionally dull, of average intelligence? Is he familiar with the main points of the Bible story through his home instruction, or is he ignorant of that record except as he has been taught it in the Sunday school? Is he forward of speech, ready to tell all that he knows and readier to talk than to listen? Or is he quiet and disinclined to speak out even where he is well informed on a subject? Is he of a kindly disposition, or of a surly one, of a generous, manly nature, or of a selfish and unloving spirit? Is he of a tender heart, quick to respond to any appeal to the feelings, or is he of a cold and sluggish temperament, not likely to be swayed by his emotions? Is he easily influenced by others, or has he marked independence of character? These questions, and many a similar one, can be answered by yourself after a brief period of observation of the scholars separately and in comparison with each other in your class, and their answering will go far toward giving you a knowledge of your scholars individually. But there are many things which one needs to know about his scholars, which cannot be learned in the class or on Sundays. They must be ascertained during the week, and in or near the scholars' homes or places of employment, or again where the teacher and the scholar are by themselves in freer social intercourse. Has the scholar a good home or a wretched one? Is he the child of godly parents, or has he no parents living, or worse than none? Is he at school, and if so, what is he standing there? Has he some outside employment, and if so, is he faithful or slack in his duties? Do his home and business and social surroundings work with the influence of the Sunday school or against it? How does he spend his evenings or his other spare time? To what kind of reading does he incline? What temptations seem most to beset him? What would seem to be the strongest inducements to his well-doing? What are his prevailing tastes and ambitions and weaknesses? Some of these things are to be learned by one's own observation. Others of them may be better learned through inquiry of the scholar's parents, or employers, or neighbors, or companions, or again by free chats with the scholar himself, as he is seen at his home or his place of occupation, or by the wayside, or in the teacher's home when he is invited there. The scholar is already known to some persons. Why should his teacher be unable to ascertain his true measure? Emerson says of the sure disclosure of one's character and characteristics under the observation of his sharp-eyed fellows, open quotes. The world is full of judgment days, and in every assembly that a man enters, and in every action that he attempts, he is gauged and stamped. In every troop of boys that whoop and run in each yard and square, a newcomer is well and accurately weighed in the course of a few days, and stamped with his right measure, as if he had undergone a formal trial of his strength. Close quotes. What should hinder a teacher from ascertaining the common judgment which has been passed upon his scholar by those who know that scholar best? Then, as to the scholar's present attainment in knowledge, as to his present standards of conduct, and as to his present personal beliefs, some scholars know a great deal less than their teachers suppose. Others know a great deal more. Some have correct views at one point and quite incorrect views at another point. Skillful questioning must be directed to the ascertaining of the truth in each case. When Paul asked certain disciples at Ephesus, "Did ye receive the Holy Spirit when you believed?" Their answer was, "Nay, we did not so much as hear whether the Holy Ghost was given." That showed Paul the special need of these scholars, and he was thus enabled to minister to them individually. Similar questioning to this would bring out as great need and as unsuspected lack in many of those who are under religious instruction at the present time. This is as true in morals as it is in doctrine. If a scholar is a total abstainer but is inclined to profanity, he ought to be addressed differently from a scholar who is pure and reverent in speech but is inclined to tippling. If he is not honest, not truthful, not regardful of the Sabbath, not inclined to honor his parents, the teacher ought to know that fact as preliminary to his wise teaching. It is a familiar story of a colored boy saying to a new preacher before his first sermon, "Just please don't talk nothing about stealing here today. That will be a wet blanket to this whole congregation." And a wet blanket has its place in putting out a smoldering fire as well as in keeping ice from melting. And preacher or teacher ought to have such a knowledge of the condition of his class or of his congregation as would enable him to know if now is the time for that urgency. If again the hospital visitor had noticed that the patient, whose pale face so interested him, had lost both his legs, he would hardly have given him that tract against dancing, as the story goes. To pursue the study of the individual scholar as preliminary to his intelligent teaching brings no small demand on the teacher's time and ability, but there is no possibility of an intelligent teaching of the individual scholar without the results of such a study. Studying of this kind is done by the best Sunday school teachers. It ought to be done by all. As to its importance and practicality, the truth is concisely stated by a Baptist teacher in Philadelphia who said, open quotes, "With a class of 25 scholars and a busy daily life, I find time to know generally each one's daily work and pretty largely their personal needs, so that Sunday finds me prepared for them separately as well as for them as a class. The way I do it is twofold. First, by considering its duty quite as important and its work quite as necessary as my ordinary business. Secondly, by encouraging the scholars to consult me as to their daily troubles as well as their spiritual needs." Close quotes. He who cannot find time and find a way to study his scholars individually will not have time and will not know a way to teach his scholars intelligently. End section 16. Section 17 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods. How to study a lesson for its teaching. 2. How to study a lesson for its teaching. What Solomon and Paul would need. What studying a lesson means. Having a plan of study, old time plans and later ones, the order of true study, not attempting too much, testing one's preparation. Next to a knowledge of the individuals to be taught comes a knowledge of the special truth to be taught those individuals. How can that knowledge be obtained? To know a thing as to be able to teach it requires special preliminary study. How to study a subject in preparation for its teaching is an art which every teacher ought to be familiar, but of the very existence of which very many teachers seem not to be aware. It is not a question of spiritual preparedness for the office of a teacher, but one of special preparation for a particular act of teaching that is here involved. If a man were as experienced as Moses, as wise as Solomon, as devoted as Paul, and with all the religious fervor of the prophets and apostles combined, he would not teach what he did not know, nor could he know what he had not learned in some way by direct teaching from God or by intelligent study under the guidance of God. And if a man comes short of this high standard and is not specifically inspired, he certainly is no less need of knowing how to study in order that he may teach. Here is the lesson, that is, here is the portion of the book which comprises the lesson which you are to prepare to teach your class. Now, study it. Study it? What do you mean by that? Sure enough, what does that injunction mean? What is it to study a lesson? Is it to memorize its words? To have its words in the memory would enable you to repeat those words, but that would neither ensure you imparting any idea to your scholar, nor yet your having any ideas which you would like to impart. The words may be meaningless to you and to others, yet the words of a lesson are of no small importance in covering or in conveying the truths of a lesson. The words must be looked at, must be understood, must be well considered, or the truths of the lesson cannot be ascertained. What then beyond this is wanted in the study of a lesson, with a view to knowing that lesson oneself and to preparing to cause others to know that lesson? Are the bold facts or the simple doctrinal statements of the lesson text to be learned in order that they may be taught? How far is the context of the lesson to be considered as an element in its study for teaching? What outside helps to an illustration and reinforcement of the lesson teachings are indispensable to thorough lesson study? How are we to get below the surface of the text and arrive at deeper meanings and profounder truths that ought to be brought to light in its teaching? What is wanted in the study of a lesson as preliminary to its teaching, which is not essentially in its study for one who is not called to teach it? These questions and many others perplex almost everyone who is called to study wisely in order that he may teach effectively. What aid can be given to their answering? A plan of study is an important factor in the art of study, preeminently in the art of study as a preparation for teaching. Study must be pursued according to a system in order to be successful study. Many a teacher gives time enough to his lesson study to be thoroughly prepared for his lesson teaching, yet lacks preparation at the end because his study lacked a plan from its beginning. No one plan of study, however, is alike helpful or desirable for all teachers. The only gain from the statement of any plan is by way of illustration and suggestion. Every teacher who studies to advantage studies according to some plan, whether that plan has been formulated to his own consciousness or is pursued instinctively. Any teacher who would know how to study to better advantage than at present may be a gainer by considering the methods of study which others have found to work well in their experience, even though none of these plans should prove just the one for himself. Skeleton plans of study are by no means a modern invention of fanciful Sunday school teachers. They are of extreme antiquity, and they've always had both use and abuse. Immanuel Deutsch, in his essay on the Talmud, tells of the formal methods employed by the Jewish rabbins or teachers of the law in their study of the scriptures after the Babylonish captivity. In the quaintly ingenious manner of the times, he says, 4 of the chief methods were found in the Persian word paradise, spelled in the vowelless semantic fashion, PRDS. Each one of these mysterious letters was taken mnemonically as the initial of some technical word that indicated one of these four methods. P for Peshat, the symbol aimed at the simple understanding of the words and things in the text. R for Remes, a hint, took up the suggestion or indications of seemingly superfluous and unimportant letters and signs in the text. D for Derash, searching after, was the homiletic application of that which has been to that which was and would be. S for Sword, secret or mystery, included the metaphysical and visionary. These four ancient methods might stand for our modern methods of considering the words of the simple text as it stands, of finding hints of other meanings in the words and phrases of the texts, of looking at the ethical teachings and the practical applications of the several declarations of the text, of searching for spiritual suggestion and symbolisms in the facts and the doctrines of the text. And that mnemonic plan of the rabbins might almost seem to be the latest outgrowth of a Chautauqua assembly. What, why, what of it is a plan of study of alliterative methods for the teacher, emphasized by Professor W.C. Wilkinson, not as original with himself, but as of venerable authority. It is, in fact, he says, an almost immemorial orator's analysis. First the facts, next the proof of the facts, then the consequences of the facts. This analysis has often been expanded into one known as the 5 W's: when, where, whom, what, why. Hereby attention is called, in the study of any lesson, to the date of its incidences, to their place or locality, to the person speaking or spoken to, or to the persons introduced in the narrative, to the incidences or statements of the text, and finally to the applications and uses of the lesson teachings. President J.M. Gregory has suggested the word Bible as supplying a good form of analysis in studying preparatory to the teaching of a Bible lesson, somewhat after the old rabbinical method already referred to. For example, B, book in which the lesson is found, as the Gospel by Luke or John, its date, writer, contents, object. I, intention of the lesson, the included facts, and the interpretation of those facts. B, blessings and benefits to be gained by learning and observing this lesson. L, losses likely to follow from a failure to learn and obey. E, exhortation, experiences and examples. Then again, there is the well-known skeleton analysis given prominence by the Reverend Dr. John H. Vincent as the 4 P's and the 4 D's. According to this, a teacher should examine the parallel passages of Scripture bearing on the lesson, should make himself acquainted with the persons, places, dates, and doings covered by or included in the lesson, and should consider the doctrines declared and the duties involved in the lesson teachings. Any one of these plans of study would be better for a teacher than no plan, but no one of them fairly covers the art of wise study or is in itself a sure and sufficient guide to fitting and successful study. The chief value is in indicating various directions of research. One difficult with them all is that while they seem to give limitations, they really open up fields which are limitless. Let a man attempt to study exhaustively any Bible lesson according to one of these plans, and he would find before he had gone far that art is long and time is fleeting. He would be exhausted long before his subject was. Suppose, for example, that when of that lesson included the day and date of our Lord's crucifixion, or the where included the location of Bethsaida, of Calvary, of the land of Zaph, of the whom included Melchizedek or Job, how much longer than Methuselah would the man have to live before he had reached the bottom of that lesson? The exhaustive study of any question is always exhaustless and is practically out of the question. Unless a teacher realizes this truth, he is not prepared to begin the wise study of a lesson as preparatory to its teaching according to any plan. The words of the lesson must first be considered in a teacher studying, then their connected meaning, then the legitimate inferences from their declaration. First, the simple text of the lesson, then the plain teachings of the text, then the application of those teachings. In this study, a reference Bible with maps, a concordance, an English dictionary, and a Bible dictionary are indispensable, unless in the lack of this one has the substance of their information on points at issue in a well-arranged lesson help. What is here said? What is the obvious teaching of this? What is the bearing of all this on my scholars? Are the questions which every teacher must consider all the way along as he studies a lesson with a view to teaching. Or, in a compacter form, it amounts to this: what is there in this lesson that I ought to teach my scholars, and that I can hope to teach them? And this latter question must have in mind for its answering the individual scholars as they are known individually to the teacher. The portion for Willie, the special portion for Mary, and the special portion for each of the other scholars must be looked for and recognized in the lesson in order to complete the process of rightly dividing the word of truth, which is the duty of every teacher who needed not to be ashamed of his failure in his attempted work. There is a vast deal more in every lesson that you can hope to teach your scholars, or than you ought to try to teach them. It is right for you to know more than you attempt to cause your scholars to know. Goethe indeed says, open quotes, nothing is worse than a teacher who knows only as much as he has to make known to the scholar, close quotes. A forgetfulness of this truth stands in the way of good teaching by some who study hard and who gather material enough on every lesson for a dozen lessons and for a month of Sundays, and then are troubled because they cannot teach it all. The question therefore is not, what do you know of this lesson? But what are you to cause your scholars to know of this lesson? Until you can answer this question explicitly in view of your knowledge of your scholars and out of your experience in their teaching, you are not yet through with your indispensable study as preparatory to your teaching of the lesson now in hand. Your study must include a great deal more than an acquaintance with all the multitudinous dishes on the extended bill of lesson fare. You are to decide which of these dishes are suited to your particular scholars, with their tastes and their needs as you know them. For, unless you do this, you will cram your scholars without feeding them, or they will famish while you are expatiating on the merits of dishes which are wholly beyond their reach. A good way of both perfecting and testing your preparatory study of a lesson as a teacher is for you to state to yourself in a few words the points of your proposed lesson teaching. Someone has facetiously said that in the average church prayer meeting, he would like the privilege of calling out at the close of a rambling speaker's remarks, according to the custom in deliberative bodies, open quotes, "Will the gentleman be so good as to submit his proposition in writing?" Close quotes. In other words, what have you been saying? What point, if any, were you trying to make? It will be well for every teacher to ask himself before he sets out for his class, what am I now ready to teach my scholars, to cause my scholars to know today? His preliminary study should be made with that question before him for ultimate answer. and Section 17. Chapter 18 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods, how to plan for a lesson's teaching. 3. How to plan for a lesson's teaching. Necessity of a teaching plan. Tantalus and his successors. Bugbear methods of teaching. Being scientific without knowing it. Various lights from one crystal. Ananias and Sapphira. A beginning, a middle, and an ending. Keeping within time. One teacher's way of doing. Even when the teacher knows clearly the scholars whom he would teach, knows them individually according to their peculiar capabilities and needs, and knows also the lesson he would teach to those scholars, knows it as suited to their conditions and requirements, he is not yet prepared to begin his teaching. The essential requisites of a teacher's preparation for the teaching process have been shown to be threefold, including a knowledge of one's scholar, a knowledge of one's lesson, and a knowledge of wise teaching methods. When two of these essentials are secured, the third must be added to make the others of any avail. Unless a teacher knows how to teach the lesson he has learned to the scholar who needs to learn it, the teacher is as yet incapable of being the teacher of that lesson to that scholar. Hence, a plan of teaching is as needful as a plan of study in one's wise preparation for the teaching process. A thirsty man craves drink. Another man knows the thirsty one's need and obtains a bucket of water. When the full bucket and the empty man are near each other, the thirst is not yet quenched. If no way is provided by which the water in that bucket can be transferred to the parching throat which longs for it, the thirsty man is as sure to famish as if the bucket were still empty. That is the very idea of the fate of the fabled Tantalus. He was always thirsty, and the water which might have quenched his thirst was always near him, but there was no way of bringing together the water and his longing lips. He was always hungry, and luscious clusters of fruit always swung temptingly before his eyes, just beyond his reach. It is tantalizing to have a full teacher and an empty scholar within reach of each other without any knowledge on the teacher's part of a way by which he can give to the scholar that with which he is full and running over. Knowing how to cause the scholar whom the teacher knows to know the truth which the teacher knows can change that which is tantalizing into that which is satisfying. And to this end, every teacher must plan in his lesson preparing. Teaching methods are numerous, and it is often the case that an intending teacher is confused and hindered by the instruction which is proffered him in the teaching manuals or in the normal class syllabuses concerning these various methods under the technical designations as didactic teaching, pictorial teaching, illustrative teaching, catechetical teaching, interrogative teaching, elliptical teaching, analytical teaching, object teaching, and the like. It is not necessary, however, that the ordinary teacher should enter into the study of these various methods by themselves in order to enable him to have a wise plan of teaching his own scholars within his limits of knowledge and theirs. All that is needed to know is how he proposes to teach his lesson to his scholars. This much he does need to know. On the other hand, it may be well to say just here that all the methods of teaching above named are very simple, and that nearly all of them are made use of in almost every hour of lesson teaching by the better sort of teachers in our Sunday schools, in many cases without a thought on the teacher's part that they are following any such scientific method. Didactic teaching is going ahead to tell your scholars what you understand to be the truths of the lesson. Most teachers do quite enough in that line. Pictorial teaching is the giving such details of description of any scene or event in the narrative of the lesson as to bring it vividly before the mind's eye of the scholar as a living reality. Many a teacher does that effectively. Illustrative teaching is making a free use of likes and similes and other illustrations in the line of the lesson. That is a very common way with good teachers. Catechetical teaching or interrogative teaching is asking questions and expecting answers, either with or without the book. Some teachers think that this is the only way of teaching. Elliptical teaching is starting off with a few words of the lesson text or of a statement of some lesson truth and then stopping at a word which the scholar is expected to supply. This is the common form of prompting a forgetful scholar or of giving him a start, as well as being a method of holding the attention and testing the knowledge of younger scholars. Analytical teaching is finding a plan or a systematic order of truths in the lesson and bringing out the connected parts in their relation to each other and to the common whole. Object teaching is where some visible object is taken as the starting point and the center of the lesson teaching. So, it will be seen that there is not much that need be confusing in these methods if we look at them in their practical bearings rather than as purely technical classifications. But it is of less importance what is your plan of lesson teaching than that you have a plan and that you have it well in mind before you begin your teaching. When the facts and truths of the lesson are fairly in your mind, you are to look at it over carefully with a view to its teaching to your class. You must decide what is its main or central truth and what minor or incidental truths are linked with the chief one in the lesson. Then comes the question whether it is the main truth or one of the minor truths which is most important for your scholars or which is best suited to their capabilities and needs. If it were purely biblical exposition that you were attempting, you would be in duty bound to lay open the lesson just as it stands. But as you are said to be a teacher to particular scholars, and as you cannot make them masters of all truth, you are privileged to rightly divide the word for their benefit, teaching nothing as from that word which is not to be found there, but making a choice from the many things which that word contains, according to the requirements and abilities of those whom you are teaching. It is an important step of progress in your teaching plan when you have fixed in your mind the outline of the lesson as you desire to present it to your scholars. There is no Bible lesson which does not have possibilities of various applications to various classes. Any Bible truth is like a many-sided crystal. Turn it which way you will, one of its facets will send a ray directly to the holder's eye. It is for you to decide which face of the crystal is to be turned towards your scholars in the teaching of any lesson you are preparing. Take, for example, the story of Ananias and Sapphira. For mature and intelligent Christians, the sin against the Holy Spirit, which is here rebuked, may be the central truth emphasized in the lesson teaching. Others may be taught by this lesson that God never accepts a part for the whole in Christian surrender. Those who are not avowed disciples can learn from it that God does not only note all the conduct, but that He reads their very hearts. Others again can be taught from the same lesson the utter folly of combining against God, of hoping to succeed in sin because hand is joined in hand for a common transgression. And finally, the youngest can be made to see from this story that God knows when they tell a lie, and that a lie is a great sin in His sight. Unless you were to know beforehand which of these lessons you would leave in the minds of your scholars, you would not be prepared to teach effectively any one of the many lessons which this story contains. With your lesson plan decided on, how will you start your lesson teaching? In what way will you begin with your scholars? Much depend on your first words in your class. Are you to begin by a question? If so, with what question? Are you to begin with a statement? If so, what is it? It need hardly be said just here that all that I'm saying is with the understanding that you are not to make use of a question book or a lesson paper in the class. Such an agency may be, if often is, a help to the teachers or the scholar's study, but it is never to be made use of in the teaching process. Neither teacher nor scholar should have it in hand during the lesson. The questions of the question book or of the lesson paper may be suggestive to you, but they are not to be followed slavishly or closely. You are to decide on the questions which are suited to your free intercourse with your scholars. You would do well to think over your questions in advance, if indeed you do not write them out, not for memorizing, but as a guide to your thoughts and your phrasing in planning for your teaching. It is a matter of his history that when Dr. Chalmers was professor of moral physiology in St. Andrews University, he had a Sunday school of the poorer class of children in his neighborhood, and that he was accustomed to write out carefully the questions he would ask those children on the Sunday's lesson. If you think that you have no need to plan as carefully as this for the teaching process week by week, is it because you know more than Dr. Chalmers' otherwise wise teaching methods, or because you know less? Some of our best teachers do write out their lesson questions in advance, and this it is which seems to make them especially free and unconstrained in their lesson questioning. For having a well-defined plan in one's mind in advance is a great help to freedom of manner and of method in the teaching process. You will do well to look up illustrations which may help to throw light on the lesson truth you are to teach. If you can bring these out of your own experience, they will have an added force, and the simpler and more natural are the illustrations, the greater their help will be in making the truth clear. Books of illustrations or scrapbooks of your own feeling may serve you a good turn in this line of preparing, and the Bible itself should be made to aid in explaining and enforcing the Bible by the use of other incidences in the Bible story which can fairly be compared with this one, or which can properly be made to supplement the lessons of this. All this work is to be done with an eye to your scholars' capabilities and needs, not to your own. What you are now after is the teaching of the lesson, not its learning, not what will make the lesson clear and forceful to your mind, but what will exhibit and press home its truths to your scholars should be the object of your search. Your methods of application, as well as of questioning and of illustration, ought to be well considered by you in advance. Yet, all this preparation will in no way interfere with your freedom to turn hither and thither in your lesson teaching, as the taste or needs of your scholars may seem to render desirable. If you were to start out with these scholars for a pleasant walk in the country, the fact that you knew the region before you and about you, and that you had a plan for the main direction of the walk, certainly need make you no less ready to turn out of that way or to stop at one point or another along its course, at the fancy of your young companions. Yet, in spite of your turnings and stoppings, you might be making sure progress in the line of your original planning. The end of your lesson teaching ought to be in your mind from the beginning. The lesson's close is of prime importance in fixing the impressions of the lessons as a whole. The opening of the lesson teaching is likely to settle the question of the scholar's interest in the lesson exercised. The close of the lesson teaching is likely to settle the scholar's remembrance of and profit from that lesson teaching. John Bright is reported as saying that whenever he makes a speech, he has a care to know in advance how he is to begin that speech. He commonly knows what is to be the substance of that speech. Although circumstances may change much of its tenor or its phrasing as it proceeds, but whatever play there may be at any other point, he always knows before he begins a speech how he is going to end it. There is sound wisdom in that idea. Every teacher would do well to profit by its suggestion. In order to be sure of ending your lesson teaching according to your pre-arranged plan, you must be sure of planning to get your lesson teaching within the time assigned to it. And here is where many a teacher constantly fails as a teacher, and where he fails to perceive that he does fail. Perhaps he even congratulates himself on being so full of his subject that he can never bring his lesson teaching within the time assigned to him. But the main question in the teaching process is not as to the teacher's fullness, but as to his filling power, his power of filling his scholars wisely. To fill his scholars wisely requires an ending as well as a beginning. One of the most important lessons for a Sunday school teacher to learn is that he can never exhaust the simplest Bible passage, that however much time he takes and however much he has studied, there is always vastly more to be got out of that passage than he has yet seen in it. And another lesson, hardly less important for him to learn, is that he must get through with his teaching work on any Bible passage in the time allocated to it. That whether the lesson text be much or little, and the time for its class teaching be less or more, it is his duty to bring his teaching work within the teaching time. The question of getting through with the Bible lesson in a given time has really little or nothing to do with the length of the lesson itself. One verse might occupy a teacher for a lifetime, and a complete lesson could be taught about the whole Bible in 10 minutes. A teacher has no more right to expect to serve out to his class all that he finds in a lesson than a guest at a first-class hotel has to eat every dish that he finds noted on the dinner bill of the fare, from soup to confectionery. Suppose the guest has but 10 minutes before him for his dinner and finds 63 separate dishes on the bill of fare. Shall he complain of the superabundance of dishes, or decide which of the entire list to take for his limited meal? A teacher ought to know before he goes to his class how many minutes he can give to the lesson teaching. Then he ought to decide what points he can bring out from that lesson in the time he has for it. If he is a good teacher, he will bring his teaching well towards a close before his time is up. If he fails of doing this, he is so far a failure as a teacher, and he so far gives evidence of his lack of teaching power. All this is practicable. All this is within the range of many a good teacher's ordinary practice. Let me give a simple illustration out of many which might be cited. I knew a Bible class teacher who was highly successful in keeping up the interest of his scholars in their lesson study and in causing them to know what he had for them to learn. He questioned the members of his class freely. His questions seemed remarkably pointed and appropriate. He always managed to cover the whole lesson in the teaching hour. His scholars were commonly prompt and intelligent in answering. How was all this brought about? Or was it indeed that he was a born teacher and did all this without any effort? When I questioned him, he explained to me his method, and then the whole thing was clear. In the first place, that teacher studied his lesson and also studied his scholars. He gave on an average more than an hour a day to this work all the week through, although he was a man in active business. That enabled him to know something about what he was to teach and whom. But when he was full himself, he began anew to plan for the filling of his scholars. He deliberately took up each verse of the lesson and decided in his own mind what questions he would ask upon that. He was not willing to trust to the thought or the impulse of the teaching hour for the shaping of such questions as would best bring out the truths of the lesson. His study of his questions enabled him to know how to teach to others that with which he had already filled his own mind. And in his question planning, he was careful to consider the different members of his class and to decide what questions were to be asked of each. One scholar was always ready for the geography of the lesson, another for its chronology, another for its spiritual truth, another for its practical application, yet another who only answer yes or no, but who would enjoy a chance to do thus much. And again, there were those who could not safely be questioned at all. So he apportioned mentally his questions, including the assignments of related Bible texts to be found and read in class. This enabled him to know how to bring his scholars into active core work. Then he was ready for teaching. If more persons were willing to do such work as this, there would be more born teachers in the world. More teachers in the Sunday school would teach. When you know your scholars, when you know your lesson, when you know how you are to teach that lesson to those scholars, then and not before, you are ready to try your hand at lesson teaching. And Section 18. Section 19 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods, how to get and hold your scholar's attention. Methods and practice. 1. How to get and hold your scholar's attention. The teacher responsible for his scholar's duty. Forcing another's inclinations. The eye and the tongue. Lessons from the pulpit. Begin right. The blackboard, seen and unseen, a sheep shearing utilized, holding as well as getting. All due preparation having been made for the teaching process, the teacher being familiar with his lesson, familiar with his scholars, and familiar with his plan of teaching, then comes the duty of putting in practice the methods which have been decided on. The teacher and his scholar are face to face for the teaching work, now for the teaching process and practice. To begin with, how can a teacher get and hold his scholar's attention? Now, While this would seem to be laying on a teacher the performing of a scholar's duty, it is important for a teacher to understand both first and last that he has a responsibility for making his scholars attend to his teachings. A gentleman who, although he was a communicant in an evangelical church, was commonly more interested in his weekday business than in his Sabbath duties, bought a pair of fine horses on a certain Saturday. When Sunday morning came, he went to church and tried to fix his thoughts on the preacher's words, but those horses ran away with his thoughts. His wife perceived this, and after the service she said to him, "You were thinking more of your horses than you were of the sermon this morning." "I know it," he said. "Well, do you think that was right?" she asked. "No," was his frank reply. "I don't think it was right, and I'm sorry for it. But after all, I don't think I was the only one at fault in the matter. I tried to give attention to our pastor, but I couldn't. I think he ought to have been able to pull me away from those horses." And there was a sense in which that gentleman had the right of it in his way of looking at the preacher's duty. In that sense, a teacher ought to recognize his responsibility for getting and holding his scholars' attention when he has them before him, even though a pair of horses should be pulling in the opposite direction. A young man applied to a city dry goods jobber for a position as salesman. "Can you sell goods?" was the merchant's first question. "I can sell goods to any man who really wants to buy," was the qualified rejoinder. "Oh, nonsense," said the merchant. "Anyone can sell goods to a man who really wants to buy. I want salesmen who can sell goods to men who don't want to buy." And there is a similar want in these mentions in the field of Sunday school teaching. It is comparatively an easy matter to teach those who really want to be taught, to hold the attention of those who are determined to be attentive. But there is a duty of getting and holding the attention of scholars whose thoughts are flying in every direction save that of the lesson of the day, yet who show by their presence in the class that they are not determinedly unwilling to yield their attention if the teacher can give them sufficient inducement in that direction. The teacher's work will be shown of half its power and all its glory if it were limited to the benefit of those scholars who can come to the class with the readiness and ability to do their full duty without the help of a wise and determined teacher. How to win and hold attention when attention is not voluntarily proffered is therefore a question of prime and practical importance in every teacher's sphere. There are different modes of catching attention. Milton says of Beelzebub in the Council of Pandemonium, "With grave aspect he rose, and in his rising seemed a pillar of state. His look drew audience and attention still at night or summer's noontide." They are teachers whose rising in their place or whose bending forward in their chair commands attention as instantly and as surely as ever a ringing voice commanded attention on the parade ground. And again, they are teachers whose mere presence and looks are not so effective over the imps in their class pandemonium. They say the tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Baxter had perhaps this saying of Shakespeare in mind when he said of his personal preaching, "I preached as never sure to preach again, and as a dying man to dying man." A teacher may on an occasion be so earnest and so absorbed and inspired that his every word shall enforce the attention of his scholars as if it were spoken with his dying breath. But as a rule, teachers do not feel that they are dying, nor would it be well for them to feel so. And again, a very large share of scholars, as we find them, are by no means disposed to put themselves under a teacher whose sense of life are nearly run out and who seeks to give prominence to that fact. With teachers generally, the securing of attention must be through some other agency than an imposing presence or profound solemnity. In securing the scholar's attention, much depends on the first movement or the first spoken words of the teacher. A hint in this direction may be gained from the pulpit. Many a preacher expects to attract the attention of his hearers by his text itself or by the first sentence of his sermon. I very well remember the first sermon which ever fairly had any close attention. It was on a Sunday afternoon in the village church of my boyhood home. I had heard sermons before this, but had not given them downright attention. As I was settling down in the family pew for a dreary and patient waiting until the sermon's close, a strange preacher arose in the pulpit. He was a Christian Jew. In broken English, he announced the words of his text before saying where it was to be found. And when they heard that he spake in the Hebrew tongue to them, they kept demure silence. These words, in their peculiar fitness, partners to the man and the hour, commanded the attention of others in that audience besides the one who now tells of them. It is a familiar story worth repeating just here of the quaint preacher who leaned over his pulpit cushion before beginning his sermon and said abruptly, "My friends, I'm going to ask you a plain question, but it is a question that not one of you can answer. In fact, it is a question that I can't answer myself. If an angel from heaven should come down here now, and I should ask him this question, he couldn't answer it. It is a question, my friends, that not even God himself could answer." By that time, the preacher had general attention in the congregation. Then came the question, which was thus made a sermon in itself. What shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Hearers are much the same, whether in the class or in the pew, and skill in starting so as to secure attention is quite as important to the teacher as to the preacher. It has been often counseled as a fundamental rule in teaching, never begin a class exercise until you have the attention of every scholar in the class. Just so far as they suggest the idea that you cannot begin to teach any scholar until you have his attention, the rule is a good one, and as applicable to an ordinary class where the scholars are reasonably well informed and well disposed and are fairly inclined to be learners, it is a rule without exception. Wherever, indeed, there is an exception to the rule, there is also far an exception to the necessity of teaching. For teaching without attention is something that never was done, nor ever can be done. If you have a class of particularly restless and mischievous or wayward and willful boys and girls, such as are found in some of our mission schools, you may have to try many experiments and to bear patiently and lovingly in your efforts at commanding the attention of all in the class. Meanwhile, you may, or unconsciousness to them and to yourself, be winning their affection and confidence in other ways, influencing them for good, but you cannot be teaching them. Any attempt at teaching before you have attention is a failure from the beginning. Attention is an immediate result of interest, but the interest must be active and vigilant, not lagging or dormant. To excite the eager interest of your scholars is just so far to command their attention. How to excite their eager interest is, therefore, the same question as how to command their attention. You cannot compel your scholars' attention on the score of your rights or of their duty, but you can attract their attention by whatever arouses their curiosity or otherwise quickens and centers their interest. And here is where your watchful ingenuity is to be taxed, in the effort to gain an indispensable hold on the scholars who are least inclined to give you attention voluntarily and least able to control their wills to such an end. Dr. John H. Vincent has said that one decided gain in the use of the blackboard is its help in calling attention. In illustration of this, he on one occasion took a chalk crayon between his thumb and fingers and turned with it towards a blackboard on the platform, in sight of all the audience. "Just look here," he said, holding the chalk near the board. Every eye in the room was attendant to him. "That is all," he said, as he dropped his hand at his side and turned back to the audience. "I only wanted your attention." The blackboard exercise was more effective and less obnoxious than many a spaceman wrought out with 4 colors of crayons and a board full of hearts and crosses and anchors and crowns has proved itself. It illustrated a point, and that is more than can be said for the average blackboard exercise. Then there is Dr. J.M. Freeman's invisible blackboard, made by movements of the finger, tracing letters in the air in sight of the watching scholars. To know what is being put on that blackboard demands the closest attention, and here again is an advantage in the use of a class slate or of a slip of paper, by means of which a teacher can catch and fasten his scholars' attention. The methods of gaining attention are various. The necessity of having attention during the process of teaching is unvarying. Methods of catching the attention of the scholars before beginning to teach must naturally vary with various classes. A simple call, "Now," may prove sufficient in a well-trained class. Again, an unexpected questions will do the work, especially if it sets each at competing with or watching the others. Thus, for example, who can tell me to begin with how many different places are named in today's lesson? This question might be followed up by the teachers showing a little map and asking, "Now, who can point these places out to me? Where is Jerusalem? Where is Gaza? Well, what have these places to do with today's lesson?" Or again, the question might be, which of the lessons in this book of the Bible so far have been the most interesting lesson? And if only one scholar answers, the teacher might follow with, "Do you all agree with that?" Yet again, a teacher might catch the attention of all by showing a flower or a few grains of wheat or a coin or a small vase or something which he was to use as a help in the lesson teaching, asking as he showed it, "What is this?" The method employed must be adapted to the peculiar characteristics and needs of the scholars, and the methods in the same class will have to be different at different times. The chief thing is to see that interest is excited, and that it is excited in the direction of the proposed lesson teaching. I ventured to illustrate this point by an incident out of my personal experience. I sat down on one occasion as an entire stranger before a class of untrained and fun-loving little roughs in a city mission school where I had been asked to teach a class for the day. As I came into the classroom as a visitor, the lesson for that Sunday was in the 53rd chapter of Isaiah, that most wonderful of all the messianic prophecies. But the last thing in the world that had those boys' attention was the study of prophecy. Their attention was on the living present. They were quick-witted and wide awake. They had their eyes on each other, on the teacher, and on the class about them, with some fun poking at each object of their attention in its turn in rapid succession. But the lesson, that was something which they had not given attention to, and which they did not propose to look at seriously. one plan after another to get their attention to that lesson and to my words about it was tried by me without any success. I saw that something out of the ordinary line was a necessity. Finally, I spoke up quickly and with a show of real interest in my question. Boys, did any one of you ever see a sheep shearing? It was a question at a venture in a city school. But one of the boys answered exultantly, "Yes, I did once when I was out in the country." That boy was interested. Now, to interest the others, "Boys," I said, speaking up earnestly to all in the class, "boys, just listen, all of you. Billy here is going to tell us about a sheep shearing he saw out in the country." That caught the attention of all, and they bent forward in curious interest. "Now, how was it, Billy?" "Why, one old fellow just caught hold of the sheep and sat on his head, and another one cut its wool off." Explicit, graphic, and intelligent that. The narrator had conscious pride in his results of travel. The listeners were attentive at the recital of something quite outside of their range of observation. How much noise did the sheep make about being sheared? He didn't bleat at all. Well now, how does that story agree with what the Bible says about sheep shearing? Just look at this lesson, all of you, and see what it does say. There in the last part of the 7th verse, "As a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth." Attention was now fairly caught and attached to a lesson not the best suited to the teaching of untrained scholars in a mission school. Giving attention when one wants to give it, as well as continuing one's attention when he has given it, is a matter of habit, and there is hardly a habit of mind more difficult of acquiring than just this one. It has been said, indeed, that a man's power of learning and a man's power of using his knowledge depend more upon his ability of fixing and continuing his attention on what he sees or hears, or on what he would say or do, than on any other mental habit or ability. Hence, it is important for a teacher to watch for any flagging of his scholar's attention while he is teaching, and to be prompt in recalling the attention when it is intermitted. And it is also important to have the scholars recognize their liability to be inattentive, even while they think their attention is fixed. Many a well-disposed scholar supposes he is attentive to the teaching, and his teacher supposes him to be so, when in fact his attention is not on the lesson nor on its attempted teaching. Any fair test on this point would show the rarity and the difficulty of fixing and continuing attention. Let a teacher ask quickly one of his scholars by name, "Am I correct or not in what I just said then?" And in how many cases the honest answer will be, "Excuse me, but I wasn't giving close attention to what you said." Even in a teacher meeting, many a good teachers would be caught in inattention by a question of that sort from the superintendent. If a teacher will, therefore, be in the habit of putting questions to one and another of his scholars in just that way, he will either hold his scholars' attention better than the average teacher, or he will show his scholars how inattentive they are in the habit of being. Getting a scholar's attention is one thing. Holding a scholar's attention is quite another. Getting attention may be the work of a moment. Holding attention is a continuous and a prolonged exercise. A scholar's attention may be caught almost without his consent. Its catching is the work of the teacher. But a scholar's attention will not long be retained by a teacher without his scholar's intelligent acquiescence. The teacher and the scholar must work together to that end. In this matter also, however, the teacher has a responsibility for the scholar's action, for unless a teacher is able to induce his scholar's co-work with him in the process of teaching, he so far fails in a teacher's mission. But how to secure a scholar's co-work in the teaching process is a question to be treated by itself, although the three separate and yet inseparable elements of the teaching process, attention, clearness, and co-work, are always as one and as three, as one in three, and as three in one. End section 19. Section 20 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dhchauke. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods, how to make clear that which you would teach. 2. How to make clear that which you would teach. The main point now, starting at the bottom, working patiently, using illustration, a pattern example, avoiding symbolic language, miracles simpler than parables, the help of the scholar's eye. Attention being secured from the scholar, the teacher has the duty of showing why he has sought that attention. The teacher knows what truth he would cause the scholar to know, but the scholar does not yet know it. It is therefore for the teacher to make clear to the scholar that which he is attempting to teach him. It is not now a question for the teacher whether the truth he would teach is the most important truth in the world. It is enough that it is the truth he is now trying to teach, nor is he just now to strive at being attractive as a teacher or impressive as a teacher. Those qualities are very well in their way, but it is clearness, not attractiveness or impressiveness, which is needed in making a truth clear. And in order to make a truth clear, a teacher's whole mind must, for the time being, be set on clearness of teaching. That must be the one thing he is living for, while it is the one thing he is attempting. To make a truth clear to another involves, as has already been shown, an understanding of that other's mind in its attainments, its limitations, and its methods of working. The truth which is already clear in the teacher's mind must be made clear to the scholar's comprehension. And to this end, the truth must be so phrased, so illustrated, and so applied as to be clear, not alone to the one who imparts it, but to the one who is to receive it. It is not a question whether a certain putting of the truth ought to be clear to the learner, but whether it will be, not whether that putting would be clear to another learner, to the average learner, but whether it will be clear to this learner. The superintendent of a prominent city Sunday school was greatly surprised at finding in his teachers' meeting that one of his teachers actually supposed Cornelius the centurion to be the leader or overseer of an Italian band of music. But when the superintendent had learned that fact, he saw that the Bible phrasing, just as it stood, did not make clear the truth of the text to that teacher. Hence, some other phrasing was a necessity just there, in the effort to make the truth clear. Every teacher must be sure of his scholar's measure of knowledge on such a point as this. In order to make clear that which he would teach, a teacher must therefore put himself alongside of his scholar in knowledge and in sympathy. He must bring himself to the scholar's level of understanding and thought and feeling. If there are more scholars than one to be taught, the teacher must bring himself to the level of the lowest of these scholars, For if those of the lowest grade can understand him, those of the grade above will understand him also, while on the other hand, making a truth clear to the higher grade does not necessarily make it clear to the lower. The words chosen for the phrasing of a truth which is to be made clear should be words which the scholar already understands, or if he has not understood these words before, he should now be helped to understand them. No matter how attentive the scholar may be, nor yet how all-important may be the truth which is declared to him, unless his teacher addresses him in words within his comprehension, he must fail to comprehend the truth for which he is waiting. Open quotes. Tell me the story simply as to a little child, close quotes, is the core of many a learner who is addressed as if he has knowledge far beyond a child's. And again, an adaptation in the manner of address in teaching has much to do with making clear the truth which is to be taught. Open quotes. Tell me the story slowly that I may take it in. Close quotes. A scholar of slow thought must have the teacher's help in slow and patient teaching, no matter how long it takes to make the one truth in hand clear to the one scholar under instruction. No matter how many times the word chosen to make that truth clear has to be changed or restated, the teacher must keep on trying, for to make just that truth clear to that particular scholar is the only thing that is really worth thinking about by that teacher until that thing is fully accomplished. In the effort at making the truth clear, a teacher will commonly have to tell a thing to his scholar in as plain and simple words as he can employ, words which the scholar is likely to know the meaning of and which he is least likely to misapprehend. Then commonly comes the use of well-designed questioning to test the scholar's understanding and comprehension of the truth declared to him, not the putting of formal questions from a printed page, nor yet the asking of the scholar to give again the words he has heard from his teacher, but conversational questioning calculated to draw out the scholar's independent view of the matter in consideration. According to the lack of understanding by the scholar disclosed in this test questioning, is the teacher's further duty of making clear the truth which he would teach, and which cannot be taught until it is made clear, the truth which he has already stated without making it clear. Just here comes in the mission of illustration in its primitive and truest sense. Illustration is literally a making lustrous. To illustrate is to make clear, intelligible, or apprehensible, especially by means of figures, comparisons, examples, and the like. Illustration is not necessarily the use of anecdotes, not commonly so, neither is it the adorning and rendering attractive dry statements of truth. Storytelling by a teacher is, in most cases, more likely to darken counsel than to make truth plain, to shadow the light rather than to shed light, to turn away the thoughts from the immediate subject of study rather than to apply them to it with a closer intensity. However pleasing it may be to either scholar or teacher, or however it may aid in holding the attention of scholars, but the true use of illustration by a teacher is in its availing himself of that which the learner already knows as a help to the understanding of that which the learner does not yet know. Every scholar already knows something. Every teacher ought to know more than his scholar. In the teacher's effort to cause his scholar to gain fresh knowledge, he can wisely make use of an illustration, of a light-shading comparison, out of the scholar's stock of knowledge, to make clear a truth beyond the scholar's present possessions, but within the teacher's realm of knowledge. And without this work of light-shading, everything else that any teacher does or is goes for naught in the process of teaching. If a teacher seeks illustrations as illustrations, if he honestly endeavors to find some well-known fact or thing which will make clear a truth that he is trying to transfer to or to impress upon his scholar's mind, he will not be permanently at a loss for helps of that kind in his teaching. The world is teeming with likes and similes, and practice will perfect him in their finding. But if he is after figures of speech and agencies of adornment by which to make his speech more brilliant or attractive, he is not likely to be so successful. Lacking the simple purpose of practical utility in his search after helps to wise speaking, he will have no such directness and progress in his endeavors to gather material for his using. On this point, Dr. Bushnell's words of counsel to the young preacher have their application to the teacher also. Open quotes. If he has already something strong enough to say, to call in angels of imaginary that excel in strength to help him say it, there is no kind of symbol observed by him in heaven above or in earth beneath that will not be at hand to lend him wings and lift him into the necessary heights of expression. But the moment these aerial creatures begin to see that they are wanted for garnish and not for truth's sake, they will hide like partridges in the bush. Close quotes. To illustrate this point, an example of a teacher's using a known and familiar fact to make clear a truth which was not yet known and familiar to his scholars may be of service just here. Years ago, I was leading the general exercise of a city mission school in my old Hartford home, where the lesson in hand was Christ our example. In the progress of the lesson, I asked, "What do you mean by example? What is an example?" One scholar answered promptly, "Some figures which you write on a slate." Thereupon the other scholars laughed, but I said quickly, "Yes, that is one kind of an example. We call those figures which we write on a slate an example of a rule in arithmetic. But there is another meaning to the word example, and that is the one I'm after." Already my questioning has shown me that at least one scholar there had utterly failed to get an idea of Christ as an example through a not unnatural misapprehension of the word example. Then I put my question again. When we say that someone is an example to us, what do we mean by that? "Is to be better than all the other boys," called out a bright little fellow who was all intent on the exercise. "Yes," again I responded, "for it is always better to recognize what truth there is in an honest answer of a scholar, and to work out from that towards a fuller meaning, than merely to point out the defects in the answer. Yes, that is the idea, and I wish that every boy here would try to be such an example to all the others. But now, can you tell me any other word that means about the same as an example?" That was a pauser to these boys, as indeed I expected it to be, for they were not accustomed to sharp definitions and synonyms. At once, however, every interested and attentive boy there was busy at thinking, for children like to be set at work in search of truth. Knowing those scholars in their weekday haunts and surroundings, I then undertook to find an illustration to help them in their truth-seeking. Some of you have been down at Woodruff and Bates or at Lincoln's Ironworks and have watched them casting there. You know that when they want to make a boiler head or a fence post or a stovepot, they take a piece of wood of just the right size and shape and press it into the clay of the casting molds. What do they call that piece of wood? "Pattern, pattern," came up from one boy and another before the question was fairly out of the teacher's mouth. "Yes," I said, "that is it. It is a pattern. That is the very word I was after. An example is a pattern. It is something of just the shape that we want other things to be. When a boy is better than all the other boys, he is a pattern to them, an example. It was easier from that point to make clear the lesson of Christ, our example. In the endeavor to make truth clear by the use of illustration, a teacher should avoid the too common mistake of supposing that symbols or figures of speech are a help to the understanding of truths not before apprehended. This mistake shows itself on every side in the multiplicity of arcs and anchors and crosses and crowns in blackboard's diagrams, in the chromatic picture design, and in the visible lesson symbols of various sorts and patterns proffered for the education of Sunday school lessons, as also in the figurative language employed in speaking of the elementary religious truth to children and others of uninstructed minds. It is true, as has been already affirmed, that words are at the best but symbols and must be recognized as figuring or suggesting ideas rather than as conveying those ideas absolutely. But this only makes it more important to use words in only a single and a simple sense, and not to employ them in their symbolism for the presentation of a secondary symbolism. To pursue this latter course is to burden and hinder the child needlessly in his endeavor to comprehend truth and to make its ideas his own. Children have high capabilities of understanding and yet higher capabilities of imagining, but their minds work easiest in a straight line and in one line of thought at a time. There must be simplicity and directness in the thought presented to them to enable them to take hold of it and pursue it in reason or in imagination. If you say to them that what you are telling is a veritable truth, they can understand you. If you say to them that it is a fancy, that it is a make-believe, they can understand that, and they will have no difficulty in following you with the idea that what you say is in the realm of fancy. But if you tell them that the make-believe means something else than its apparent meaning, and that you want them to imagine one thing and at the same time to consider and realize quite another thing as symbolized by this symbolic language, then you confuse them needlessly and burden and tax their mind unduly. Nathaniel Hawthorne refers to this truth in the preface to his Wonder Book, where he says, open quotes, "Children possess an unestimated sensibility to whatever is deep or high in imagination or feeling, so long as it is simple likewise. It is only the artificial and the complex that bewilder them." Close quotes. It is on this account that the miracles of the Bible are better suited than the parables to the teaching of children. Children do not stagger at the supernatural, even while they stand bewildered before the symbolic. A child can take in the description of heaven as a city with its streets of gold and with its 12 gates, each gate of a single pearl. But when you add to this appeal to the imagination, a call on the reasoning faculties to consider the truth symbolized by the golden pavements and by the gates, you bring in a puzzling element which distracts the thoughts and limits the progress of the children's mind. So again, if you tell the children that Jesus Christ is able and willing to be their Savior, they can understand that quite as well as can the accomplished theologian. But if you tell them that Jesus Christ is the Good Shepherd and that they are the lambs of his fold, there is a perplexing symbolism in that statement, which has to be made clear to begin with, and when it is made clear, the truth concerning Jesus Christ as a Savior is yet untouched. So, at the best, you have merely brought forward a symbolism to stand in the way for a time of a truth that could have been made clear without any such symbolism. You may say, in opposition to this, that the figure of the Good Shepherd is found in the Bible, and that it must therefore be recognized as worthy of the children's understanding. True. And when you find that figure in the Bible lesson, it is your duty to explain it to the children. You can even say at such a time, "Now, children, this does not mean that Jesus is a real shepherd, nor does it mean that you are sheep or lambs. It only means that just as a good shepherd takes care of the sheep and lambs of his flock and is ready to lay down his life rather than to have them harmed, so Jesus will care for children who are in his keeping. And so he has already proved his love for you by giving his life for you." To explain an oriental figure of this kind when you find it in the Bible is a very different thing from taking up an oriental figure as an explanation of a plain English term. The common picturing of Jesus as a good shepherd carrying a lamb in his bosom has confused and disturbed many a child's mind in his thoughts of the character and work of Jesus. More than one person of intelligence has told me of the discomfort of his mind in his early life through this common use of figurative language in the presentation of religious truth to him. One good man said that for years he suffered keenly under the impression that the only choice before him for all eternity was to be a sheep or a goat, to be covered with wool or with hair, and he had no wish for either transformation. He was now a boy, and whether he lived or died, he would like to continue a boy or grow up to be a man. Yet the same misleading figure was piously pressed on him by parent, teacher, and preacher without any attempt at its explaining. Unless you have a care to shun the use of symbols in your teaching, you may be putting stumbling blocks in the way of your scholars, instead of supplying them with guideposts on the road of truth. You, being a teacher, can understand this symbolism as one of your scholars cannot. A straightforward, simple statement of truth to a child is always better than a figurative presentation of that truth. Even if the child can be made to comprehend the symbol, its use has even then caused a needless delay in the completion of the teaching process. Possibly a little child could be trained to stand on its head before it stood on its feet, but even if it could do this, that would hardly be a wise way of teaching a child to walk. Many a teacher who has tested children's capabilities in this line has learned how difficult it is for even a bright child to carry two parallel processes of reasoning in its mind at the same time. For example, 20 children can enjoy and understand the fables of Aesop, where one child can comprehend the moral of one of these fables. So, in the use of all figurative language, while reading in the Bible in my family circle, I came to the words of our Lord, "By their fruits ye shall know them." Had I simply said to my children, that means that you are sure to show whether you are a good child or a bad child by the way you act, I should have, so far, made the matter clear, but I wanted to explain and apply the symbolism of the text, and I went on accordingly. The child whom I was questioning readily caught the idea of knowing a tree by its fruits, of understanding that a pear tree was a pear tree and not an apple tree because it bore pears, and so on. She also recognized the truth that a child's character could be shown by its conduct. Each truth she could comprehend by itself, but the difficult was in running her mind on two parallel lines of thought at the same time, so as to perceive that conduct is a fruit of character. I could come no nearer to it than this. But what does Jesus say we may know people? By their fruits. What do you mean by their fruits? Apples and pears? Nor was she an exception in finding this difficult in the process of learning by symbolic language. Mrs. Edward Ashley Walker tells of hearing a clergyman explain in an address to children that Christian ministers are the salt of the earth. After he had shown the value of salt in its power to keep food from spoiling, he told of the good work of the ministers in aiding to preserve the world from total corruption. The children understood both part of the address, but they could not run them together properly. When he concluded his address with the question, "Why then are ministers the salt of the earth?" they answered, not unnaturally, because they keep victuals from spoiling. And that is a fair illustration of the dangers of speaking in parables. It may be asked, however, why parables are so freely used in the Bible if they are so difficult of comprehension by the untutored mind. They certainly are not always used there as illustrations. Parables are often the very opposite of illustrations in the true and primitive sense of that term. Illustrations illumine truth, throws light on it, make it clearer and more luminous. Parables more commonly unfold truth, wrap it about in figures that for a time conceal rather than disclose it. This is the original purpose of much of the parable using in the Bible. "Why speakest thou unto them in parables?" asked the disciples of Jesus when they found that he was addressing the multitudes in figures of speech which were difficult of comprehension. "Because," was his reply, "it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given." Yet even the disciples did not know the meaning of all the parables until they asked and obtained an explanation from Jesus. And when they were alone, he expounded all things, as spoken by him in parables, to his disciples. Where a Bible parable is given in the form of a simple narrative, with its obvious teachings in the story itself, as in the parable of the Good Samaritan, there is, of course, no such difficulty in its use for children, as exists in a parable which symbolizes truth rather than illustrates it. The difference in the two forms will be apparent to every intelligent mind. If, therefore, you want to conceal truth from your scholars for a time, speak to them in symbolic parables, or use crosses and crowns and anchors and hearts in bewildering their simple minds. But if you feel that it is given to them to know the truth, which you know, by all means give them the truth in simple, straightforward language, with the aid of helpful illustrations, without any unnecessary symbolism. Dr. Dowling has shown how a simple illustration may make clear the truth of such seeming contradictions as Paul's separate statements that we are saved by faith and again that we are saved by grace. The illustration is that of a man falling from the deck of a moving steamer. The captain instantly orders the engine stopped, a boat is lowered, a rope is thrown to the struggling man, the man clutches at the rope, he is saved. Saved by the loving kindness of the captain, saved also by his clutching at the proffered rope. The help of the eye, of the scholar's eye, ought to be sought by the teacher in his effort at making clear the truth he would teach. Maps and pictures and other visible helps have their important place in this line of effort. Yet more commonly the blackboard or the class slate or a sheet of paper and a pencil can be made to do much towards making clear that which the teacher would teach. Peculiarly is this the case where the lesson includes a narrative, and where the relative positions of persons and places need to be understood. It is hardly less useful where related truths are to be considered over against each other. With all scholars who can read, the directing of their attention to the Bible text itself in conjunction with the teacher's explanations can be made to perform an important part in making clear that which the teacher would teach. Indeed, the aid of the Bible text in making clear the text of the Bible, the value of Bible truth as a means of explaining Bible truth, can hardly be overestimated. There is no single fact or doctrine in any one part of the Bible on which light cannot be thrown by a fact or a statement in some other part of the Bible, and there is an added gain when the scholars are enabled to see this for themselves. If they do not know of any passage which will give them help, the teacher can tell them where to find one, leaving them, however, to find it and apply it for themselves. And so, by all these various means, the work of making the truth clear can go on under the teacher's skilled direction. Making clear that which you would teach is not the whole teaching, but there is no teaching without it. There are other things to be done besides this, things which in their place are even more important than this, but this is the thing of things for you to attend to when it is the thing you are attempting as a teacher. How to do it is a point of preeminent importance to you when you have to do it. End section 20.
Section 21 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process, Its Methods, How to Secure Your Scholar's Co-Work in Lesson Teaching, Part 1. The scholars being attentive and the teacher having found a way to make clear that which he would teach, the teaching process now hinges on the co-work of scholar and teacher in the transfer of the needed knowledge from the teacher's mind to the scholar's mind, or, more properly, in the enabling of the scholar to obtain that knowledge for himself under the teacher's guidance. And for this co-work, also, the teacher is responsible, as it is the teacher's method of securing the completion of the teacher's process that we are considering, and no teacher can do a teacher's work without the co-work of his scholars. The first requisite to securing the co-work of your scholars is to bring yourself down to their level. You are probably above their level to begin with. You ought to be so, but if you and they are to co-work to advantage, you and they must get together in some way. They are as yet unable to rise to your level. You ought to be able to stoop to theirs. This you can do without losing your own vantage ground. A baby boy was backward in saying his first words. One after another of the family tried in vain to teach him to say Mama or Papa. He could just roll his little tongue and make a very few simple sounds, like daddle daddle. His repeated failures to do more than this discouraged his parents and several of his older sisters, and had the effect of disheartening him in his efforts. He saw that he disappointed his would-be teachers, and it grieved him, but how to do better he did not see. A little sister, next older than himself, herself not yet 4 years old, saw the trouble, and in sympathy with her little brother put herself down alongside of him on the floor to see what she could do as a teacher. "Charlie," she began, "say daddle daddle." Charlie at once responded with daddle daddle. "That's right, Charlie," she said. "That's a good boy." Then in triumph she called to her mamma, "Mamma, see here, I can make Charlie talk." And she put him through his lesson successfully. Her hearty approval gave her little scholar cheer. He was no longer disheartened. He was ready to try a new lesson now, and that was the beginning of his success in learning. As soon as a teacher came down to his level, he was ready to be helped to a higher plane. Co-work on his part was impossible until then. It has often been said, it has, indeed, already been stated in this volume, that the more a teacher knows, the harder it seems for him to teach, and it certainly has been found, as a practical matter, that young persons are commonly more successful as teachers than are older persons. The underlying reason for this seeming advantage of the younger and the poor informed over the mature and the well instructed is in the greater readiness with which the younger teacher apprehends and conforms himself to his scholar's level of intelligence, and in the liability of the man of learning to fail to recognize and bridge the gap between his scholar and himself, as preliminary to the proper co-work of teacher and scholar. The best informed man could teach much better than one having less knowledge, if only he would ascertain and bring himself down to his scholar's level of thought and attainment to begin with. Unless he does this, the more he knows, the less he can teach. It is not always easy for a teacher to ascertain a scholar's level. That may itself require careful study, but there is no safe and sure progress in teaching until that knowledge has been gained. In a city mission school which I superintended some years ago, a teacher asked question after question of a new little scholar without ever getting a satisfactory answer. The boy did not know who made him, or who was the first man, or who built the ark, or who was cast into the lion's den, or any other item of the elementary information which was then made the main subject of Sunday school pursuit. At last the teacher asked in despair, "Why, my boy, what do you know?" And the discouraged face brightened up as the little fellow answered cheerily, "I know the head from the tail of a cent." Then for the first time the teacher knew what the boy's level was. Brought up in the crowded streets along the river's bank, he had watched the older boys pitching pennies, and he was not a little proud to have already learned the difference between the head and the tail of a cent. And that was a good starting point for a wise teacher who could come down to a scholar's level. It were easy then to take a penny and show its two sides, and ask and talk about the difference. Then could come the story of Jesus finding a lesson on the head of a penny, and other Bible stories about a penny could follow, as a basis of farther co-work in the teaching process. Finding a scholar's level in order to get down to it is quite as important a matter to a teacher as any other result of his study. And when that level is found, it is the teacher's duty to make his starting point there. That is the only hopeful spot on earth for him as a teacher. When you and your scholars are fairly on the same plane, you must see to it that they are familiarly at ease with you. It is not enough for a stranger to get down on the floor alongside of a little child. There will be shyness on the child's part until acquaintance is made with the newcomer, and until sympathy and confidence bring ease and familiarity on both sides. When these are secured, the child will be ready enough to do his share of the talking. Children love to talk. They love to tell what they know. They love to ask questions also. A child has been characterized, not inaptly, as an animated interrogation point. Once get a child to feel free with you, and he will talk with you as he would with his parents or his playmates. If you can get no word from a child in a Sunday school class, the trouble is not with the child alone. It is in your relations with that child. There is still some obstacle between that child and yourself, some hindrance to his perfect freedom with you. That hindrance you must set yourself to discover and remove if you would secure his co-work with you in the teaching process. A good teacher had in her Sunday school class one shy little child who for a long time could never be drawn out to take any part in the lesson exercises. But one Sunday, as the teacher was speaking familiarly with her scholars, this little child broke out most unexpectedly with the announcement, "I went to the circus yesterday." The teacher wisely saw and improved her opportunity. Had she checked that child for that interruption, she might have checked another scholar. The shy little one would have felt the rebuke and drawn herself back into her own timid self once more. "Did you?" asked the kind teacher, in evident and hearty appreciativeness. "And what did you see there?" Full of this new episode in her commonplace life, the interested child, at her ease all of a sudden, started off with the story of the sight she saw at the circus. Watching the play of the little one's mind, the teacher went alongside of the scholar until she had a fair hold of her sympathy and attention, and then she adroitly turned the scholar's mind on to a thought somewhat near the subject for the lesson of the day. That scholar, thus put at her ease with her teacher, never shut herself away from that teacher again. It is easier for some teachers to put themselves on familiar terms with their scholars than it is for other teachers. It is easier to bring some scholars to a pleasant familiarity with their teacher than it is to secure the same result with other scholars. But whatever difficulty there may be on the part of either teacher or scholar, this freedom of familiarity must be secured as an essential preliminary to co-work in the teaching process. And when you have brought yourself down to the plane of your scholars, and are familiarly at ease with them, then set them at something which they can do in the line of co-work with you. It is not enough to tell them in advance to study the lesson. That phrase means much or little according as it is intended by the teacher or as it is understood by the scholar. Possibly you know what you mean when you use it. Probably you do not. The chief cause of the common complaint that scholars do not study their Sunday school lesson rests in the fact that the scholars do not know what is meant by studying that lesson, and that the teacher has no better defined idea on that point than the scholars have. Is it memorizing the text that you mean? Is it fastening in memory the title, the topic, and the golden text of the lesson? Is it finding the answers to the questions in the lesson help? Is it looking up the connection of this lesson with other portions of the Bible? Is it searching into the principles involved in the statements of the text and considering their applications to life and conduct? It might be any one of these, or of half a dozen other ways of studying that you are thinking of, or that suggest themselves to the scholars. It is not enough to leave the subject in this vagueness. If, however, you point out to a child some one thing that he can do in the studying line and ask him to do that, he knows what is wanted of him, and he is quite likely to be ready and glad to attend to it accordingly. Children love to be helpful and to show that they are bright. Their brightness and their helpfulness can be quickened and made available by the wise notice and direction of a Sunday school teacher. "I like to be busy, Papa," said a little girl of some 4 years old, "because when I am not busy, I've got nothing to do." And that was a specimen child so far. Children like to be busy, and if children are not busy, they have nothing to do. It is a teacher's duty to see that his scholars are kept busy by having something to do in all the teaching hour. There are many who remember the gain in interest to the young scholars of a generation ago through the introduction into the homes and the common schools of Gallaudet's Picture Defining and Reading Book. Each section of that book started out with a picture. Underneath this was a series of simple words indicating objects to be seen in the picture. The child was to point out those objects as he read the words or as his teacher called them to him. For example, an old man, a black hat, small sticks, a short pipe, a lively dog, a small house, one door, dark clouds, a tree. Each of these specified objects was looked up and pointed out by the child in the one picture which included them all, as that object was called for by the text. The child was thus kept attentive and active throughout. The work assigned to him was a work within his capacity, and he was led along in it pleasantly. When the words and their meaning, and their connection with that picture, were thus fixed in his mind by his own co-work with the teacher, the child was ready to take another step in following a brief story in which those words formed an important part. This method of securing a scholar's co-work in lesson study is equally applicable to Bible teaching. Take, for illustration, the lesson on Gehazi the leper from 2 Kings chapter 5, verses 20 to 27. In an effort to secure the co-work of scholars who have been backward in taking part in the lesson exercise, the teacher might begin with calling the attention of the class to the first verse of the lesson. But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said, "Behold, my master hath spared Naaman the Syrian, in not receiving at his hands that which he brought, but as the Lord liveth, I will run after him and take somewhat of him." 3 men are named in this verse, and each of the 3 is described. Name the first man, the second, the third. Now notice one thing that has been done, one thing that had not been done, 2 things that were going to be done. What was the thing that had been done? What was the thing that had not been done? What were the 2 things that were going to be done? Very simple questions these are, but they are all the more likely to be responded to because they are so simple, and they demand attention and quicken interest on the part of the scholars. From such questions, which can be asked about almost any verse in the lesson, it is easy to go on, step by step, carrying the scholars with you in co-work until the main teachings and applications of the lesson are brought out in the scholars' answers to the teacher's well-considered questions. When it comes to the teachings and applications of the lesson, the scholars can be led on, by specific questions, to see and to say that the sins of Gehazi included his parleying with evil, his deciding to do wrong, his starting out on a bad mission, his lying, his misrepresenting his master, his obtaining money on false pretenses, his embezzling trust funds, his adding lie to lie, and that in his sinning he risked his own soul, he endangered the faith of Naaman, he betrayed the confidence of his master, and he dishonored the cause of God. While the beginning of such specific questioning is very simple, it can be carried on indefinitely in the direction of thorough and exhaustive lesson study. Some of the points to be questioned about can be assigned to the scholars a week in advance. Others of them can be taken up for the first time in the class at the hour of lesson study. Questioning has an important part in keeping scholars at work with their teacher to a common end. Questioning has, indeed, an important part in every phase of the teaching process. It does much in catching attention and in holding attention. It does much in making clear the truth which is to be taught. But, more than elsewhere, questioning has its place in securing the scholars' co-work with their teachers, in the completion of the teaching process. Illustrations of one kind of questioning with this point in view have already been given. There are simpler forms of questioning which can have a part all along the way in the teaching process. Preliminary questions which are so shaped as to bring out the very words and statements of the lesson text, before any comment is made on them, have a value in Bible study beyond any value which this form of questioning would have in the study of another book than the Bible. For there is a gain in knowing the precise words as they stand in the text of the Bible, in order to the understanding of the manifold meanings of that text. End of section 21. Section 22 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The teaching process, its methods, how to secure your scholars' co-work in lesson teaching, Part 2. This mode of questioning in Bible study was first introduced by James Gall of Scotland at the beginning of the present century. At that time the art of teaching in Scotland was at its lowest ebb, and, with but few exceptions, children at school were trained to pronounce the words in their books without knowing or seeking to know the meaning of anything they read. In the United States, a similar method prevailed in our earlier Sunday schools, and the mere memorizing of Bible words or of catechism answers was the extent of most that was called Sunday school teaching. Mr. Gall introduced the plan of a limited lesson, including a few verses of Scripture to be made the subject of simple questioning, with a view to enable the scholar to know what those verses declared, and to express his understanding of them in his own words. From this beginning, our entire modern system of Sunday school teaching, including all our question books and lesson helps, took its start. And the sound principles on which this method rested ought not to be lost sight of at any stage of our progress. Gall's idea was to set the children at finding out from the words they had read or repeated an answer to each question which was put to them in this word catechizing, and, by this means, to train them into a habit of thinking for themselves before giving an answer to a question, instead of their going on mechanically with rote recitations from memory, as under the old-time method, which unfortunately is not yet entirely abandoned in our Sunday schools. For example, to take the verse, "Behold, a sower went forth to sow." The first question might be, "Who went forth?" The scholar's answer would be, "A sower." The questioning and answering might go on, "For what did this sower go forth?" To sow. "Who was it who went forth?" A sower. "What did this sower do?" He went forth, or he went forth to sow. Now that seems a very simple style of questioning, yet it is a very different matter from, and quite in advance of, mere rote recitations of Bible verses or of catechism answers. No scholar could answer the simplest of those word questions by a parrot process. He must stop and think in order to give the answer. His reasoning faculties must be brought into play in looking after and deciding upon the word or the words which furnish a fitting answer, which furnish the only answer to the question put to him. And all this is in the line of mind quickening and mind training. And other questions as to the meaning of the words of the text, and as to the lessons and applications of those meanings, can follow in their order. This method of James Gall's has not been fairly superseded, although it has been at many points improved on by the progress of educational methods up to the present time. Those teachers who are most competent and who are most successful in their practical teaching work today follow a similar method, whether they are aware of its origin or suppose it to be peculiarly their own. The Reverend Thomas K. Beecher showed his admirable qualities as a teacher before he was in the pastorate, and he still evidences his teaching power in the guidance and training of his Sunday school teachers. His skill as a questioner was, and is, a chief characteristic of his teaching, and his methods of questioning were almost identical with those of Gall. Writing on this subject some time ago, he said, "Standing before the class, himself fully possessed of the words of the lesson, knowing what he would teach, and gathering up the eyes of the children, in attention to himself, a teacher can surprise himself by the amount of enthusiasm engendered by rapid questions to secure co-work, such as follow. The object that the teacher has in mind is to break up the purely mechanical memorizing of the lesson, and ascertain that the pupils do really attach some sense to the words that they have first accurately recited. Will say the first sentence of the lesson. Behold, a sower went forth to sow. A what? Pointing to a member of the class, as a quicker way, and withal more magnetic than stopping to call a name. A sower. What did he do? He went forth. What for? To sow. And of this method, simple and even frivolous as some teachers might consider it, Mr. Beecher says, "As the result of years of experience, I find that even in our teachers' meetings this class of questions arrest attention, and amuse and fascinate even grown-up people, for when asked rapidly and with spirit, they require the parties engaged in the exercises to keep their wits about them, and be perfect masters of the words of the lesson." These word questions are only at the beginning of the questioning process, or of the teaching process, which is the learning process. They are to be followed by questions which lead to and which call for explanations and comments by the teacher, and again by questions which aid in drawing out and applying the practical lessons of the Bible passage under consideration. This was Gall's plan, and Mr. Beecher follows the same method when he says, "In our teachers' meetings we recognize 3 grades of questioning, in some one of which we practice at every meeting, and sometimes in all 3. I will call them, first, the questions upon the words of the lesson; second, questions that exercise the intellect; third, questions that develop spiritual truth and apply it." One point, however, is to be borne in mind in the progressive steps of questioning. Any word of explanation or comment is to follow a question which demands it, instead of being given before the question that relates to it. First questions, then comments, not first comments, then questions. That was the method of Socrates. It is the method of all the best teachers in our day. For example, not every scholar in a city school may know the meaning of the term a sower. Instead of taking this possible lack of knowledge for granted and giving the information to begin with, the question should first be asked, "What is a sower?" or "What is it to sow?" If no scholar in the class can answer this question, then, and not before, is the time for giving the explanation. Some may perhaps think, says Gall, that the explanation should be given before the children are catechized on the passage, rather than after it. But experience has shown that this is incorrect. The children's minds are better prepared for the explanation of that about which they have heard something, than of that about which they as yet know nothing. Or, as Mr. Beecher has forcefully phrased it, food proffered when there is no appetite is nauseating. Information proffered prematurely is worse than wasted. It is stupefying, hardening. Information is most timely to scholars, he suggests, when the process of questioning and answering culminates at last in a question which they all wish they could answer, and their eyes turn with hunger to the teacher. Then, and not till then, it is time to teach, by causing the scholars to know what they are then desirous of knowing. Even then, however, as Mr. Beecher goes on to say, each item of new information imparted by the teacher should immediately be asked for back again from the scholar, and farther questioning should give it new shape and prominence in their minds. So, to use a very homely simile, we grease the class with new information, and rub it in while they shine with intelligence and are warm with interest. Rub it in with questions. And so the co-work goes on in the teaching process. It may be well just at this point to call attention to the fact that there are Christian educators who have taken exception to this method of elementary word questioning in a Bible lesson, as first advocated by Mr. Gall and as employed successfully by very many since his day. Indeed, it would hardly be right to ignore the fact that the specific objections raised against this method by Mr. J.G. Fitch, an eminent English educationalist, in an otherwise admirable essay on The Art of Questioning, which has been circulated widely by the London Society School Union and by American Sunday School Societies, and which has been made the basis of much of the modern normal class teaching on this important theme, have been the means of misleading very many teachers and of giving wide currency to radical error in the department of instruction. Mr. Fitch takes as an example the parable of the Good Samaritan, beginning with the words, "A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho." He says, some teachers would proceed to question thus, "Who is this parable about?" Sick. A certain man. Where did he go from? Jerusalem. Where to? Jericho. And so on through the verse. Now, because every one of these questions was proposed as nearly as possible in the words of the book, and required for its answer one, generally but one, of these words, Mr. Fitch thinks that their method is objectionable. He claims that it is very easy for a boy or girl, while the echoes of the Bible narrative just read still linger in the ear, to answer every such question by rote merely, with scarcely any effort of memory, and no effort of thought whatever. Hence he infers, if you desire to secure a thorough understanding of this sacred narrative, it will be necessary to propose questions constructed in a different model, avoiding the use of the exact phraseology of Scripture, and requiring for answers other words than those contained in the narrative. He then illustrates his idea of wise questioning on the passage named by giving first one or two preliminary questions. For instance, who used these words? To whom were they spoken? Why were they uttered? Repeat the question which the lawyer asked. Then Mr. Fitch's first question on the lesson proper would be, what is the parable about? While he admits that the question would bring various answers, he takes it for granted that one scholar would answer, a man who went on a journey, although why this answer should come to that question any more readily than to the question, as given in the other plan, who is this parable about, he does not explain. It will be observed that the answer to not one of the preliminary questions asked by Mr. Fitch can be learned from the text of the parable on which he is questioning, the beginning of which he defines by his citation of its first verse, as the basis of his example. Yet in the teaching process proper, no teacher has a right to suppose, at the start, that his scholars are prepared on points outside of the lesson text. If, indeed, this preliminary questioning by Mr. Fitch be based on knowledge already communicated by the teacher, then his illustration of a questioning method is not a fair one, as in contrast with the elementary word questioning of the Gall system already condemned by him in its application to the passage cited. But apart from this, it will be seen that the first direct question on the lesson text proposed by Mr. Fitch, what is the parable about, is a vague and indefinite question to which any one of half a dozen answers would be more natural than the one which the questioner is after. Other questions asked by him are equally vague in view of his expected answers. Thus, what should you suppose from the lesson was the state of the country at that time? Thinly peopled, road unfrequented, etc., etc. How do you know this? Because he fell among thieves. If the average city boy would suppose that thieves were to be found only in lonely places, he must be unable to read the notices, "Beware of thieves," in many a place where crowds assemble. A more natural dialogue would seem to be, what should you suppose from the lesson was the state of the country at this time? It was occupied by a thievish set. What makes you think so? Because this man found thieves there. In short, Mr. Fitch's method of questioning in this example, while imperfect even as a means of testing the knowledge acquired by scholars in previous study, is utterly out of place as an elementary method in the teaching process proper. And again, Mr. Fitch confounds a rote recitation, the rotary crank recitation which takes no knowledge of the meaning of the words recited, with an intelligent answering of questions upon the relation of several memorized words to each other and to the sentence as a whole. Confounds, in fact, the functions of the sensorial ganglia with the functions of the cerebrum, as they have already been referred to at page 89. A parrot can give a rote recitation, but no parrot could answer the questions condemned by Mr. Fitch on the opening sentence of the parable cited by him. It is true that the word questions referred to are very simple and quite elementary, and that no lesson could be fairly taught by such questions alone. But it is also true that such questions perform a work of calling intelligent attention to the words of the lesson text, in their relations and in their more obvious meaning, a work for which Mr. Fitch's method, as illustrated by him, makes no provision, but without which no true teaching of a Bible lesson can progress satisfactorily. The first thing to be aimed at by a teacher in the teaching process is to bring the scholar to know what the text says. That knowledge is all important as preliminary to a knowledge of what the text means, and yet farther to a knowledge of what the text teaches. This order the Gall system provides for. This order seems to be lost sight of by Mr. Fitch, who over against it departs from sound teaching principles and flies in the face of all the best results of the teaching experience of the last half-century. Mr. Fitch has done excellent service, perhaps unequaled service, in promoting wise teaching methods in the Sunday school, but on this one point of elementary word questioning, his counsels ought not to be followed, and his words of warning ought not to have weight. Just here it may be said by some that the true method of questioning, according to some such plan as Gall's, has already found its way into the question books and lesson papers, and that the better way is, therefore, to follow these helps in class questioning, rather than to attempt an independent process of questioning. In response to this suggestion, it is sufficient to say, first, that the question books and lesson papers are not commonly conformed to Gall's plan, or to any other plan, in the style and order of their questions. Secondly, that if they were so conformed, they ought not to be followed blindly, nor yet to be made use of in the class exercise by either teacher or scholar. Question books and lesson papers may be of service as helps in study, but not as helps in the teaching process. If, indeed, a teacher knows so little about the lesson he would teach that he cannot ask questions concerning it without having those questions, as printed or written, all the time before his eyes, how can he expect his scholars to know enough about that lesson to answer those questions without having the printed or written answers always before their eyes? When a lawyer, in examining or in cross-examining a witness on the stand, shall read off all his questions from a paper held in his hand, when any two men who are discussing politics shall stand up before each other and read off their questions and answers to each other, when two persons in ordinary conversation shall follow closely their written notes in all that they say on both sides, then and not before will it be time for a Sunday school teacher to consider the propriety of his relying on the printed set of questions, in his endeavor to aid a scholar to know what he would cause him to know, and in his effort to ascertain how much that scholar already does know. If, indeed, a question book is to be followed closely in Sunday school class teaching, a teacher would seem to be a superfluous appendage to a Sunday school class. Why should not one of the scholars ask the questions from the book, in order to their answering by the other scholars in the class? In this way, a Sunday school could be supplied without substitute teachers at $10 a hundred by any religious publishing house. And there are Sunday schools where a supply of this sort would not make an observable diminution in the teaching power in the several classes. The Bible itself may properly be in the hands of the teachers and of the scholars, for reference and for cross-reference, in the process of teaching. But even the Bible should not be referred to during the ordinary direct questioning in the teaching process. Each statement of the text should be in the mind of the scholar, not in his eye, while he is being questioned concerning its words and their meaning. When the intelligent memorizing of the text can be secured in advance, there is a decided gain in that method of having its words in mind. But in the teaching process proper, the co-work of teacher and scholar must be directed to the examination and understanding and applications of the lesson, through a simple, natural, and informal mode of questioning and answering towards the desired end. End of section 22. Section 23 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process, Its Methods, How to Secure Your Scholar's Co-Work in Lesson Teaching, Part 3. In all your lesson questioning, you must know before you frame each question just what answer you would have that question bring from your scholar, and you must so frame your question as to bring that answer and no other as its natural and proper answer. If, indeed, you do not know what answer you are after, how can your scholar know what answer he should give to you? Of course, if you should be questioning your scholar about his personal feelings or opinions, or should be seeking information from him in matters beyond your own knowledge, the case would be very different. You could not then know what answer your question would bring from him. But in lesson questions which you are asking as part of the teaching process, you should always have the desired answer in mind and shape your question for it accordingly. If you find in any instance that a question which you have put can fairly bring any other answer than the one you had in mind in its framing, you must accept that answer when it comes to you as so far a proper one. And if you still seek the other answer, you must try again, and by another question, for its obtaining. Yet just at this point, many a scholar is checked and discouraged in his answering questions by a teacher who questions clumsily, and then refuses to accept proper answers to his questions because they do not happen to be the very answers he had in his mind when he gave his vague and indefinite questions. Let me illustrate my meaning. I sat behind a teacher in a Sunday school I visited. He had a class of bright lads, say from 13 to 15 years old. The day's lesson was Jesus before the governor. "What was Pilate?" asked the teacher. That seemed a good beginning. The question was a natural one. Why could not the scholars answer it? Its shaping had not cost the teacher much thought. He had little dreamed how much its answering would tax his scholars' powers. What was Pilate? A Roman, answered one scholar. That was right, but it proved not to be the answer that the teacher looked for, and instead of accepting it as correct and asking another question to bring the answer he wanted, he replied with sharp emphasis, No, what was Pilate? The boy, who had done his best and had given a correct answer only to be told that he was wrong, did not try again. Why should he? Another answered, A foreigner. Right again, but the teacher's comment was, No, what was Pilate? After some hard thinking, it seemed to strike one of the boys that possibly the teacher wanted to classify Pilate in the order of beings, and he answered, A man. This also was fair answer to the question, but the teacher received it as if it were a triumph of stupidity, and he snapped out his response as if he were calling the class a pack of dunces. No, what was Pilate? As simple answers did not seem to suit, the boys set their busy brains at work, and it occurred to one of them that the character of Pilate was perhaps to be passed on, so the answer came, A coward. The teacher was in despair. His scholars were hopeless. It was of no use trying to make them learn anything. He would answer the question himself. No, he replied to the suggested answer. Pilate was the governor. The tone in which he gave this information showed that he was ashamed of his scholars, and his scholars were apparently somewhat ashamed of themselves. It would not take that teacher long to have his scholars so they would answer no questions in his class. What was the trouble in this case? It certainly was not with the scholars. They did their best. Their answers were as good as could have been looked for. They did a great deal more thinking than their teacher. I followed them with my mind as they were questioned, and I could not imagine what answer their teacher was after. The trouble with his question was, it was quite too indefinite, and did not indicate the kind of information he wanted. But he still put the blame on the boys, which fairly belonged on their teacher. He would not learn from them. When he asked what was Pilate, and they answered a Roman, he should have replied yes, and then have asked farther, and what office did he hold, or some such question to bring out the desired answer. If his original question was the best he could think of, he ought to have seen by its first response that another form was needed to indicate the information he sought. Whenever a strange answer comes to a teacher's question, the teacher should try to see if it is not a fair answer, even though it be an unexpected one. If it is fair, he should receive it as correct and ask himself how his question can be improved on or supplemented for his special purpose. The average scholar's answers are better, more thoughtful and appropriate than the average teacher's questions. Bear this fact in mind while before your class, and understand, when no answer or a wrong answer comes to one of your questions, that the trouble is probably not with your scholars, but with the question you have put to them. Reshape that, and you may find your scholars brighter than you had supposed. Not only are questions of the teacher to be made much of in securing the co-work of the scholars, but the questions of the scholars can do a little in this direction. A question from a scholar often discloses more of his thoughts and more of his needs than would appear through a score of questions from his teacher. A good teacher ought to train his scholars to imitate the Holy Child, who while he was yet but 12 years of age was in one of the Bible schools of the temple courts, sitting as a scholar before the teachers there, both hearing them and asking them questions, as was the custom in his day in the Jewish schools, and as ought to be the custom in Christian schools in our day. Children love to ask questions. It is for their advantage, and for the advantage of the teachers also, that they be encouraged to question their teachers freely in the hour of co-work for lesson learning. Nor should the help of the scholar's eyes be overlooked in the effort at securing the co-work of scholars and teachers. Here is where the Bible itself may be found useful. Other verses than those of the lesson are to be sought out. Several passages are, perhaps, to be brought into comparison with the one now in hand. One scholar may be asked to find one passage in his Bible, another to look up another, and so on. Or again, all may be asked to look at one passage at the same time. Again, it may be well to refer to a map in one of the teacher's Bibles, in pointing out the place or places mentioned in the lesson. All may bend together over a common map, or each one may have his own map for separate reference. The use of slates in the class has already been several times referred to. Well used, these slates can add much to the interest and profit of the school exercises. Small folding silicate slates are the most convenient. Each scholar can have one, so also can the teacher. There need be nothing formal or constrained in the use of these slates. They are to be used when wanted, not otherwise. They will be found more and more helpful by those who use them most freely. When, for example, a lesson treats of the tabernacle or of the temple, the form of that sanctuary can be better understood, in many classes, through the scholars sketching on their slates the outline of the holy place and of the Holy of Holies, and marking there the location of the ark, of the candlestick, of the altar of burnt offering, and of the other furniture, at the call, and, if necessary, with the help of the teacher. So again, the slates can be used for rude map drawing, or for noting the relative positions and distances of places mentioned in the lesson text. Even when no material objects are to be noted, it may be an advantage to a scholar to observe and write down the main points and central truth of the lesson of the day, as they are successively emphasized by his teacher. As the principal divisions of the lesson are brought out, one, by the teacher, they can go down on the left-hand side of the scholar's slates. Then a proof text from the Bible may be entered on the right-hand side, over against each division. These texts may be noted in the class, or they may be afterwards looked up at home by the scholar and shown to the teacher the next Sunday. Each scholar may be asked to write on his slate, at the close of the hour, the one important lesson he has personally received from the day's lesson, that it may stand out clearly in his own mind and be recognized by his teacher. A single text of Scripture to enforce the teachings of the day may be entered on the slates, to be memorized by the scholars and recited subsequently. The scholars may be asked to show the slates to their parents on their return home, and to request their parents to question them on the meaning of what is written there. The slates may be brought again the next Sunday, either with or without the notes on them, that the truths emphasized may be reviewed at the opening of the school from sight or memory. Or the scholars may be induced to bring their own outline of the new lesson on their slates for the teacher's examination, and thus co-work all the week through will be promoted. The scholars are certainly likely to have an added interest in the lesson, and to leave the class with a better understanding of its facts and teachings, if they have written down its main divisions or have noted its application to themselves. Attention is also fixed and held in class through a call to look at the teacher's slate as he outlines an object or notes a division of the lesson, with a request that the scholars will put the same on their slates. Many a teacher has gained a new hold on his class through the introduction and judicious use of slates. It will be a surprise to almost any teacher who has not before made use of them to find how frequently they come into service and how important a place they fill when once they are available in his class. And so, in one way and another, the co-work of scholars and teachers can be secured in the progress of the teaching process. And so, in one way or another, the co-work of scholars and teachers must be secured, or there is no progress in, and no possible completion of, the teaching process, which is the learning process. Although the three phases of the threefold teaching process, attention on the scholar's part, making truth clear on the part of the teacher, co-work by teacher and scholar in the transfer of truth from the mind of the teacher to the mind of the scholar, have now been treated separately in their examination and enforcement, it is to be understood that they are not separate and distinct processes, but are interworking phases of the one threefold process. A teacher is not to see to it that at one time his scholar gives him his attention, that at another time he makes clear the truth he would teach to that scholar, and that at yet another time he and the scholar co-work to a common end. On the contrary, the teacher is to see to it that, at all times while he is teaching, he has his scholar's attention, he is making clear what he would teach, and he and his scholar are co-working in the teaching process. The co-working is, in fact, to go on from the beginning of the lesson exercise, the scholar meanwhile giving his attention, and the teacher making clear that which he would teach. And so the teaching process, which is the learning process, must go on, if it goes on at all. Up to this point, only the essential elements of the teaching process have been considered, only those things without which the teaching process cannot be complete. It is now time, however, to speak of reviewing as an element of successful teaching. And although it must be conceded that teaching is possible without reviewing, it can be fairly claimed that there is no certainty of the completion of the teaching process without a measure of reviewing, and that the highest attainment of the teaching process is impossible except in conjunction with wise reviewing. Hence, the methods of reviewing cannot fairly be omitted from the methods of the teaching process. Reviewing is a term much misunderstood. It is often looked upon as synonymous with reiteration, or as repetition, or as recapitulation, or as revision. Yet, in fact, it means a great deal more than any one of these terms, or perhaps than them all. Reviewing, like any other phase of the teaching process, has its threefold aspects, including one aspect for the scholar, one aspect for the teacher, and one aspect for teacher and scholar conjointly. Reviewing includes the testing of the scholar's knowledge, the fastening more firmly the truth taught by the teacher, and the new viewing, by teacher and scholar, of the lesson or lessons as a whole. Reviewing goes to show what the scholar has learned, to fix what the teacher has taught, and to bring before teacher and scholar all that has been taught or learned, into new light and into new relations. On the success of reviewing, therefore, hinges the measure of success of the entire teaching process. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process, Methods in Review, Testing the Scholar's Knowledge. Examinations needful in all schools. A new application of Pharaoh's dream, necessity of frequent testings, Elijah and Ahab, one scholar's progress, methods of test questioning, Father Paxson's trouble, getting what you want, the test in testing. Examinations are counted essential in all schools but the Sunday school. It is universally understood that a scholar can, in one way and another, pass the ordinary class recitations fairly well without being a master of the lessons gone over, and the examinations at the close of a week or a month or a year are relied on for the testing of the real attainment made by the scholars in any branch of study, except Bible study. But Bible knowledge is to be secured through the same mental processes as any other knowledge, and the testing of the knowledge gained by a scholar in the study of the Bible must be by the same method as his testing in any other department of knowledge. Hence, the examination of a scholar by some method of reviewing is essential to the testing, to the ascertaining of that scholar's knowledge in the line of his Bible lessons thus far. Review Sunday examinations are not always calculated to encourage a teacher concerning the progress of his scholars or the success of his work, but they are nonetheless important for all that. Pharaoh's dream, which Joseph interpreted, seems to have had something of the nature of a review examination, as that testing time shows itself in many a Sunday school. The 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, which came up out of the river, may pass for so many well-selected Bible lessons. The meadow in which those kine were feeding answers to the Sunday school. The 7 other kind that were poor and very ill-favoured and lean-fleshed represent a 2 common style of scholars in our Sunday school. Those ate up the first kind without being the fuller for it. These devour the lessons which are found in the Sunday school meadow, but they give very little evidence of their good feeding. The lean and the ill-favoured kind did eat up the first 7 fat kind, and when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favoured as at the beginning. A great many scholars have nothing to show for their 7 weeks or their 7 months of abundant feeding in the Sunday school meadow. Joseph told Pharaoh that this state of things in his day indicated a danger of famine in the meadows of Egypt. It is fair to take a similar view of the danger at the present time in the application of this dream to our Sunday school meadow. When Review Sunday brings the testing time which this dream would seem to illustrate, every teacher ought to face the question, what have your scholars gained from the study of the past quarter's lessons? You have taught your scholars 12 lessons. Have your scholars anything to show for them? Can your scholars recall the main facts of those lessons? Can they restate the spiritual teachings or the practical applications of those lessons? If indeed the examination shows that, so far as assimilated Bible nourishment is concerned, your scholars are as poor and lean-fleshed and as ill-favoured as at the beginning, so that it cannot be known through the testing process that they have had anything to eat since they came up into the Sunday school meadow, you have good reason to be disturbed and to set yourself at work vigorously to guard your scholars against the famine which imperils them. Whether it be disheartening or cheering to you, a review examination of your scholars is essential to your understanding of their success and your success in your and their common work. For not what the scholars have studied, but what they have to show for their studying is the real measure of progress in your class, as it is in every other teacher's class. Nor is it only by a periodical and formal, far less is it only by a written examination of the series of Bible lessons gone over by a scholar that a scholar is to be tested as to the knowledge gained by him in his studies or through his teacher's teaching of him. The testing work must go on in conjunction with the other portions of the teaching process, and the reviewing must be frequent and at times informal, as well as being also at stated times and more formal, at the close of one day's lesson, at the opening of the lesson the next Sunday, sometimes in mid-lesson, again at the close of the month or the quarter, and so on, all through the period of a teacher's work of teaching. Most teachers would be surprised at finding, by any fair testing of their work, how little, comparatively, has been gained by their scholars, or rather how much which they supposed they had made clear has been missed by their scholars in any lesson or in any series of lessons of their teaching. And here is one of the real advantages of the testing nature of review methods in the teaching process. One of my daughters, who seemingly had real tact in dealing with little children, and who certainly had unusual love for the teaching work, had a good illustrative experience in this line at the very beginning of her Sunday school teaching life. The class given to her was composed of children just out from the primary department. The lesson for the day was about Elijah and Ahab. My daughter delighted in pictorial or descriptive teaching. Graphically and vividly, she pictured in simple language the appearance of Ahab and Elijah, explaining at every point the characteristics and relative positions and circumstances of Ahab, the idolatrous king of Israel, and of Elijah, the rugged and courageous prophet of Jehovah. The children listened as for their lives. They were all attention. There could be no doubt on that point. And when she had finished that story, she proceeded confidently to test her scholar's knowledge of it. Addressing a young girl whose large bright eyes had never turned from her teacher's face during the spirited recital, and who was still all attent on her teacher's words, she said pleasantly, "And now I want to see what you remember of what I have told you. Who was this Ahab?" The child's answer came back promptly, "God." That was discouraging. My daughter came home with a heavy heart and told me of her failure. To her, this was a mystery. To my mind, it was perfectly explicable. That little girl was not lacking in natural brightness, but she had never been trained to independent thought. She had listened to the story with hearty interest and had probably even gained a general impression of its main tenor. But she was unaccustomed to stop and reflect on what she had heard, and a direct question like the one given her concerning the details of a narrative to which she had just listened was only a bewilderment to her. There was no reason why she should give one answer rather than another, save that God would seem a safe answer, a good answer to any Sunday school question. So that was ventured on with a grotesque inaptness. All this I explained to my daughter, and then I gave her some of these practical points about the essentials and the methods of the teaching process, emphasizing especially the importance of carrying her scholars along with her in co-work, and of testing their knowledge sentence by sentence as she made the truth clear to them, until they were more accustomed to study and to reflection as supplemental to their attentive hearing. It may be well to add that by these methods that teacher brought that scholar steadily and even rapidly forward in habits of Bible study, so that at the close of the first year in that class, that same scholar stood first on the list for accuracy and completeness in a written examination of an entire quarter's lessons, first not in her class alone, but in a school of several hundred scholars. So it may be seen that the testing of a scholar's knowledge by some method of reviewing may on the one hand be a means of immediate confusion and regret, and on the other hand may tend to the ultimate bringing of a scholar into habits of thoughtful endeavour, which but for some such method would never have been cultivated properly. The methods of testing a scholar's knowledge are quite as simple as the methods of teaching truth to a scholar. In fact, he who can teach will have no difficulty in testing the results of his teaching. The real barrier to the testing process, which stands in the way of its exercise by many a teacher, is the fact that no teaching process has gone before it. If a teacher has been contented with telling truth to a scholar, he has not taught that scholar. Hence, it will not be easy for him to test the results of a teaching which never existed. Moreover, as intelligent questioning is a chief agency in the testing process, while it has no part in the telling process, the teacher who relies on telling as a means of teaching is naturally unskilled in the true testing method. He also who has counted the hearing of a recitation as teaching has not even attempted the imparting of knowledge to his scholar, and there is no reasonableness in an effort by him to test the efficacy of a teaching process which he has never undertaken. Even though he has asked the scholar a series of printed questions as a means of securing the scholar's recitation, he has acquired thereby no experience which would aid him in asking other questions which should test the scholar's real knowledge of the subject matter of his recitation. If indeed there were testing questions printed in the lesson help, the teacher might ask them of the scholar, and they would go for what they were worth. But that would be the lesson help's testing of its own work, not the teacher's testing of his work. The first thing for a teacher to consider in the testing process is the question of what he has tried to teach the scholar and what he wants the scholar to have in his mind. When the teacher is clear on these points, it is a very simple and very easy thing to ask questions of the scholar accordingly. Take, for example, that lesson on Elijah and Ahab. After the teacher has endeavored to cause the scholar to know who Ahab was and who Elijah was, not by merely telling the truth to the scholar, but by means of the teaching process proper, including the questioning of the scholar on these points before giving the needful information, then the teacher desires to test his scholar's knowledge so far. He may begin in this way. How many men have I told you about? What was the name of one of them? What was the name of the other? What office or what rank or station or place did one of these men hold? What was the office or mission of the other? Which was the king? Which was the prophet? What is a king? What is a prophet? Tell me what you can about Ahab. Tell me what you can about Elijah. Questions like these would test quite fully the knowledge of any scholar on this starting point of the lesson, and some such testing as this is an important element in perfecting and in giving proof of the teaching process. A few testing questions might well be asked at the close of every lesson, and again at the beginning of every subsequent one. In shaping these questions, a teacher ought to have clearly in his mind just that portion of the truth he has endeavored to teach, which he deems it most important for his scholar to know and remember. The absence of this knowledge in the teacher's mind is the chief difficulty in the way of review questions for testing purposes by the average Sunday school teacher. Good Father Paxson, the veteran Sunday school missionary of the West, used to tell of his first day in Sunday school when he was set to teach a class, while yet he had no experience as either scholar or teacher. He heard the scholars recite their memorized Bible verses faithfully, and he had the idea, as so many still have it, that that was teaching a class. Then the scholars asked him if he would question them on their lesson, if he would ask them testing questions. But that was quite out of his range of thinking. I told them, he afterwards said, that there was nothing in particular in that lesson that I wanted to inquire about. And many a teacher since his day has failed of asking testing questions of his scholars for the same reason as Father Paxson's. There is nothing in particular in the lesson which the teacher has tried to teach or concerning which he wants to test the knowledge of his scholars. But when a teacher has tried to teach anything in particular, he has no trouble in testing the success of his endeavor. The same standard of questioning for a series of lessons during a month or a quarter or a year should be recognized by a teacher in the testing of his scholars as for a single lesson. What did you seek to cause your scholars to know during that period? Question about that. If indeed you count the titles and topics and golden texts of the lessons the chief matters of concern in the quarter's lessons, by all means confine your test questions to them. If, however, you have tried to fasten the main facts of the lessons severally in your scholars' minds, let your test questions be directed to them. If again you have given a chief place to the teachings and applications of the lessons as they came before your class, your questions should be shaped accordingly in the testing of your work in its review. Whether it be bones or solid meat or nutritious juice that you would have the scholars lay hold of for their nourishment, see to it that your scholars understand your desire and that your testing questions be all conformed to your deliberate and carefully matured plan. And bear ever in mind this truth, as both an incentive and a guide in your test questioning. The true measure of your scholar's knowledge on any subject of study is not what you have declared to him, not what he seemed to understand of your teaching, but what he can restate to you in his own language as you and he go over it again together. It is a very common thing for us to say when we are asked about one thing or another, about something that we have often had in our minds, that we know all about it, but cannot express our knowledge in words. As a rule, this is not a true statement of the case. If we have definite knowledge on a given subject of inquiry, we can express that knowledge in words. And just to the extent of our inability to so express ourselves, are we lacking in definiteness of knowledge. The truth is that we have a good many vague ideas on many a subject, which we confound with real knowledge of that subject. And so it is with our scholars. Test questioning, therefore, is a test of the teacher's success quite as fully as it is of the scholar's attainment. It is alike important and valuable to both teacher and scholar. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fastening the Truth Taught. Over and over again, a lesson from the Jesuits, how much reviewing is in order, our liability to forget, the method of Jesus, Paul's method,
Repetition as a Pulpit Power, Repetition in Literature, Class Methods of Repetition. It is not alone in testing the measure of knowledge already imparted to the scholar that the work of reviewing has its importance and value in connection with the teaching process. Reviewing has also much to do with deciding the measure of knowledge secured by the scholar. Reviewing not only shows how much the scholar has been caused to know of the truth which his teacher has brought before him, it also causes the scholar to know much that otherwise he would not know, and again, it enables him to continue to know much that he was caused to know for the time being, but which he would again cease to know if he were never reviewed in his attainments of knowledge. We rarely learn a truth or a thing by a single hearing or a single effort at doing. A little child has, commonly, to have a word said over to him many times before he can say it plainly himself. As he grows older, he has to practice his lessons repeatedly in order to their learning. So simple a thing as the drawing of a straight line or the making of the letters of the alphabet is not to be done offhand at the first showing how. Seldom can even a sincere lover of music catch a new tune which fastens his attention and delights his ear, if he hears it no more than once. And there are not many who, in the full maturity of their powers, can make it their own by a single reading an attractive poem, which they understand at the fullest, and which takes hold of their innermost being in its thought and phrasing. Men of the strongest mental powers want to read over and over again those books which they value most, and their feeling is that they cannot learn all that those books can teach them without those repeated readings. And so it is, all the way along from childhood to maturity. Reviewing a truth once learned is essential to fastening that truth firmly in the mind that has received it. The schools of the Jesuits, as perfected under Aquaviva 3 centuries ago, were quite in advance of anything the world had yet known in the educational line, and their power and effectiveness were such as to stay, in large measure, the progress of the Protestant Reformation in Europe. The methods of those schools are still worthy of imitation at many points. In their system of teaching, reviewing as a means of fastening the truth taught was given a large prominence. On this point, Robert Herbert Quick says, one of the maxims of this system was, Repetitio est mater studiorum. Repetition is the mother of studies. Every lesson was connected with 2 repetitions, one before it began, of preceding the work, and the other at the close of the work just done. Besides this, 1 day a week was devoted entirely to repetition. In the 3 lowest classes, the desire of laying a solid foundation even led to the second 6 months in the year being given to again going over the work of the first 6 months. By this means, boys of extraordinary ability could pass through these forms in 18 months instead of 3 years. It is probably true that the relative degrees of attainment in knowledge by scholars in different classes, under teachers of the same grade of ability in our Sunday schools, are in direct proportion to the frequency and thoroughness of reviewing by the teachers severally. It is probably also true that from 1/4 to 1/2 of the entire time occupied by a teacher in the teaching process could be employed to advantage in one form or another of reviewing in any and every class. This may indeed seem a strange statement to those teachers who are at a loss to know what to do when Review Sunday comes around 4 times in a year, but the more teaching and the better teaching a teacher does between review times, the more does a teacher value the opportunity of reviewing his work, and the better use does he make of such an opportunity. It might indeed be better for a teacher to give only 4 Sundays of the year to original teaching, and spend the other 48 Sundays in reviewing the new work of those 4, than for him to fail in taking at least 4 Sundays in the year for the reviewing of the work of 48. If the choice between these 2 methods had to be made, in the one case, the scholars would be likely to know at least 4 lessons very thoroughly. In the other case, the scholars would not be likely to have any one lesson firmly and intelligently fastened in the mind. If one lesson were thus fastened, the teacher cannot be sure of the fact without the test of reviewing. Even those truths which have been fairly learned are not sure to be retained in the memory without reviewing. Whatever may be said of the indelibleness of impressions once made on the mind, it must be admitted that not all which we have known at one time and another is permanently available in our memories. Much that we formerly knew well is now as if we'd never known it. Who of us can recall clearly every verse of poetry which he had ever recited with ease? Who of us can remember distinctly every anecdote which he ever told or knew? Who of us carries in his mind unfailingly all the explanations concerning the modes of manufacture and the ways of working, everything into which at any time he looks inquiringly and intelligently? Who of us knows, so as to make the knowledge available, the full contents of one book in 10 of those books which he has read or studied most carefully, or which at the time he mastered most successfully? If indeed we do carry any of these things always in our mind, is it not because we have had reason to review the truths of our first learning on more than one occasion subsequently? It is not merely in those things which were learned only for the time being that reviewing is essential to refresh retention in the memory. It is the same with many of those things which were learned most thoroughly and as for all time. Even our mother tongue is no exception to this. Take a child who has already learned to speak and read and write in his own language, and carry him over the ocean to live among those whose language is wholly different, and he is liable to lose the memory of the language which once filled all his mind and was as familiar to him as his own breathing. This was the case with Dr. Young Wing, the Chinese student who had his second education in America. After his graduation from Yale College, when he decided to return to his native land, with a noble purpose in behalf of those who were of his own blood, he found himself necessitated to learn the Chinese language over again, because it had not been reviewed by him in all the years of his absence from China. And so it has been with many another person. Without frequent reviewing, truths once learned by us most thoroughly are liable to pass from our memories, and again, the truths which are now fresh in our minds will fail to become a permanency there. And if this be so with all of us, there is peculiar need of frequent reviewing in the process of teaching, which is a process of causing our scholars to know that which we would have them to know for now and for always. The times and methods of wise reviewing for the purpose of fastening truth in the scholar's mind are not materially different from those which are desirable for the testing of the attainment in knowledge already made by the scholar. That which is most important to be remembered should be given largest prominence in reviewing. In many cases, a truth should be reviewed, or repeated, or reiterated at the time of its first mention. This was the way in which our Lord and his disciples frequently impressed a truth to which they attached peculiar importance, sometimes with a slight change in the phraseology and meaning, and again in the very words first employed. Jesus looked round about, and saith unto his disciples, How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of God? And the disciples were amazed at his words. But Jesus answereth again, and saith unto them, Children, how hard it is for them that trust in riches to enter into the kingdom of God. It is easier for a camel to go through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Again Jesus saith to Simon Peter, Simon, son of John, lovest thou me more than these? He saith unto him, Yea, Lord, thou knowest that I love thee. He saith unto him, Feed my lambs. He saith unto him the second time, Simon, son of John, lovest thou me? He saith unto him, Yea, Lord, thou knowest that I love thee. He saith unto him, Tend my sheep. He saith unto him the third time, Simon, son of John, lovest thou me? Peter was grieved because he said unto him the third time, Lovest thou me? And he said unto him, Lord, thou knowest all things, thou knowest that I love thee. Jesus saith unto him, Feed my sheep. Can anyone doubt that these truths are more firmly fastened in the minds of their hearers by their threefold repetition and immediate review? Nor was that an uncommon method with our Lord in his teaching. Paul wanted his Philippian converts to have joy in the Lord's service. After he had already used the words joy and rejoice nearly a dozen times in his letter, he goes on to repeat his injunction to rejoice with a defense of his reiterations of that injunction. Finally, my brethren, rejoice in the Lord. To write the same things to you, to me, indeed, is not irksome, but for you it is safe. And then, to give added force to his often repeated injunction, he says, Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say, rejoice. It ought not to be irksome to any teacher to review his scholars in an important truth, which he would have fastened in their minds, and to them it is safe. It was in that same letter to the Philippians that Paul said again of his review methods, Many walk, of whom I told you often, and now I tell you, even weeping. Old Thomas Fuller says of this improvement in Paul's later form of putting the truth, Formerly he had taught it with his tongue, but now he taught it with his tears. Formerly he taught it with words, but now with weeping. There has been no time since the days of Paul when there was not an added power in simple repetition as a means of fastening truth in the minds of hearers or readers. Many a preacher gives a trip-hammer force to the text from which he preaches by bringing it down on the ears of his hearers at the conclusion of every section, if not indeed of every few sentences of his discourse, until that text is sure to be remembered by all who listen to him, even if nothing else that he brings to them finds a sure lodgment in their memories. The story is told of Dr. Edward Dorr Griffin preaching a remarkable sermon during one of his earlier pastorates at a season of spiritual declension, when he fastened the attention and impressed the minds of all his hearers before he had uttered a single word of his own by the simple threefold repetition of his text in solemn earnestness. My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from him. My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from him. My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from him. That threefold repetition of the text was the whole sermon in itself. The preacher did not lose the hold thus gained on his hearers until his whole congregation was swayed with strong emotion under the power of his message from God to them, and that sermon was the beginning of a great awakening in his field of labor. The power of repetition as a means of impressing and fastening a thought or a truth is evidenced in all the varied range of literature. It is shown in those refrains and choruses of popular songs, which are remembered when all the other lines or verses are forgotten. It stands out in those reiterated words which make and mark the remembered burden of a poem, like the Nevermore of Poe's Raven, the stitch, stitch, stitch of Hood's Song of the Shirt, or the break, break, break of Tennyson's Song of the Sea, and it is scarcely less prominent in the prose than in the poetry of secular literature. Dickens often fixes the lesson of one of his plainly marked characters by the tireless repetition of a single distinctive or idiosyncratic phrase in connection with that character, such as Mr. Toots' "It's of no consequence," Captain Cuttle's "When found, make a note on," and Mr. Micawber's "Until something turns up." Again, is in the ceaseless knitting, knitting, knitting of the heartless enemy of a hated race, in the ever-recurring sound of the echoing footsteps of progressing destiny, and in this grim sawing, sawing, sawing of the blood-craving citizen, that his Tale of Two Cities has its more thrilling effectiveness. And so it is to a greater or less degree in the work of other impressive writers. It would indeed be a pity if the Sunday school teacher were not to avail himself of this recognized power of reiteration and repetition as a means of enforcing and fixing the truths he is teaching. A few review questions on last Sunday's lesson may wisely be asked at the beginning of each Sunday's teaching exercise. A few questions tending to bring out the chief points of the day's teaching may follow at the close of that exercise. All the way along in one's teaching work, review questions designed to bring up afresh and fasten anew important truths which the teacher wishes not to be forgotten may be asked in conjunction with the current teaching. Sometimes the mere repetition of a question immediately on its being answered may tend to impress and fix the answer itself in the mind of the scholar who gives and repeats the answer, as would not otherwise be possible. For example, in studying the story of Daniel continuing to pray in spite of the threatened lion's den, or of the 3 Hebrew children defying the furnace fires, or of Peter and John preaching God's truth at the risk of imprisonment, a teacher might ask a scholar, "What lesson is there for you in this story?" And the answer might come back, "We ought to do right in spite of everything." "What do you say is the lesson?" asks the teacher again. "We ought to do right in spite of everything." It is again answered. "What do you say is the lesson?" asks the teacher for the 3rd time. And for the 3rd time the scholar answers, "We ought to do right in spite of everything." Can there be any doubt that a scholar is more likely to realize the force of his own answer and to have the truth of it more firmly in his mind in consequence of that repetition? At stated times and at other times, at any time and at all times, review questioning is in order for the making firm and secure in the scholar's mind of that which has once been put there, but which will pass out of the mind unless it be often recalled to memory. You know what you deem of most importance and all that you have caused your scholars to know through your teaching. Let that be the main subject of your review questioning. End of section 25. Read by JenNoel. Section number 26 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Teaching and Teachers, or the Sunday School Teacher's teaching work and the other work of the Sunday School Teacher. New Viewing the Whole. A threefold work in reviewing: how a child learns to read, gain of a perspective, 3 lessons new viewed, the 13th new lesson, specimen new views. In addition to all the gain which comes from the work of reviewing in the teaching process as a means of testing the measure of knowledge already attained by the scholar, and again as a means of fastening in the scholar's mind the truth already taught to him, there is a farther gain in this work as a means of securing a new view of the truth which has been taught by the teacher and which has been learned by the scholar. Indeed, this new viewing of the truth is a chief gain of all reviewing as stated seasons, as in distinction from occasional and incidental reviewings, and again it is the more important feature of reviewing as essential to the completion of the teaching process, in its distinction from reiteration, repetition, recapitulation, or revision. A word or a statement of truth uttered by a teacher or by a scholar can be at once reiterated or repeated by teacher or scholar, or by both teacher and scholar. There is a possible gain so far in the line of testing the understanding of the word or the statement as first spoken, also in the line of fixing the expressed thought in the mind of the learner, but no new view of the truth involved is likely to come through such reiteration or repetition. No new light on the subject necessarily follows the 2nd or the 10th repetition of a word or a statement in the form of its original expression. There is a reviewing, but no new viewing, and such reduplication of that which was recognized in its completeness at the first. The main points of a series of statements may be recapitulated after their first consecutive mention, without any new view of them being gained or being aimed at. Similarly, a revision of the work done may leave it just as it was on its first going over, but a review of a series of words or statements, of facts or truths, which were before taken up singly and were looked at only in their separateness, may give an utterly new view of the whole, a view of them in their relation to each other and to a common whole, which would not have been possible except from this later standpoint of observation. This new viewing of the whole, in a review of the teaching work of a month, or of a quarter, or of a year, is a phase of reviewing which cannot be ignored or neglected by any teacher without a loss to his scholar in that view of the truth taught which would be likely to prove of more value to him than all that which he has gained thus far from his teacher's teachings. I do not mean to claim that the word reviewing in itself means new viewing, in the sense of which I speak of new viewing, and that, on the other hand, it does not mean reiteration, repetition, recapitulation, or revision. For the word reviewing, by dictionary definitions and in common usage, covers all the separate meanings of those words severally, but I do claim that no one of the words reiteration, repetition, recapitulation, or revision necessarily includes or even suggests the idea of an entirely new view of the work gone over, while reviewing can fairly be used to cover that idea. Moreover, I insist that the new viewing of a series of lessons is a distinctive and important and an indispensable feature of reviewing in wise Sunday school teaching, that it is, in fact, the preeminent phase of all stated reviewing in the Sunday school teaching work. New viewing, by reviewing, is an element in all progress of knowledge. In former days, children, while learning to read, were taught the alphabet before they were taught to recognize the letters of the alphabet in the composition of words. It was only by a new view, in review, of the force and the relations of the separate letters, as those letters are formed into words, that a child could make the alphabet itself of any practical value as a means of attaining knowledge. An illustration of the difficulty, of the impossibility, in fact, of gaining a knowledge of the real meaning and use of letters when made up into words, unless by the aid of a new view, in review, an American writer of 50 years ago said, "We tell a child to say P-H-Y-S-I-C, and then we call on him to pronounce it. Or, in other words, we call on him to review his attached work and make its several parts a whole. What would he conclude, if he reasoned? if he reviewed his work without a new view of it, but that it must be Physise. And what magic can he learn that it should be pronounced physic? Only the new view, which showed that the several letters bearing the names PHYSIC, when brought together in order, combined to make the word physic, which is pronounced physic, enabled a scholar to get any practical good out of his study of the letters, either separately or in combination. Since the days of Zacato, the learning of the alphabet as preliminary to the learning of words has grown steadily in disrepute, and now a properly taught child learns the names of the words before his mind is uselessly burdened with the names of their constituent letters. But even now, when a child has learned a series of words, one by one, he still needs to gain a new view of them in their review in order to recognize their force in the sentence which they combine to form. He may take into his mind the full meaning of the several words in their separateness. Herein is love, not that we loved God, but that He loved us, and yet have no understanding of the truth which is included in the meaning of those words as a complete sentence. Herein is love, not that we love God, but that He loved us. Even though he has repeated these words so many times that they are fastened surely in his memory, and even though the testing of him, by careful reviewing, shows that he knows the meaning of each word separately, he is yet without a knowledge of their force as a series of words, unless he has had gained this new view of them by their review as a series, and in their connection in that series. A man might handle every brick which entered into the building of a house, and even have part of laying each successive course of bricks in that house, from foundation to coping, and yet have no real knowledge of the form and appearance of the house as a whole. Only as he obtained a new view of those bricks in their final relation to each other in that building by standing off from it when it was completed, and in reviewing all the work on it which he had had apart, can he intelligently understand the outline and the dimensions, or have any just sense of the general effect of that structure in its entirety. A man might roam over miles of varied territory, comprising meadow and woods and hills and valleys and rocks and streams, and yet have no true conception of the picturesqueness of the region as a whole. He could remember, indeed, that he had wandered in pleasant meadows, had groped along through dense woods, had forded murmuring streams, had picked his way up narrow and rugged paths on the rocky hillsides, but each item of his progress thus far would still stand by itself in his memory, rather than stand in its relatings. Let him, however, at the close of his day's journeying, clamber a mountain summit which overlooks all the way of his progress, and turn back to review the course he has just been over. That review gives him an utterly new view. Straight his eye hath caught new pleasures, whilst the landscape round it measures. Each separate stage of his day's slow progress is now a well-defined feature of the one picture before him. So it is in all attainments of knowledge. There is no true view of all that which has been learned in separate details, unless the review of the whole gives a new view of the whole. All related truths have their perspective, in which they can be seen in an advantage not otherwise obtainable. All Bible truths are related. To fail of bringing any series of Bible truths into its proper perspective is to fail of seeing the truths of that series in their best light, and in such a way as to gain the fullest and most important understanding of them in their relations to each other and to the great central truths of the Bible as a whole. A perspective, it may be well to consider just here, is a view of a scene or of a landscape as gained from a single point of observation, or more literally, as seen through some favorable opening. The perspective of a series of truths, therefore, can be best obtained at the close of the examination of those truths in detail, after the main features of the field of observation have been made known to the observer by his special study, so that they can be recognized by him as he now looks back upon them through the opening of a review exercise. Each single lesson has its series of truths which ought to be looked at in perspective of the lesson's close, as indeed that series of truths cannot be looked at before. Reviewing a lesson to see it in perspective is quite a different matter from reviewing it for the purpose of testing the scholar's knowledge of it, or again, from reviewing it for the purpose of fastening it in the scholar's mind. A perspective reviewing of the lesson is a new viewing of the lesson. This distinction should always be borne in mind by the teacher in his work of reviewing. Whether the lesson be a simple narrative, a seemingly involved doctrinal teaching, or a few apparently unconnected practical injunctions, it has its true perspective, and it ought to be looked at in perspective. Take such a lesson as that on the sin of Jeroboam, from 1 Kings 12:25-33. The details of the story are simple. Jeroboam found himself at the head of a great section of a divided kingdom. He reasoned, not unnaturally, that if his people went into the other kingdom to worship, their hearts would be drawn toward the government of that other kingdom. Yet there was now only one place of worship in the two kingdoms, only one place approved of God for the entire people of both kingdoms. As Jeroboam thought on this subject, he decided to plan for another form of worship than that which God had directed. Then he made the 2 calves of gold and set them up at the limits of his kingdom, and led his people into sinful worship at those new shrines. When these facts are fairly in the scholars' minds, the teacher can bring the scholars by a few well-directed questions at the close of the class exercise to see that this great sin of Jeroboam did not show itself at the worst to begin with. First, he thought about the difficulties in the way of doing right. Then, he began to plan a way of avoiding the danger of right doing. Finally, he was doing wrong with all his might, and so the perspective of this lesson shows the way of progress of sin: thinking evil, planning evil, doing evil. If one would avoid Jeroboam's final indulgence in gross sin, he should shun Jeroboam's beginnings of evil in parleying with temptation to sinning. Or to take such a doctrinal lesson as it is found in Romans 8:28-39, seen in its details, it treats of foreknowledge, predestination, God's love, the believer's trials, the Savior's constant nearness, and yet other matters. Seen in its perspective, it teaches that those who trust in Jesus may feel sure that all the purposes of God, and all the plans of God, and all the permittings of God, and all the providences of God are working together for their welfare for now and for eternity. Or yet again, take such a lesson of practical injunctions as appears in Colossians 3:16-25. Considered verse by verse, this lesson touches the varied duties of husbands, wives, fathers, children, and servants, and treats of worship and of judgment and of hope. Looked at it in perspective, it shows that he who is a follower of Christ in any station of life has duties toward God, in his heart, in his conduct, and in his expectations. And so it might be found in the teachings of any Bible lesson, and of every Bible lesson. A review of the lesson in perspective will give a new view of the lesson, a new view that is quite too important and of too great practical value to be missed by the scholar through the teacher's failure to bring it to the scholar's notice. In the process of reviewing the lessons of a month or of a quarter or of a year, the gain of a new view as obtained in perspective stands out yet more prominently than in the case of a single lesson. The Bible lessons of a month, when viewed in perspective, are found to make one new lesson in 4 subdivisions, or perhaps to stand out as one new lesson without any apparent break from the beginning. So in the case of the lessons of a quarter, as viewed in perspective, on the quarterly review Sunday, there are not 12 separate lessons to be taken up again in their order for re-examination, but there is a new lesson, the 13th of the series, and that new lesson is to give a new view of the 12 lessons that it follows. Just here, it is important to emphasize again the distinction between reviewing for the purpose of testing, or of fastening a scholar's knowledge, and of reviewing for the purpose of getting a new view of all the lessons looked back on. To call up in their order all the lessons of a quarter by their titles, by their topics, or by their specific facts and teachings, as originally taught to the scholars, it is not in the line of new viewing the lessons of that quarter. It is not a proper method of reviewing those lessons in perspective. It may indeed have a value in testing or in fixing the scholar's knowledge of the details thus considered. But when it is through with, the important work of new viewing the quarter's lessons in their review is still unattempted, and the series of lessons as a whole is not yet recognized by, nor indicated to, the scholars under instruction. The 12 minor lessons have been reviewed. The 13th, and the most important lesson, has been not so much as named. Every series of Bible lessons has its unity as well as its diversity. It would be almost, if not quite, impossible to select 12 lessons from the Bible which should not be found to have peculiar relations to each other and to a common truth, or to a common outline of truths. To recognize this unity of design and to cause the scholar to see it is a duty of the teacher in connection with a quarterly review exercise. This gives a new view of the lessons reviewed. This makes the 13th lesson by itself out of the material furnished by the 12 lessons which it follows. Yet just this work, this most important work of the entire quarter, is a work less commonly attempted by Sunday school teachers generally than perhaps any other portion of the teaching work. It certainly is less common than any other phase of lesson reviewing. A few examples of the method of finding a new lesson in 12 old lessons may be given out of the selected lessons in the International Series, quarter by quarter, as follows. 12 lessons were taken from the last 8 chapters of Acts. A new view of them, in their review, showed a historical picture of Paul the preacher, of Paul the pastor, of Paul the prisoner, and their practical lessons were seen to be dangers in the path of duty, encouragements in the path of duty, rewards in the path of duty. 12 lessons from the epistles, including Romans to Titus, showed the Christian believer 1. The believer's character, what he is. 2. The believer's possessions, what he has. 3. The believer's conduct, what he does. Yet another 12 lessons from Hebrews to the close of Revelation showed our Savior. 1. Our Savior's work, what he does for us. 2. Our Savior's provisions, what he prepares for us. 3. Our Savior's demands, what he asks of us. In each of these 3 review lessons, every lesson of the quarter reviewed had its place in the new view lesson without any forcing, and so it might be in almost any quarter's lessons. Although this method of reviewing a series of lessons so as to find one new lesson in the several lessons of the series brings all the lessons of the series into an utterly new light before the scholars, it is not as if the material out of which the new lesson is constructed were before unknown to the scholars. The new lesson is still a review, while there is also a new view. Its very construction indeed is by the scholars themselves, although under the skilled direction of their teacher. The teacher asks the scholars to look back over the lessons they have learned and to tell him what they see in the direction of his pointing. As they go into this work of re-examination, under their teacher's guidance, they see for themselves the progress of the new lesson which their answers are constructing, and they have an interest in it and an understanding of it accordingly. It is as if their teacher were to take the irregularly formed bits of a dissected picture, each of which bits is known by itself to the scholars, but not understood in its relations to the other bits, and should question the scholars as to the correspondence of certain outlines of one of these bits to the outlines of another bit, and so should go on in the way of such suggestions, until the scholars were all alive to the completion of the one picture, of which those several bits were but the portions. That would not indeed be the drawing of the picture anew, but it would be the showing anew a picture, which otherwise might never have been perceived by those who had in their possession all the material for its correct exhibit. A few general questions on the series of the lessons as a whole are better as the beginning of a review exercise for the purpose of a new view than any attempt to recall the lessons separately would be. For example, when the quarter's lessons are from Exodus 35:25 to Deuteronomy 32:52, in what books of the Bible have our lessons for this quarter been found? About how many years are covered by the range of these lessons? Concerning what people have all these lessons had to do? Whose people were this people called peculiarly? Where did the opening lesson of the quarter find the Lord's people? Where does the closing lesson leave them? These questions will serve to show the scholars that the 12 lessons are one. Then comes the effort to find a common teaching in the 12 lessons. A few specimen questions with their natural and probable answers will go on to illustrate the method of drawing out from the scholars the common lesson of the series, it being borne in mind that these reviewing questions are based on a foundation of knowledge acquired by the scholars in the former study of the lessons. Thus, for what purpose were the Lord's people led up and down the wilderness all those years? For their training. For what purpose were all these varied directions given them about offerings and buildings and feasts and the like? To show them how the Lord would have them serve him. As applied to ourselves, then what do all these lessons go to teach and to illustrate? Our proper service of the Lord. What is that when you find as a practical teaching in this quarter's lessons? Our proper service of the Lord. Suppose we set that down on our class slates as a quarter's lesson teaching. Our proper service of the Lord. Now, let us find out something more from these lessons about this one great subject. What is described in the first lesson of the quarter? The bringing in of the gifts of the tabernacle by all the people. What is made prominent concerning all those gifts at that time? That they were offered willingly. Willingly. Well, what a phrase or a feature of the Lord's service is indicated by the willingness with which a gift is made to the Lord. Its spirit. It's what? Its spirit. Well, if the spirit of our service of the Lord is important, let us put that down. on our class slates as one point in our review lesson. Calling attention by a few questions to the prescribed details of the construction of the tabernacle as given in the second lesson of the series, or bring out the truth that the method of the Lord's service, which is there emphasized, and that point also can go down in its place on the class slates. After this, as the several lessons of the series are called up in their order, the scholars will readily assign to them their places under the two subheads of the main topic on the class slate. When the lessons on the Day of Atonement is reached, a few questions will call out the truth that there it is, the purpose of all this service which is illustrated, that ye may be clean from all your sins before the Lord. And so the review will bring the scholars to see by their own work that the lessons of the quarter form a new view lesson on our proper service to the Lord. 1. Its spirit. 2. Its methods. 3. Its purpose. It need hardly be added that to secure the teaching of such a new view lesson and a review of a series of lessons, the teacher must be well prepared with his plan of the lesson and with his outline of questioning in order to bring that plan before the minds of his scholars, or rather, in order to bring the minds of his scholars to recognize that plan as of their own finding in the series of lessons reviewed by them. But without such a new view of a series of lessons in its review, the best study of a series of Bible lessons under the best teacher in the world would be incomplete, and one with which no teacher in the world has a right to be satisfied. End of section 26. Read by JenNoel.
Section 27 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Teaching Process. Recapitulation. And now, having gone over the teaching process in all its details, from its inception to its review, it may be well to look back upon our work as an entirety in order to see its various portions in their relations to each other and to a common whole. There is often a gain to be secured from a recapitulation of the main points of such a work, even when no formal attempt is made at testing, or at fastening, or at new viewing what has been taught. Indeed, a summing up of the steps of progress is frequently in itself a new view of that progress, and so a recapitulation may secure the threefold advantage of reviewing. Our endeavor has been to ascertain what teaching is and how to do it. In order to ascertain what teaching is, we have had to consider what it is not. We have seen that much that passes for teaching is not teaching. The telling is not teaching. That hearing a recitation is not teaching. We have found that teaching is the causing to know by an intelligent and purposeful endeavor. The teaching is a work of which learning is necessarily a component part, that only where something is learned is anything taught, that there can be no teaching without correspondent learning, that teaching is a twofold work, including a teacher and a learner, and that the teaching process is threefold, including one phase for the teacher, one phase for the scholar, and one phase for teacher and scholar conjointly. We have seen that the essentials of the teaching process, those things without which no teacher can teach, are a knowledge by the teacher of him whom he would teach, a knowledge by the teacher of that which he would teach, and a knowledge by the teacher of how to teach that which he would teach, to the scholar whom he would cause to learn just that. we have furthermore learned that the essential elements of the teaching process have also their threefold aspect: the scholar giving his attention, the teacher making clear that which he would cause the scholar to know, and teacher and scholar co-working in the effort to transfer knowledge from the teacher's mind to the scholar's mind, or more properly, in the aiding of the scholar to acquire the knowledge himself under the guidance of his teacher. In studying the methods of the teaching process, we have seen that those methods, which involve the art of teaching as distinct from its science, must be attended to by the teacher in his preparation for his work, in his practice of his work, and in his review of his work. We have seen also that by the very nature of the teaching process, the teacher must be held responsible for the scholar's doing of his part in that process. Otherwise, the teacher would not be a necessity in every phase of the process. Hence, the teacher must not only know how to study his lesson and his scholar, and how to teach his lesson to his scholar, but he must know how to get and hold his scholar's attention, and how to secure his co-work every step of their common progress. We have found that even when the teaching process seems complete, it is yet incomplete without a process of reviewing. Reviewing also is a threefold work, including the testing of the scholar's knowledge, the fastening of the truth taught by the teacher, and the new viewing of the truth as a whole by the combined effort of teacher and scholar. And now that you have heard so much about the nature and the methods of the teaching process, it devolves upon you anew to be doers of the truth, and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. End of section 27, read by BeAWhale, March 2026.
Section 28 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. The Shaping and Guiding of Scholars. Preliminary Statement. Thus far, only the technical teaching work of the Sunday school teacher has been considered, but the teaching work is by no means the only work of the Sunday school teacher. There is a work of shaping and guiding the scholar which no teacher has a right to ignore or neglect, a work which in its place is fully as important as is the teaching work in its place. Teaching is teaching, and only teaching is teaching. Whether therefore teaching is counted of minor or of greater importance, it ought not to be confounded with anything else. If teaching is deemed worthy of attempting at all, it must be attempted in the one way in which alone it can be compassed, and that one way has been pointed out in the preceding pages. But, however important teaching may be counted, teaching is not everything, nor ought it to pass for all things else any more than it ought to pass for anything else than itself. The work of shaping and guiding a scholar is even more important to a teacher's character and destiny than the work of merely teaching a scholar, although there is no reason for failing to attend to the important matter of teaching, because there is a yet more important matter of shaping and guiding to be attended to at the same time as the teaching, and at other times as well. There are various phases in this work of shaping and guiding the scholar. Some of these phases it is well for us now to consider. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. Shaping and Guiding of Scholars, Having and Using Influence, Part 1. Influence is a power flowing in upon one to shape or sway or bias him accordingly. In the very nature of influence, as indicated in its etymology, in and flura, to flow in or to flow in upon, there is an idea of an active potency, of an on-moving tendency, such as is not essential to the very nature of informing or instructing or teaching. For knowledge may or may not be an active force in the mind of him who receives it. At the same time, the idea of influence is not that of a blind and mechanical force, which moves by its dead weight, but rather that of a controlling power quietly exerted, bringing about an effect, physical or moral, by a gradual, unobserved, and easy process. The power of gunpowder in the chamber of a cannon would not be spoken of as influencing the projectile in the direction of the cannon's mouth, but the power of gunpowder might be spoken of as influencing the modes of modern warfare and the policy and destiny of nations. The mighty engines of an ocean steamer are the power for its propelling on its course, but the quiet movements of the rudder are the power which influences its direction. The primitive idea of influence was the potency of the heavenly bodies in the controlling of man's life and destiny. The influent course of the planets, their virtue infused into, or their course working on, inferior creatures. The only instance in which the word appears in our English Bible shows this meaning. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Shakespeare uses the word in this sense. A breath thou art, servile to all the skyey influences, that dost this habitation, where thou keepest, hourly afflict. And again, when I consider everything that grows, holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage presenteth naught but shows whereon the stars in secret influence comment, when I perceive that man as plants increase, cheered and checked even by the self-same sky, vaunt in their youthful sap, at height decrease, and wear their brave state out of memory, then the conceit of this inconstant story sets you most rich before my sight. The poet Waller sings, Our stars do show their excellence, not by their light, but influence. Gradually the meaning of this word has been extended, without, however, losing all suggestion of its primitive force. It was raised from the idea of the quiet potency of the heavenly bodies in the sphere of human thought and action, to the idea of the noiseless efficacy of the ceaseless workings of the God of all nature in the whole realm of creation. And then it was carried outward into all the representatives and all the agencies of God, in the shaping and directing work of the universe, more especially in their bearing upon human character and conduct. Thus we speak of the influences of the Holy Spirit in the heart of the believer in Jesus, and in the very looks and speech of him who preaches Jesus. We speak, moreover, of the influences of affection and of affliction, the influence of memories and of habit, the influence of our surroundings, the influence of scenery, of music, of literature and art, and yet more than all of the immediate and direct personal influence of those who are our teachers, our companions, or in any way our patterns or our directors. And in all these uses of the word, it will be seen, there is the idea of an inflowing upon us of a quiet and efficacious potency from a center of light and life, which gradually and unobservedly works a change in our feelings and course, in the direction of its outgoings. It is, therefore, in a sense, the quiet power of God, or of the representatives and agencies of God, which is recognized in the influences which we feel and to which we submit ourselves. And the same is true of the influence which we intelligently exert, or which insensibly flows out from us into the hearts and minds of those who are about us. It is, in a measure, an emanation from God, which comes in upon us, or which goes out from us, as influence, an inflowing upon ourselves, or upon others, of that which came from God, or which speaks of God. Of course, it is only good influences which are here spoken of, or which primarily affect our idea of the meaning of the word influence. For the good is the normal in the universe. But there is, inevitably, the correspondent idea of the evil as over against the good, the malign as the converse of the beneficent. There was an adverse influence of the planets recognized in the earlier uses of this term. They fought from heaven, the stars in their courses fought against Sisera, says the inspired Hebrew poem, and Milton tells of the fixed stars being taught their influence malignant when to shower. But this is only another side of the same great truth. Influence is normally the outflowing from God and for God. Abnormally, it is the outflowing of hostility to God, the outflowing of evil against God. In speaking of the influence which one should have and should exert, there can be no doubt as to the meaning intended. It is good influence alone which can ever be a duty, or which can ever be counted a duty by a child of God. In order to the having and using of influence, good influence, of course, a teacher must be centered in God, and all that he is or that he has, all that he says or that he makes use of, must represent God, must be, as it were, an outflowing from God toward those to whom he goes, and an inflowing from God upon those whom he reaches. To have and to use this influence is the duty of every teacher. And no matter how wisely and skillfully a teacher may teach, he cannot be a proper teacher, he cannot properly do a true teacher's work, unless he also influences in the direction of his teaching, and by means of his teaching, as well as by many other means. A personal influence, the influence which it is a teacher's duty to exert, is twofold: voluntary and involuntary, intended and unintentional, conscious and unconscious. The one kind is the result of an intelligent and personal endeavor, an endeavor as deliberate, and it may be even as well planned and as systematic, as the act and process of teaching. The other is an outgrowth of the teacher's character. It is incident to and dependent upon what he is, rather than what he plans and purposes. Each phase of influence is important, and for each the teacher is immediately responsible. It is the purposed and voluntary influence, however, which first demands attention, as in the line of the teacher's deliberate work for his scholar. To begin with, a teacher ought to be clear in his mind as to the direction in which he would influence his scholar by his words and by his endeavors. He who would influence the steamer's course by the quiet movements of the helm needs to know the compass bearings of the land he would reach, or of the currents he would seek or would avoid. No steamer's pilot had ever a greater need of a knowledge of the trackless ocean's pathways than has the teacher pilot of an immortal scholar's soul in the life voyage over the sea of probation. To know the direction of wise influence, a teacher has need of all the knowledge of the truth he is dealing with, all the knowledge of the scholar whom he would rightly guide, and all the knowledge of efficient methods of working, which he has found necessary in the teaching process. All these, and more also. It is toward reverence, toward purity, toward truthfulness, toward courageous independence, toward fidelity in little things, toward obedience, toward a sense of sin, toward repentance, toward prayerfulness, toward a restful Christian faith, toward a grateful love of God, toward an unselfish love of one's fellow man. It is away from meanness and falsity and selfishness and transgressions of every kind, that you would influence your scholars while you are teaching them as well as at other times? Be sure on this point for yourself, and then pursue your teaching work and your other work with your scholars accordingly. Being sure as to the aim of your endeavors at influence, you can make good use of all of your knowledge of truth, and all your knowledge of your scholars, and of all your knowledge of wise methods of doing, in the direction of that aim. Nor is any of your knowledge, or of your skill, unimportant in the realm of influence. When King Saul was troubled by an evil spirit, David was brought to quiet him by the influence of soothing music. As David stood before Saul with his harp, did it matter nothing what music David brought from the harp, or how? Suppose he had sounded out harsh discords there, or had struck his harp to the notes of wild martial airs. Would he have soothed the spirit of Saul, or have jarred upon him and increased his unrest of soul? It was the gentle, tender notes of the sacred music of the sweet psalmist of Israel that hushed to repose the agitations of the demon-possessed king, and it was the hand of him who was cunning in playing which directed the influence of the soothing airs as he swept the harp-string. So Saul was refreshed and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him. He who would influence a disturbed or demon-possessed spirit today needs to be cunning in playing on the harp-strings of truth. And he may well crave the skill of David, as well as the faith in which David used his skill on the harp or with the sling. If a teacher desires earnestly to influence his scholars to a personal love of Jesus, he will manifest that desire in all that he says or does, and all the truth that he teaches will be made to apply in that direction. Knowing, therefore, the fear of the Lord, says Paul, we persuade men. We influence men. Old Thomas Fuller says, Lord, I find David making a syllogism in mood and figure. 2 prepositions he perfected. If I regard wickedness in my heart, the Lord will not hear me. But verily God hath heard me. He hath attended to the voice of my prayer. Now I expect that David should have concluded thus, Therefore I regard not wickedness in my heart. But far otherwise he concludes, Blessed be God, who hath not turned away my prayer, nor his mercy from me. Thus David hath deceived me, but not wronged me. I looked that he should have clapped the crown on his own, and he puts it on God's head. I will learn this excellent logic, for I like David's better than Aristotle's syllogisms, that whatever the premise may be, I make God's glory the conclusion. He who reasons according to David's logic will be bent on influencing men to give God glory in all things. Paul was a powerful logician. He was a great teacher. He argued and taught earnestly in the line of the truth. But Paul was even more desirous of influencing his brethren toward Christ than of convincing them of the claims of Christ. Brethren, my heart's desire and my supplication to God is for them, that they may be saved. He said again and again, I could wish that I myself were anathema from Christ for my brethren's sake, my kinsmen according to the flesh. There is more than a wish faithfully to declare the truth in such utterances as these. And where that spirit prevails, there will be influencing as well as instructing for the right. A young woman teacher, who found her health failing rapidly, said earnestly to a friend concerning her Sunday school class, I would be willing to die if only by that means I could win my scholars to a trust in the Savior. Such a teacher would be sure to lose no opportunity of influencing her scholars in the direction of her longings and prayers for them. Her teachings would have the element of influence in them, or would have the power of influence added to them. She would not be satisfied with merely bringing out the truths of a lesson she was teaching. Her endeavor would be to make that truth influential for good to her scholars. Every teacher has a responsibility for influence as well as for instruction, in class work as well as in work outside of the class, on behalf of the scholars of that teacher's class. Uncle John Vassar, as he was called, was a lay missionary work of marvelous power in influencing men toward Christ. The secret of his power was his absorbing desire that all whom he knew should know and love his Savior. It was not his teaching of the truth, but his influencing men in the line of the truth that made him so effective as a Christian evangelist. He could never be in the company of any man, saint or sinner, for a single hour, hardly for a single minute, without seeking to influence that man in the direction of his Savior. On one occasion he visited a town in New England to aid a pastor there in Christian work. As the pastor was going with him from the railroad station to the parsonage, at the time of his arrival, the former pointed him to a blacksmith's shop they were nearing, and said that its proprietor was something of a scoffer, whom he would like Uncle John to have conversation with before he left the village. "Dear man," said Uncle John heartily, "I'll go right and see him now." It was to no purpose that the pastor suggested that the blacksmith was shoeing a horse, and that customers were in the shop. The king's business required haste. As the pastor looked on with surprise, he saw Uncle John go directly to the blacksmith, who left the horse he was shoeing, and evidently listened attentively to the newcomer's words. It was but a few minutes before Uncle John had led that blacksmith behind the forge that he might pray for him then and there. It was Uncle John's influence, not his instructions, that swept the blacksmith away from his ordinary course of thought and action. The last time I met Uncle John, he entered a Fourth Avenue car at its starting point near the post office in New York City, just as I had taken my seat in it. Hardly had he given me a word of greeting and spoken of the one theme ever uppermost in his mind, when a third passenger entered the car, taking his seat on its opposite side. "Dear man," said Uncle John at once, "I wonder if he loves Jesus." And forthwith he was across the car, seated by that man, with his hand on his knee, trying to influence him toward Christ. And no man could have it in his heart to repel the unmistakable personal interest in his spiritual welfare which Uncle John's very tone and manner, as well as his words of affection, made clear. It would be well if more Sunday school teachers had the spirit of that lay missionary, even if they were not to evidence that spirit in the self-same way. Where the Spirit is, there is sure to be influence Christward. Speaking out of my personal experience, I can say that I was influenced, while a scholar in the Sunday school, a great deal more than I was ever taught there. There was comparatively little of thorough or systematic instruction in Bible truth in my boyhood days. But there was influencing then, as in the days of David and of Paul, and as there is today. I can particularly recall two of my teachers out of several. One made it his whole endeavor to instruct. He declared the truth explicitly and with plainness, but he was at no special pains to influence his scholars personally. The other was a man of less knowledge, but was possessed with zeal for souls. His teaching was out of the question book and was somewhat perfunctory. But when the lesson was over, then that teacher would reach forward to his class, and laying his hands tenderly on the knees of one scholar or another, would look into the scholar's eyes, with eyes that were brimming with loving tears, and would say, with a tremulous tenderness that carried the weight of his whole soul into his words, "My dear boy, I do wish you would love Jesus and give him your whole heart." All the instruction out of the question book of one of those classes, and out of the great brain of the teacher of the other class, has long ago passed from the mind of the scholar who tells this, but the influence of that persistent pleader for Christ and for souls is fresh and potent today. And the pressure of those loving hands on that scholar's knee is felt, after 40 years, as while those faithful hands still rested there. As it is with reference to the personal salvation of the scholar, so it is with reference to every point of belief and of practice in the realm of the teacher's oversight and endeavor. The teacher will seek to influence his scholar in the direction of the right, at the same time that he teaches the truth which enjoins, or which illustrates, that phase of the right, and at all other times as well. If a teacher wants his scholars to be always truthful and honorable, and in the best sense manly, he will make every Bible narrative or Bible precept which bears on the principles involved in such a course, ring out in favor of the right and against the wrong, with tones so sharp and clear that there can be no mistaking of their meaning. A lie will have no favor with him because Abraham or Rahab told it, nor will personal meanness be spoken of with allowance because it shows itself in the course of Jacob. He will cause the principles laid down in the Bible in favor of truth and honor to appear as the only safe ground of action, regardless of the departure from that standard by a Jewish patriarch or by a Canaanitish woman. So, again, in all that relates to the indulgence of appetite, or to the following of fashion in particular amusements. The Bible teachings on these subjects will be found, and will be made plain, whatever may be the lesson committee's title of the passage of Scripture for the day's study. End of section 29. Section 30 of Teaching and Teachers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Teaching and Teachers by Henry C. Trumbull. Shaping and Guiding of Scholars. Having and Using Influence, Part 2. The best superintendents, those who are most influential for good, are men who give large prominence to influence in all that they say and do as superintendents. Their evident aim is to make all their part in the school exercises influential over their scholars in the right direction. Years ago, I looked in upon the Tabernacle Sunday School of Chicago, then superintended by Major D.W. Whittle, afterwards so prominent as an evangelist. It was evident that he was seeking, by all his conduct and all his words, to make the restless hundreds of boys and girls who were members of that mission school lovingly reverent in their spirit and manner. The cabinet organ was playing, and the earlier comers were singing, while the school was slowly assembling. Meanwhile, the superintendent was near the door, greeting each scholar and teacher with a kindly word and look. When the hour of beginning had arrived, the superintendent stepped quietly to the desk, and, without so much as a bell tap to call attention, he faced the school, and raising both his extended hands out toward the school, he lowered them slowly and gently, as if to hush the school to reverent silence. The organ notes died away, and the superintendent said, in a low, clear voice, "How quiet and still it is, this beautiful autumn Sabbath. We could almost hear the leaves fall if there were trees about our tabernacle. I sometimes wish we had trees planted all around our building, that we might listen for the falling of the leaves." And that schoolroom of throbbing life was reverently quiet before the Lord. There was no instruction in the words and bearing of Major Whittle in that opening service, but there was influence in them, as he intended there should be. For years, the Sunday school of the Biddle Market Mission in St. Louis was superintended by a warm-hearted Christian worker, familiarly known as Tom Morrison. There was very little attempt at instruction in his direction of the school exercises from the desk, but he was always endeavoring to influence his scholars and his teachers in the line of his own thoughts and feelings. I sat in his school one Sunday and felt the power of his deliberately intentioned influence in the simple reading of God's Word. When he had brought the school, of well nigh 1,000 scholars, to reverent silence, he said earnestly, "Just listen now, while I read what dear Jesus says about his love for us. Listen, all of you." And as he waited, Bible in hand, the room hushed to a silence that was broken only by the gentle cadence of falling water in the fountain immediately before him. Even that pleasant sound seemed to be, in his mind, a possible barrier to the words he would have every ear to hear, so he stooped from his place and shut off the water supply for the moment. Then, as he began to read, "I am the Good Shepherd," his eyes filled with tears, his voice trembled with emotion, and his whole soul seemed to go out in every word he read. There was no new teaching on that familiar passage as he read it. Probably not a single person before him heard it now for the first time. But there was a new influence in it, an influence which was purposely exerted by the teacher in the direction of the spirit of the truths of that passage. I can rarely hear that passage read by any other person, now, without feeling afresh its influence as directed by Tom Morrison's reading of it to his Biddle Market Mission. Influence is not instruction, but influence is influence, and influence is worth exerting, either with or without instruction. It is the preacher's influencing power which is the preacher's chief power as a preacher, before an ordinary congregation. Of course, if a preacher were declaring the good news of salvation to hearers who were before unawares of it, the bare information which he brought to their knowledge would be freshly instructive to them, and so be of the profoundest importance. But where a preacher is repeating familiar Bible truths to a mixed congregation of saints and sinners, it is not the novelty of his discourse which gives it its chief value. And since, as has already been shown in this volume, a preacher does not teach a truth, either fresh or trite, by merely telling it, therefore it is not as a means of direct instruction that his discourses have their highest importance. Yet, a preacher's preaching does have power over both saints and sinners. It has power by its influencing, if not by its informing, or by its instructing. And this source of pulpit power is not always estimated so highly as it should be, either by preacher or by hearer. Gospel truth can be made influential for good by the preacher who is desirous of influencing his hearers by means of that truth. Gospel truth often is thus influential. The familiar illustrations which have already been referred to, of the bleached cloth and the cleansed basket, are proper illustrations of the truth that by passive hearing one may be fairly influenced to the right, although, as has already been shown, they are misused when claimed as showing that one can be taught while listening passively. There are preachers on every side who are influencing continually by their preaching. There are hearers by the thousands who are continually being influenced by their preachers. Every preacher ought always to have in his mind, while preparing to preach and while preaching, the influencing power of the truth he would preach. That preacher makes a sad mistake who, confounding preaching with teaching, aims merely at an exposition of truth, deeming it sufficient to disclose the truth, without an attempt at making it influential with his hearers for their good. It is, indeed, the influence of the truth, which is the chief thing to be aimed at by the preacher, whether in expository or in topical preaching. Preaching is the communication of truth by man to man, says Phillips Brooks. It has in it two essential elements, truth and personality. Neither of these can it spare and still be preaching. The truth must come really through the person, not merely over his lips, not merely into his understanding and out through his pen. It must come through his character, his affections, his whole intellectual and moral being. I think that, granting equal intelligence and study, here is the great difference which we feel between two preachers of the word. The gospel has come over one of them. The gospel has come through the other. The one has essayed to instruct by his preaching. The other has succeeded in influencing. Who supposes that Mr. Moody's preaching power is in the instruction furnished by his discourses? Who can doubt that his preaching power is in the influence of those discourses? If it be said that his preaching power, like the power of any other really effective preacher, is Holy Ghost power, that must, of course, be admitted. But the question would then again recur, how does the Holy Ghost work through the preacher? By making him an instructive preacher, or by making him an influential preacher? By enabling him to inform his hearers, or by enabling him to influence them? Nor does this uplifting of the idea of the influence of truth depreciate the value and the importance of the freshness and force in the truth presented by either preacher or teacher. The more a man knows, the better he is furnished for preaching and for teaching, and all the freshness and all the strength he can display in his selection and in his presentation of truth will be an added means of influence to him if he seeks to use them influentially. A ship steers better with a cargo than without one. A preacher or a teacher who has knowledge and who seeks to impart it can be far more influential than if without knowledge. It is a familiar story that an ignorant exhorter once said to old Dr. South, "The Lord has no need of your book learning," whereat the witty divine answered, "Nor has he any greater need of your ignorance." The knowledge of the priest, said St. Francis de Sales, is the eighth sacrament of the Church. and there is a truth in that suggestion for every branch of the church. Influential preaching and teaching ought to be also instructive preaching and teaching. But a preacher must rely chiefly on influence as a means of making his preaching effective, and a teacher ought to see to it that all his teaching is made influential in the right direction. Dr. Thomas Arnold was both preacher and teacher. He was instructive in both spheres. He was preeminently influential in both. His scholars used to say that a boy who was under his influence at Rugby could not find it in his heart to do a notably mean thing, because a boy's honor was made so much of in the teacher's teaching and practice. They also said that they were influenced by the evident purpose of his chapel discourses, even if they were as yet unable to be instructed by them. Tom Brown tells of the tall, gallant form, the kindling eye, the voice, now soft as the low notes of a flute, now clear and stirring as the call of the light infantry bugle, of him who stood there, Sunday after Sunday, witnessing and pleading, influencing, for his Lord, the King of righteousness and love and glory, with whose spirit he was filled and whose power he spoke. What was it, after all, again says the enthusiastic school chronicler, which seized and held these 300 boys, dragging them out of themselves, willing or unwilling, for 20 minutes on Sunday afternoons? We couldn't enter into what we heard, we hadn't the knowledge of our own hearts, or the knowledge of one another, and little enough of the faith, hope, and love needed to that end. But we listened, as all boys in their better moods will listen, aye, and men too, for the matter of that, to a man whom we felt to be, with all his heart and soul and strength, striving against whatever was mean and unmanly and unrighteous in our little world. It was not the cold, clear voice of one giving advice and warning from the serene heights to those who were struggling and sinning below, but the warm, living voice of one who was fighting for us by our sides and calling on us to help him and ourselves and one another. And so, wearily and little by little, but surely and steadily, on the whole, was brought home to the young boy, for the first time, the meaning of his life, that it was no fool's or sluggard's paradise into which he had wandered by chance, but a battlefield ordained from of old, where there are no spectators, but the youngest must take his side, and the stakes are life and death. Nor was the influence of Dr. Arnold over his scholars in the direction of courageous Christian manliness an incidental and unintended influence. It was purposed by him, and his whole soul was in it. Similarly, every good teacher, in weekday school or Sunday school, has some phase of conduct, or some principle of action, in the direction of which he is constantly seeking to influence the scholars of his charge, and the success of every teacher is largely dependent on his effectiveness in the direction of his intended influence. Any wise parent knows that his power over his children for good depends more on his endeavors to influence them to the right than on any effort which he makes to instruct them in the right. It is not that he is to neglect their instruction, but that while instructing them, as well as at other times, he is to strive to influence them in the direction of his longings and his prayers for them. A good mother, at an advanced age, said with reference to the use of tobacco by her own sons, "I always wanted my children not to use tobacco, and I often told them so, but I wish that I had realized its evil when I was a young mother as I do today. If I had, my children would never have touched it, for I would have died, but I would have influenced them to abhor it." Professor Calvin E. Stowe, when already a venerable theological professor, told of his father's influencing him while yet a child to a reverential regard for the Bible itself. That father always spoke of the Bible with a reverent tenderness, and even handled it as a book in the same spirit. "I remember," said the aged professor, "my father handing the Bible to me when at one time I wanted to find something in it. He took it into his hands as if it were a sacred thing, and as he put it into my hands he said in seriousness, 'Be very careful of this book, my son, for it's very precious.' And so that father not only taught that truth to his son, but he sought, not unsuccessfully, to influence his son in the direction of that truth. Thus, also, it ought to be in the endeavors of every parent, every teacher, and every preacher, concerning whatever evil or whatever good has prominence in the mind of the instructor. Teaching should be counted rather as an incident to right influence than as a substitute for it. To teach the truth as if it were to stand or fall on its own merits is but a minor matter at the best. To use the truth as a means of influence in behalf of that which is far dearer to the teacher than life itself is a very different matter. He who recognizes his duty of influencing his scholars teaches as for his life and theirs. All that has been said up to this point concerning the power and the duty of influence in a teacher's sphere and work has had reference only to conscious and voluntary and intended influence. The other great phase of influence has been left untouched, that influence which is unconscious, involuntary, and unintended, that influence which emanates from the teacher's very character, disclosing itself without his having a thought of such disclosure in his actions and manner and incidental words, also in his looks and in the varying expressions of his countenance. This latter phase of influence, however, is obviously too important to be overlooked or to be undervalued in a discussion of the teacher's work. Dr. Bushnell did more than any man had done before to bring out the importance and the practical value of this involuntary or unconscious influence. Indeed, the very term unconscious influence had its origin as a specific term in his famous sermon of 40 years ago on the subject from the text, "Then went in also that other disciple." He showed most clearly that as Peter unconsciously influenced the action of John at the open sepulchre of Jesus, and as John unconsciously was influenced by Peter on that occasion, so also in many a sphere a Peter leads a John goes after a Peter, both of them unconscious of any influence exerted or received. And thus our lives and conduct are ever propagating themselves by a law of social contagion throughout the circles and times in which we live. On the one hand, he pointed out that every man speaks to his fellows by two modes of language, the language of speech and the language of other expression than speech, the expression of the eye, the face, the look, the gait, the motion, the time or cadence, which is sometimes called the natural language of the sentiments. On the other hand, that we find every man with two inlets of impression, the ear and the understanding for the reception of speech, and the sympathetic powers, the sensibilities or affections, for tender to those sparks of emotion revealed by looks, tones, manners, and general conduct. And commonly the impressions received by us through our sympathetic powers are more effective in their influence upon us than those which come through the understanding only. Beholding, as in a glass, the feelings of our neighbor, we are changed into the same image by the assimilating power of sensibility and fellow feeling. This power of personal character, as affecting the influence of the truth proclaimed by the person, has always been recognized in connection with the preacher of truth. It is the man back of the sermon that gives the sermon its chief power as a sermon. Milton refers to this influence of character as increasing the force of the words of truth, when he pictures Satan, awed by the character of the angelic messenger whose words he would not heed. So spake the cherub, and his grave rebuke, severe in youthful beauty, added grace invincible. Abashed the devil stood, and felt how awful goodness is, and saw virtue in her shape, how lovely. And George Herbert represents the preacher of Christ as having power for Christ just in proportion as the character and life of Christ are reproduced in the character and life of the preacher. Jesus himself being, as it were, pictured in the very countenance of him who tells of Jesus, as though the preacher were a picture window in the church, whereon were delineated the features of the Son of God. Lord, how can man preach thy eternal word? He is a brittle, crazy glass. Yet in thy temple thou dost him afford this glorious and transcendent place to be a window through thy grace. But when thou dost anneal in glass thy story, making thy life to shine within the holy preachers, then the light and glory most reverend grows, and more doth win, which else shows waterish, bleak, and thin. Doctrine and life, color and light, in one, when they combine and mingle, bring a strong regard and awe, But speech alone doth vanish like a flaring thing, and in the ear not conscience ring. Here indeed, in this influence of the personal character of him who proclaims the truth, there would seem to be one reason for the incarnation, certainly one advantage of it. God's word has a power over man when expressed in an individual life, which that word lacks as a mere abstraction. Therefore, God condescended to draw man, with cords of man, with bonds of love. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Before this, God's truth had been proclaimed. Now it was exhibited. Instruction had not been lacking, but influence were impossible to the same extent without, as with, the embodiment of the taught truth in a personality. Or, as Tennyson phrases this sentiment, though truths in manhood darkly join, deep-seated in our mystic frame, we yield all blessings to the name of him that made them current coin. For wisdom dealt with mortal powers, where truth in closest words shall fail, when truth embodied in a tale shall enter in at lowly doors. And so the word had breath, and wrought with human hands the creed of creeds in loveliness of perfect deeds, more strong than all poetic thought, which he may read that binds the sheaf, or builds the house, or digs the grave, and those wild eyes that watch the wave in roarings round the coral reef. And so it is that the influence which was first counted an inflowing upon our lives from the heavenly bodies is found to be an inflowing upon us from the embodied truths of heaven, and that he who has most the Spirit of Christ, who is nearest to Christ in his character and speech and methods of working, in any and every sphere of truth proclaiming, has more of influence over those who hear and observe him. Illustrations of the power of that influence which is found in one's personality, as over against, or as in addition to, any influence of the truth which one has to present, are to be noted in all spheres and on every side. A pioneer Sunday school missionary was canvassing a thinly settled neighborhood in the West for the purpose of organizing a Sunday school in the log schoolhouse of the settlement. Going through a clearing, he met a little boy whom he had not seen before, and, greeting him pleasantly, he asked him to take a seat by him on a fallen tree trunk. As they sat there, the missionary gave the boy a little picture card and told him of his plans for a Sunday school and of the meeting called for that evening for the starting of the school. "We are going to have a nice school," he said, "and we want all the boys to be in it. You'll come and join us tonight, won't you?" "No," was the abrupt and emphatic reply. The missionary was not a man to be easily discouraged, so he took out a picture paper from his pocket and, putting his arm tenderly around the little fellow, he showed the paper and explained his pictures, adding that papers like that would be given to the scholars of the new Sunday school, and that attractive books would be loaned to them also. "You'll come and get some of those papers and books, won't you?" he said confidently. But again an emphatic "no" was the boy's only answer. That did seem a little discouraging, but the missionary tried once more. He was a sweet singer, and he thought he would try the power of music on the boy. He sang several verses of "I Have a Father in the Promised Land," and then he looked down at the little fellow, without a doubt of the result of this trial, and said heartily, "There, we're going to have such singing as that in the Sunday school. Won't you come and hear it, and learn to sing for yourself?" "No," was, for the third time, the resolute reply. Then the missionary was discouraged. He had found one inaccessible boy, so he rose from his place on the log to go his way, leaving the boy sitting there. "Say," called out the boy, as the missionary moved off, "are you going to be there?" "Yes, I expect to be there tonight," answered the missionary. "Then I'll come," responded the boy, and the boy was there when the school started. Ah, there was the power of unconscious personal influence. The truth that a Sunday school was to be started was in itself of no weight with that boy. All the direct and intentional efforts of that missionary to influence the boy, by kind words, by earnest invitings, by the exhibit of cards and papers, and a promise of attractive books, and by the inducements of music, were ineffective. The boy knew little about those things, and he cared less. But he had a human heart, and that heart was touched and swayed by the personal interest in himself on the part of the man who had been sitting by his side on the log, whose arm had been put around him tenderly, and who had been at pains to show him these things and to sing to him. He wanted to be near that man. If that man were to be in the schoolhouse, the boy wanted to be there also. If it had been a grog shop to which that man was going, the boy would have been ready to follow him there. And so the unconscious influence is influencing, all unconsciously to themselves, the boys and the girls and the men and the women in our newer settlements and in our older ones, influencing them for the right or against it, to the Sunday school or the drinking saloon. End of section 30.